Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. There were a few things that greatly troubled Bai Xiaochun. Firstly, during this escape, he had to constantly control the flying fan, preventing him from practicing fire cultivation. However, this wasn't without its benefits. Almost every moment required him to expend his cultivation power, which significantly improved his cultivation during these years of fleeing. At this point, Bai Xiaochun also had a premonition that this old hag was likely to haunt him again, and he would likely encounter her again. To prevent this, Bai Xiaochun simultaneously controlled the flying fin to fly at lightning speed, increasing the distance between them. At the same time, he occasionally changed direction. During this period, Bai Xiaochun once again immersed himself in fire cultivation. And so, 5 years passed. Under this relentless pursuit, Bai Xiaochun realized that no matter how fast he was, or how he tried to escape that old hag, it was all useless. Within 3 years at most, she would reappear behind him, relentlessly chasing him. Although Bai Xiaochun was used to it, he couldn't help but use all his strength to flee each time, especially since the old hag's speed was always slightly faster each time. This was like a whip, leaving Bai Xiaochun in a state of despair, forcing him to cultivate frantically while fleeing. Under this immense pressure, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level increased steadily. He had now reached the peak of the late heavenly venerate stage, just a little short of reaching the great perfection stage. As for the time the opponent disappeared, that was the time Bai Xiaochun spent refining fire. Round and round, as time continuously passed, Bai Xiaochun successfully refined the 26-colored fire. After each flame merged with Bai Hao's mark on the back of his hand, Bai Xiaochun could feel Bai Hao's awakening fluctuations becoming increasingly clear. However, he encountered some difficulty in refining the 27-colored fire. Even though he still had a bit of his soul, the process of deducing the 27-colored fire was not smooth. It wasn't like the multicolored fire he had created before. It seemed to have reached a bottleneck, leaving Bai Xiaochun completely unable to find any clues. In desperation, Bai Xiaochun could only spend more time analyzing and deducing. And so, another 10 years passed, until one day, Bai Xiaochun, controlling the treasure fan, stood at the very edge of the fan, his hair disheveled, and frantically sped forward like an arrow. The little spirit beside him continuously assisted, making the treasure fan even faster. Behind them, the enormous paper old woman let out an angry roar, relentlessly pursuing them. Her speed had clearly begun to slow down. The lantern in her hand flickered occasionally, emitting a burst of fire. Wherever she went, even the starry sky seemed to turn into a sheet of paper. Why is this old hag appearing so frequently? She wasn't like this before. Bai Xiaochun was very troubled. The changing times of her visits made Bai Xiaochun much more vulnerable. Fortunately, he had persevered until now. The paper old woman's speed finally slowed down, and gradually, Bai Xiaochun widened the distance between them. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Bai Xiaochun frowned, feeling a little dejected. The little spirit beside him was even more furious than Bai Xiaochun. "It's all your fault. You provoked such a terrifying person. You can leave, but I can't." The little spirit's face was as gloomy as if it were attending a funeral. After noticing the increasing frequency of the paper old woman's arrivals, it became increasingly anxious. Bai Xiaochun sighed, no longer in the mood to comfort the little spirit. His mind was preoccupied with how to deal with that old hag. Suddenly, the little spirit let out a soft ah. Bai Xiaochun was startled. He thought the old hag was chasing after him again, and jumped up in fright, his divine consciousness quickly spreading out. He was about to control the treasure fan to move away. But very quickly, his expression changed. It wasn't the old hag again. However, within the range of his divine consciousness, he clearly detected that the surrounding starry sky was very strange. It was indeed concave. Relatively speaking, within the starry sky, there was no distinction between up and down, nor between left and right. But today, in this place, within this vast area of the starry sky, it was clearly concave, like forming a huge funnel. Vague, yet resembling a massive vortex slowly rotating. If that were all, it would be considered a strange phenomenon in the starry sky. But time and again, this place seemed to sink to the bottom of the starry sky, and here a world existed. Within Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness, he clearly saw countless flowing sands. All the flowing sands, large and small, were the structures of that world. The sand currents were not damaged, they were all moving. Some grains of sand moved quickly, others slowly. This bizarre sight instantly shocked Bai Xiaochun. Where is this place? As Bai Xiaochun opened his mouth, the little spirit beside him widened its eyes, unable to control itself, trembling as it pointed towards the world at the bottom of the starry sky, and after a long pause cried out in astonishment, "Primordial time! My God, there's primordial time here!" Bai Xiaochun's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't detect any primordial aura while in this place, he clearly felt his cultivation level become much more vibrant than before. Especially his Zhuan ancient scroll cultivation technique, which was circulating on its own. Vaguely, it seemed as if a sweet nectar existed within this sunken world, making Bai Xiaochun's heart race. But he was always cautious. After the incident with the old hag, he was extremely wary of such risky ventures. He didn't act rashly, but instead spread out his divine consciousness, carefully observing. He focused particularly on this world formed by quicksand. Under this divine consciousness's observation, Bai Xiaochun's expression gradually changed. Finally, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. "Little spirit, sense this world below, there. It seems there's a strange area." As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the little spirit recovered from its previous shock. It also carefully sensed the area, but neither it nor Bai Xiaochun could clearly discern it. They could only vaguely sense that there seemed to be a wave of energy within it. This wave of energy contained an extremely powerful force. After Bai Xiaochun briefly sensed this force, his whole body exploded. "A lord, there's the aura of a lord there." After exchanging glances, Bai Xiaochun and the little spirit were both shocked by this discovery. After a long while, under Bai Xiaochun's constant observation, he gradually formed a bold hypothesis. Perhaps this sunken starry sky is actually a massive flowing sand. That world is the center of this flowing sand, and the area below him is the lower half of this flowing sand. If my guess is correct, then this flowing sand must also be a supreme treasure of the Lord level. Moreover, it's ownerless. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, his heart pounded, and his body instantly flew out of the fan, circling around it several times. Then he began to try to figure out a way to retrieve this supreme treasure of flowing sand. The little spirit on the side, seeing Bai Xiaochun's actions, widened its eyes and hurriedly advised, "Bai Xiaochun, don't cause any more trouble. This is also a magic treasure like mine, but it's complete. If you anger it, we're all doomed." "It's nothing, I have experience," Bai Xiaochun coughed, habitually uttering these words. It would have been better if he hadn't said them. As soon as he said them, the little spirit felt a buzzing in its head. It remembered Bai Xiaochun saying the same thing when he entered the well. It also remembered Bai Xiaochun's experience, which it had gained from itself. All of this made the little spirit's face turn pale. But very quickly, the little spirit breathed a sigh of relief. It saw that no matter what Bai Xiaochun did, he was completely unable to shake the quicksand. All methods had been used, and it was still difficult to take it away. Bai Xiaochun was also very troubled. He knew that this flowing sand was different from the broken fan he had encountered before. The fan was incomplete, which was why Bai Xiaochun had taken advantage of it. But today, this flowing sand was clearly complete and undamaged. Such a treasure must possess a spirit, and it wasn't a treasure of inherited power like the fan. Therefore, to take it, he would need the full power of a lord to forcefully seize it and make it his own. Bai Xiaochun was very unwilling to accept this. After thinking for a while, he casually took out the turtle pattern cauldron, intending to refine the spirit of this flowing sand treasure. But for some reason, while everything else went smoothly, the flowing sand showed no reaction whatsoever. This frustrated Bai Xiaochun. After many failed attempts, Bai Xiaochun found the problem. It wasn't that he couldn't refine the spirit, but rather that this flowing sand treasure had a very strong inherent contradiction. Once you forcefully attempt to refine the spirit, it's likely impossible to repeat the process multiple times. Just one such attempt would enrage the spirit of this treasure immensely. At this moment, after noticing Bai Xiaochun's actions, the little spirit was on the verge of exploding. It began to shriek piercingly. Stop, stop, Bai Xiaochun, listen to me, the spirit of this treasure is dormant. If you forcefully refine it and truly awaken it, then we're all doomed. Bai Xiaochun hesitated. After analyzing the situation, he felt that forcefully refining the spirit would lead to a deadly storm with no chance of survival. After pondering for a long time, Bai Xiaochun sighed and decided to abandon the idea. However, he still felt a little unwilling. At this moment, the little spirit was on the verge of tears. It felt that following Bai Xiaochun for the past few years had been truly too exciting. No, too dangerous. Before, it had controlled the flying fin alone for so many years without encountering any major problems. But after Bai Xiaochun arrived, dangers kept appearing. A paper old woman was already terrifying enough. If you add a treasure with the essence of time chasing after it, just thinking about such a scene, the little spirit truly wanted to die. No, this person is sometimes cowardly and sometimes incredibly crazy. I must quickly think of a way to divert his attention. Otherwise, I always feel he will definitely try to provoke this treasure big brother. The little spirit worried, its pupils spinning wildly. After several breaths, its eyes suddenly lit up. Master, look at this shifting sand world. This is the best place to comprehend the essence of time. Here, if you can understand the fundamental principles, the benefits for you will be immense. Furthermore, I saw a trace of the essence of time in your cultivation technique earlier. This place is truly your sacred land? Didn't you previously encounter a bottleneck in your fire cultivation? Gaining enlightenment here, relying on the unique essence of this place, is highly likely to help you break through the bottleneck. Moreover, the spirit here is dormant. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Once the spirit awakens, you will be enabled to gain enlightenment here. Furthermore, Master, rest assured, I will protect you and keep an eye on the surroundings, ensuring you won't encounter any danger while gaining enlightenment here. The little spirit said this, fearing Bai Xiaochun wouldn't believe it. It desperately spread out its divine sense, controlling the treasure fan, meticulously scanning the surroundings, and finally confirmed that there was no danger in gaining enlightenment here. Bai Xiaochun felt there was some truth to the little spirit's words. In particular, his ancient scroll of proclamations was truly vibrant here. He even had a vague premonition that he might find a breakthrough point in the 27-colored fire barrier here. Then he glanced at the flowing sand treasure again. He thought that even if he wanted to try and acquire it, he could first gain some insight into it. That way, even if he failed, he wouldn't be considered to have been harmed. Thinking this, and seeing the little spirit's unwavering effort, Bai Xiaochun nodded in approval. He then carefully extended his divine consciousness. After confirming everything was fine, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and he rushed straight towards the flowing sand world below. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun's attention had been successfully diverted, the little spirit finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, a feeling of weariness welled up inside it. It felt that serving Bai Xiaochun was truly a gamble with its life. While the little spirit was still agitated, Bai Xiaochun cautiously approached the world of flowing sand below. Without any obstacles, he directly descended into this world. But as soon as he landed, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed slightly. He sensed that time here was passing more than twice as fast as outside. If it had always been like this, it wouldn't have mattered. But as Bai Xiaochun descended, he discovered that time here seemed to flow erratically. Different areas experienced different rates of time. In some places, time passed incredibly slowly. In others, it was almost stagnant. But in some areas, it sped up to a terrifying degree, frightening Bai Xiaochun. It was 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 or 10,000 times faster. Another breathtaking and awe-inspiring scene unfolded. Bai Xiaochun stood on the ground of this world, gazing around. Within this world, countless streams of sand, large and small, existed. Some were tens of thousands of feet in diameter, while others were only the size of a fist. all these areas filled by Xiaochun's vision. By this point, Bai Xiaochun realized that the chaotic flow of time that formed this world was these countless streams of sand. Approaching different streams of sand would create different flows of time with varying speeds. Different worlds, different rules, just like the world of that old hag, where all magical techniques and divine abilities lost their effectiveness, and all flesh and blood turned into paper. Here, time was the rule. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. This journey through the starry sky had greatly increased his understanding, and his perspective had naturally changed. He now clearly understood that every stream of sand here contained the rules of this world, capable of influencing this fragment of the world. Therefore, after descending into this endless stream of sand, Bai Xiaochun felt a terrifying sense of dread. So, what creates this difference in time? Bai Xiaochun stood in this world of flowing sand, gazing at the countless boundless streams of sand, lost in thought. He even recalled what the little spirit had said earlier. His previous understanding was of the fundamental essence of time. The Zhuan ancient scroll really is related to time, Bai Xiaochun murmured. He had never heard of the fundamental essence before. Only after encountering the tattered fin and the little spirit did he vaguely understand a little about it. Finally, at the moment he became the master of the treasure fan, he cultivated and contemplated in front of the tower within the fan. It was only then that he gradually began to understand the essence of things. Although he understood it superficially, he couldn't put it into words. It seemed that in his mind, he couldn't organize the language, nor could he explain it. Just like now, standing here, he had a strong feeling that he was standing before a treasure trove, standing within the essence of things. But time and again, he couldn't articulate it clearly, nor could he grasp it, as if he lacked a key to unlock the treasure. Bai Xiaochun fell silent. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, a hint of determination and unwavering resolve flashing in his eyes. There's no way to search for it, so I can only feel it. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and walked towards a stream of sand about a person's height. He didn't dare get too close, his divine sense spreading out as he searched. After locating the location of the flowing sand, and noticing that time passed 3 times faster than outside, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, he arrived beside the flowing sand and sat down cross-legged. The place looked harmless, but Bai Xiaochun knew very well that a terrifying danger lurked here. These dangers came from the flowing sand. The varying speeds of time formed the most powerful time-manipulating laws in the world. Without any preparation, entering an area of flowing sand where time flowed tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, millions, or even millions of times faster if time in the outside world was the center, and everything passed perfectly. At most, one breath outside would be half a year or a year here. That being said, there is still a way to turn the situation around. But if they enter the quicksand area, where time is the center, it's terrifying. One breath here is equivalent to a year outside. Even if Bai Xiaochun discovers this, once he leaves, it will be too late. At the same time, his prolonged absence from the eternal immortal realm will put the Kui dynasty in danger. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun himself doesn't know whether the rate of his lifespan depletion here is based on this place or the eternal immortal realm. If it were a lifeless object, this would be easy to judge. But Bai Xiaochun is a heavenly venerate, extremely closely connected to the eternal immortal realm. He has no way of judging whether his Dao seed will dry up instantly when he leaves this world, under the 2 different rates of time passing. In the silence, Bai Xiaochun was making his choices, becoming even more cautious. He sat cross-legged beside the flowing sand, his eyes closed, slowly sensing the passage of time. The moment, originally obscure and impossible to comprehend, was unlike anything outside, leaving Bai Xiaochun with a vague feeling, as if he could grasp a certain trace of it. These traces were simply too few. A few days later, when Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, it felt as if he was a little closer to grasping the key to unlocking the treasure, but he still couldn't quite grasp it. These traces, are they time? Bai Xiaochun hesitated. In his perception, these things were invisible, yet he could feel the traces in the netherworld, seemingly winding and twisting. Filled with doubt and curiosity, Bai Xiaochun forgot his purpose for coming here. He also forgot his earlier intention to take this treasure. At this moment, his mind was filled with these traces. He looked around. Very quickly, he found a stream of sand flowing at 10 times its normal speed. He continued to meditate. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment in them. There were indeed more traces here, but the more traces there were, the less clearly Bai Xiaochun could see them. After a long silence, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. I don't believe it. These traces must be the essence of time. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly. This time, he directly found a stream of sand flowing 100 times faster. Watching the fine grains of sand continuously falling in this stream, Bai Xiaochun had another enlightenment. And this enlightenment changed Bai Xiaochun's entire life. His body suddenly shook. His breath stopped for a moment. In his perception, this area of flowing sand was 100 times faster. The things he considered traces of time were far more numerous. At the same time, he also saw that the so-called traces all around seemed to indicate some kind of collapse, as if after the void twisted, a strange force had formed. The twisting he had felt before was exactly like that. This wasn't the time he had perceived. This was a force Bai Xiaochun was familiar with. After repeatedly trying to interact with it, Bai Xiaochun himself couldn't believe it. His eyes suddenly opened wide, looking ahead, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Gravitational force! How is this possible?" Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken. Gravitational force. Although there wasn't such a technique in the cultivation world, there were many magical artifacts that possessed such a certain ability. That year, Bai Xiaochun was the first to come into contact with the magnetic force, and it was also the method he used to refine pills. He exchanged the Lingxi Shield and Yuan Ci Pearl for them. That year, the old woman, the sect leader Yao Weifeng, on the North Bank, once told Bai Xiaochun that if he had the opportunity, he might be able to sense the primordial magnetic force in the Lingxi Shield and Yuan Ci Pearl and comprehend the Lingxi Sect's magnetic force guiding secret technique. That's why Bai Xiaochun had previously spent so much time pondering over it. Although he ultimately found no clues, he did manage to create a chain-like object that tore people's clothes. The earliest manifestation of the poisonous smoke was also caused by Bai Xiaochun using his gravitational force to push the surrounding mist, causing it to explode. After that, Bai Xiaochun abandoned his research into gravitational force. But no matter what, he never imagined that many years later, today, in the distant starry sky of the eternal immortal realm, within this Lord's treasure, in the area of the primordial flow of time, he would finally feel the gravitational force again. Although there were differences, the differences weren't too great. This caused Bai Xiaochun's mind to be violently shaken. He took several deep breaths, his eyes wide with disbelief. For a long time, he still couldn't quite believe it. He closed his eyes again to meditate. After a while, he opened his eyes, the shock even more intense than before. It really is gravity. I won't mistake it. Bai Xiaochun felt his mind in turmoil. Before, he thought he had discovered time. But now, after realizing it was gravity, in Bai Xiaochun's mind, gravity and time, which he had previously thought were two unrelated words, were now intertwined. What exactly is happening? Bai Xiaochun felt bewildered. After a long while, he suddenly stood up. At this moment, his only thought was to find the answer and the connection between the two. Under the 100-fold increase in speed, Bai Xiaochun had no choice. His eyes reddened, and he directly used his divine consciousness to find a stream of sand flowing 500 times faster, continuing his contemplation. Very quickly, Bai Xiaochun found another stream of sand flowing 1,000 times faster. Amidst this continuous increase, Bai Xiaochun's understanding of the gravitational force became clearer. He went from 1,000 times faster to 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. Finally, when Bai Xiaochun stood beside a sand stream flowing 8,000 times faster, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. The gravitational force can change the passage of time. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was absolutely certain of this judgment. His expression was somewhat weary, but after solidifying his judgment, he turned around and searched for sand streams flowing 10 times faster, until he fully understood the relationship between the gravitational force and time. The greater the gravitational force, the slower the flow of time. This discovery excited Bai Xiaochun. He completely forgot his initial thought of finding the key. It seemed as if he had returned to the time when he was researching medicinal pills. Now, with this discovery, new problems had arisen. So how does gravitational force appear? This question, previously considered complicated by Bai Xiaochun, now, in this special world, he made up his mind and ventured into each quicksand area. Here, under relentless searching, days passed. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiaojun was exhausted, his vision blurred. He searched for a long time, yet still couldn't figure out the origin of the gravitational force. Finally, Bai Xiaojun slowly raised his head. His gaze fell upon a quicksand area about 100 feet in diameter ahead. It was a quicksand, flowing at a speed 10,000 times faster. If it were Bai Xiaojun when he first entered, he would absolutely not have chosen this kind of quicksand. But now, Bai Xiaojun was almost mesmerized. Just a fleeting glance, and in an instant, he rushed towards it. The moment he stepped into this 100-foot-long flowing sand, sat down cross-legged to meditate, and his entire body suddenly trembled. At this very moment, a faint murmur seemed to reach his ears. This murmur was very soft and indistinct, as if it had drifted from the passage of time, like a man speaking. But he couldn't make out the details. No matter how intently Bai Xiaojun listened, it remained the same. Yet, this voice appeared repeatedly, causing Bai Xiaojun's Yuan ancient scroll to become more vibrant than ever before. Even the speed of the flow of time in the surrounding area seemed slightly different. More importantly, Bai Xiaojun noticed that the ripples of this gravitational force within the reverberating sound showed subtle changes. All of this caused Bai Xiaojun's body to tremble. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he had a strong intuition that these words seemed to be the answer he had been yearning for all this time. Bai Xiaojun's eyes suddenly opened, then slowly closed again. When his eyes closed and then opened again, his eyes revealed determination and resolve. In an instant, his body finally chose a quicksand area about 200 feet in diameter. The flow speed there was 20,000 times faster. The force-conducting oscillations were even more pronounced. However, although the murmuring sound was also a little clearer, Bai Xiaojun still couldn't hear it clearly. Bai Xiaojun's eyes reddened, and without the slightest hesitation, he chose 300 feet, 400 feet, 500 feet. But even at 800 feet, the sound remained the same. Bai Xiaojun went crazy. He simply chose a quicksand area 1,000 feet wide. This was 100,000 times faster flow of time. Clearly, beside this 1,000-foot-long flowing sand, the sound became much clearer, but it was still impossible to pinpoint its exact source. However, at this speed 10,000 times faster, Bai Xiaojun gradually discovered that the gravitational pull seemed not fixed. It seemed to be somewhat related to his proximity. This discovery caused Bai Xiaojun to continuously increase the speed of the flow. 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet. Bai Xiaojun's choices became increasingly frantic. In this pursuit, his actions were like madness, constantly increasing, gradually surpassing the 10,000-foot-long flowing sand. The speed of time flow here had reached over 1,000,000 times, but Bai Xiaojun still couldn't understand the content of the sound. But time and time again, each time the altitude increased, the sound became significantly clearer. It was as if a barrier between them made it invisible. Even if the person behind the barrier shouted, not much of it could penetrate. Unless the barrier could be broken. Or perhaps a quicksand strong enough to break through the barrier. Bai Xiaojun gasped for breath. The sound constantly echoed in his ears. His choices became increasingly astonishing. From 10,000 feet to 30,000 feet, then to 60,000 feet, and finally to 80,000 feet. At this height of quicksand, the speed of time had reached a terrifying 8,000,000 times. This meant that Bai Xiaojun had spent 3 months meditating beside the quicksand, while only a single breath had passed outside. But even so, he didn't have time to judge whether the point of reference for the time-shifting sand was here or outside. Therefore, the danger he faced gradually increased. Once he entered the side of the reverse-shifting sand, it would be as if he were here for 1 breath while 3 months passed outside. At this moment, Bai Xiaojun had fallen into the enchantment of gravity. Fortunately, he still had a glimmer of reason. After exceeding 10,000 feet, he wouldn't linger too long in any sand current. After discovering that he still couldn't hear clearly, he immediately left. Perhaps even so, he still faced risks, but the rewards were immense. Although he couldn't hear the sound clearly in this constantly increasing speed, Bai Xiaojun's understanding and judgment of gravity were completely different from before. Gravity is formed because of the convoluted void. This undulation. It's not a rule. It's because I'm getting closer. Only when I get closer can the flow of time change. If I don't get closer, it's relatively still. Because I'm getting closer, undulations form, gravitational forces are created, and therefore the speed of time flow changes. The reason these undulations flow at different speeds isn't because of me, but because they're not like individual entities. They have different spaces, different star systems, and therefore different gravitational forces and speeds of time flow. Bai Xiaojun held his breath, his thoughts shifting rapidly. He had tried these answers one by one, slowly uncovering them. At this moment, he stood on the 80,000-foot-high flow of sand, gazing around. The entire world was just one flow of sand, surpassing the objects beneath his feet. It was in that distant, central region of this world that a colossal stream of sand, more than 100,000 fathoms long, stood majestically. Bai Xiaojun couldn't determine the speed of the current there, but he understood clearly that if there truly was a place in this world where he could hear this murmuring sound, it would be none other than this highest flow of sand. Instead of prolonging the time and constantly changing his choice, it was better to go there directly. From there, although it seemed dangerous, it would, to some extent, avoid the risk. In silence, Bai Xiaojun's eyes turned red, and his body surged forward, rushing straight towards the terrifying flow of sand in the distance. His speed was incredibly fast, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Before long, Bai Xiaojun arrived beside this largest flow of sand. As he approached, the speed of the flow of time there immediately caused Bai Xiaojun's entire body to tremble. Even at this moment, his body was being affected by the unimaginable speed of the flowing sand. If it weren't for Bai Xiaojun's formidable cultivation and incredibly strong body at this moment, and the simultaneous recovery and eruption of the immortal scroll, he would have been instantly shattered and destroyed. Suppressing the unsettling feeling, Bai Xiaojun let out a low growl and directly appeared on top of this enormous flowing sand. There, he forcefully suppressed his breath, not daring to linger, immediately sat down cross-legged, veins bulging on his forehead, and closed his eyes. At the same time, his divine consciousness spread out, beginning to comprehend. The moment his divine consciousness spread out, the whispering reappeared. However, this time, it was completely different from what Bai Xiaojun had heard before. It was no longer vague. Although not particularly clear, it was as if someone was beside him, softly speaking, and he could hear it clearly. Bai Xiaojun didn't have time to react. After his attention was drawn to this voice, following the sound, Bai Xiaojun's body gradually trembled. At this moment, a colossal wave surged in his mind. The speaker was indeed a man. His voice was gentle, like a monk giving a sermon to his disciples, echoing in Bai Xiaojun's ears. Naifan, Dao Chen, listen carefully. What is the origin? Speaking of the origin, we must first talk about rules. Rules are an invisible structure. All techniques and divine abilities in this universe, their central essence, are to use different methods and approaches to manifest according to this structure. Therefore, the structure that forms these rules is the origin. The origin is invisible, unseen, and intangible, yet it is within the netherworld that it forms one structure after another, and in turn, countless techniques and divine abilities. The fundamental principle, in fact, is the basis of all things. So what is the fundamental principle of time? Simply put, time and gravity are related. The greater the gravity, the slower the flow of time. The fundamental principle manifests itself in time, not gravity, but relativity. Relativity, in relation to the fundamental principle of time, is the core. Grasping these two words, understanding these two words, is what constitutes understanding. The fundamental principle of time, remember, everything, is relative. Naifan, Dao Chen, have you understood? As the voice echoed, a continuous, overwhelming wave surged through Bai Xiaojun's mind. He didn't know if the two called Naifan and Dao Chen understood, but in this instant, the wave in Bai Xiaojun's mind surged more intensely than ever before, and he finally understood. Like the ritual of pouring water over one's head, all the previous searching, in this instant, had a clear answer. Relatively, no mistake. It's relative. If there were no opposing external time, what meaning would the speed of the flow of time here have? Bai Xiaojun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. In this instant, his mind became clear. Although he thought carefully for a while, it was still vague, but he knew why this voice appeared. This was obviously a supreme being who had once been in the past, teaching the fundamental principles to his disciples. The reason his voice could be transmitted was because his words were the fundamental principles of time and had become a part of the rules of this starry sky. Therefore, it could be here, borrowing the power of the flow of the fundamental principles of time, echoing forever. Fundamental principles of magic are inherently profound and boundless. Looking out across the entire starry sky, those who can ultimately grasp the fundamental essence are few and far between. Whoever possesses the fundamental essence can understand the trajectory of the entire starry sky. Only those who understand the Tao of all things are true rulers. Rulers are rare. Even within the entire starry sky, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Normally, within a clan, having one ruler is a sign of the clan's glory. And if two rulers appear, that clan will undoubtedly become a powerful force within the entire starry sky. Although this is still very far from Bai Xiaochun's perspective, as pursuing the path of a ruler is the direction of the primordial realm. It doesn't affect Bai Xiaochun's understanding of the fundamental essence at this moment. And the fundamental essence is already profound, not to mention the Tao of time, which belongs to the highest level of the great Tao. To be able to achieve the status of a supreme lord of the primordial time, even in this vast starry sky, from ancient times to the present, there has only been one such person. This person is the owner who left behind this supreme treasure, the flowing sand. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a sudden realization. All the questions in his mind were now answered, and his entire body gradually fell into a state of etherealness. This state affected not only his thoughts, but also his physical existence in this world. This flesh and blood body, in Bai Xiaochun's previous understanding and observations, naturally knew that he was the driving force causing the void of this spacetime to twist and turn. And it was because of his proximity that a gravitational force appeared here, causing the speed of the flow of time to change. But today, as Bai Xiaochun understood, with his unpredictable transformations, his body seemed to gradually lose its weight, its radiance, and all traces of its existence. This kind of disappearance wasn't a true annihilation in the literal sense, but rather, compared to his surroundings and compared to this world, Bai Xiaochun vanished. As he faded, although he remained seated cross-legged on this enormous stream of sand, the gravitational pull of the place gradually dissipated. The flow of time here also slowly stabilized, until it seemed to have entered a state of relative stillness, as if it were before he arrived. In this state, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness persisted repeatedly. His soul seemed to float out, surveying the sky and the earth. He saw all the countless streams of sand, large and small, watching the fine sand continuously flow down, seemingly without end. Each time his gaze focused on a particular stream of sand, its flow rate would change. Round and round, Bai Xiaochun wandered through these countless streams of sand, gazing intently at each one for a long time. He completely forgot about the passage of time, paying no attention, not caring at all. His mind, even his whole body, seemed to be soaring. Gradually, as time passed, the little spirit outside this world breathed a sigh of relief. It lowered its head and looked down at the world below. When Bai Xiaochun came out, this world had become distorted due to the passage of time, making it difficult for it to see clearly. However, in the little spirit's perception, it knew that Bai Xiaochun was fine. The little spirit sighed. It planned to sit down cross-legged and wait a while. It thought that if it took too long, it would go in again to search for the reminder. It didn't want to stay here for long. Meanwhile, inside the world of flowing sand, Bai Xiaochun's enlightenment continued. Before his eyes, in his mind, within his thoughts, countless streams of sand occupied him. The speed of these flowing streams of sand became the only thing in his life. There was no thinking, not even a hint of self-reflection, just a dazed state, constantly staring at these streams of sand, imprinting each one into his mind. Until after a long, drawn-out time had passed, in Bai Xiaochun's mind, the countless streams of sand suddenly disappeared. Very quickly, one disappeared. Immediately afterward, the flowing sand gradually diminished. With each passing grain of sand, the remaining grains seemed to become even more deeply ingrained in Bai Xiaochun's mind. This manifestation was undetectable to outsiders. Even Bai Xiaochun himself was unaware of it, until the sand continued to diminish. And finally, one day almost all the sand in his mind vanished, leaving only one flowing grain of sand. This flowing grain of sand wasn't large, only about the height of a person, but it seemed to belong to Bai Xiaochun himself, completely fused with his soul, his body, and even his Tao seed. It couldn't be erased, nor could it fade away. In a certain sense, This flowing grain of sand was like Bai Xiaochun's second Dao seed. It was in that instant, when only this stream of sand remained in his mind, that Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently, his breathing becoming rapid. His previously hazy eyes now showed ripples of energy. Profound runes emerged from the stream of sand in his mind. Bai Xiaochun didn't recognize any of these runes, yet they were all imagined by him. They contained Bai Xiaochun's understanding of time, his vague grasp of the origin, and unspoken consciousness. Now they transformed into runes, slowly enveloping the stream of sand, simultaneously emitting intense light. Bai Xiaochun's body shook violently, his breathing becoming even more rapid. As the runes flickered, his right hand unconsciously rose, seemingly without strength, gently waving towards the void before him. Under this sudden surge of energy, the void before him finally collapsed in an instant. After collapsing, it seemed as if even space-time itself warped, and a gravitational force directly appeared, changing accordingly. Time in this area was passing again. If the little spirit were to witness such a scene, its eyes would surely pop out, and it would cry out in astonishment. Original Dao Law. This is the original Dao Law. Although still in its initial form, it could be considered only half a step into the realm of origin. At this moment, as time in this area changed, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, the waves in his eyes surged violently, and gradually he regained his composure. After several breaths, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head. He woke up as if from a dream. At this moment, after he awoke, the void in the area before him, which had been altered, quickly dissipated. But now, after Bai Xiaochun regained consciousness, everything in the dream still left a deep impression on him. On my side, Bai Xiaochun's eyes held an unbelievable expression. He lowered his head and looked at his hand for a moment. After a long while, he raised his right hand again, his consciousness merging with the traces of flowing sand in his mind, and gently waved it. Instantly, the scene from before reappeared. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited. He suddenly stood up, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed this astonishing divine power. I can change the flow speed of an area. At the same time, if the evil emperor were to fight me again, I wouldn't need the primordial light. I could use this method to slow down the flow speed in the evil emperor's space. I would maintain my normal speed, perhaps, for the evil emperor, because he is slow, therefore. My speed is extremely fast, surpassing his imagination. In a state of agitation, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. After confirming his thoughts were correct, after unintentionally comprehending the essence of time within his mind, he had awakened a divine ability, which could be considered a fourth-level divine ability. As for the name, time and gravitational force are related. So this divine village of mine, let's just say, it's a killing technique. A glint of light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Although he didn't want to fight and kill, he understood today that the way to protect himself and the Kui dynasty was to be stronger than everyone else, to make everyone respect and fear him. Only then could he gradually prevent the killing. The memory runes of the past scripture, the gate of life and death of the present scripture, the Higombena flower of destiny of the future scripture, and also my current fourth great killing technique. Now, even without the ancient light, I fear no ancient being. A surge of confidence welled up in Bai Xiaochun's heart, especially since he discovered that, under this fortuitous opportunity, his cultivation had unknowingly broken through to the late stage of Heavenly Venerate, becoming a great perfection Heavenly Venerate. After that, his confidence grew even stronger. Instead of leaving immediately, Bai Xiaochun stayed within this world of flowing sand, using his control over time to successfully break through the bottleneck of the 27-colored flame. Once he had completely mastered the method of refining the 27-colored flame, he slowly stood up, filled with a sense of longing and gratitude. Gazing at this world of countless flowing sands for a moment, then clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the place. He thanked this place, and even more so the Lord of the Netherworld who, although not directly teaching him, had bestowed upon him the grace of teaching. At the same time, his earlier desire to take this treasure vanished into thin air. Bai Xiaochun knew that. Before becoming a lord, he simply couldn't take this treasure. After bowing his head, Bai Xiaochun raised it. His body swayed slightly, and he soared straight into the sky. When he first arrived, this chaotic flow of time would have terrified him. But now that Bai Xiaoqun had a preliminary grasp of the fundamental principles of time, he could no longer pay attention to these chaotic flows of time. No matter how much their speed changed, they could not shake the traces of the shifting sand in Bai Xiaoqun's mind. Therefore, Bai Xiaoqun's will was the standard. Everything outside was like wind blowing over a mountain. Unless it was eroded by the passage of time, it could not be shaken at all. Almost in an instant, Bai Xiaoqun leapt out from within this chaotic sand world. When he appeared, he was outside the world, in the starry sky. With another slight sway, he directly landed on the treasure fan. Almost instantly after Bai Xiaoqun entered the treasure fan, the little spirit there was already bent over, about to sit cross-legged in meditation. Bai Xiaoqun's appearance caused the little spirit to shriek, clearly startled. What happened? The little spirit gasped, suddenly looking towards Bai Xiaoqun. It was terrified, its divine sense still spreading out. After discovering no movement around the treasure, the little spirit looked at Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun was also slightly surprised by the little spirit's strong reaction. What are you so frightened of? Tell me, how long have I been in that flowing sand world? Bai Xiaoqun glared at the little spirit. He hadn't seen it in a long time, and he still had some lingering feelings for it. But seeing the strange movements of the little spirit, Bai Xiaoqun felt a vague sense of unease. How long did you go? You don't know. The little spirit was a little confused. You just went in, roughly, 3 to 5 breaths. Anyway, I saw you come out, and before you could even sit down, you were back in a flash. The little spirit paused, as if suddenly realizing something, and widened its eyes, pointing at Bai Xiaoqun. Could it be that in your perception, you were there for a very long time? Bai Xiaoqun was also shocked. He had initially thought he had a basic understanding of the fundamental principles of time. But what the little spirit said caused a huge wave of emotion to search through his mind. How is that possible? According to my judgment and understanding, I should have been in that world for at least 10 years, maybe even over 100 years. How could it be outside? Only a few breaths have passed. Bai Xiaoqun insisted repeatedly. When he understood that all of this was true, his breathing became rapid once again. He suddenly lowered his head and looked towards this fragment of flowing sand world. At this moment, the little spirit also completely understood the situation. It was also frightened and looked towards this fragment of world along with Bai Xiaoqun. After a long time, Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that from the beginning, he had been wrong to assume that the outside world's time was the standard for judgment. This fragment of flowing sand world, if only relative to the outside world in terms of the speed of flow, would still be a small path in some respects. But this fragment of world, it had achieved it. It didn't follow the same trajectory as this fragment of starry sky, as if it had left, as if it had transcended. In some respects, according to Bai Xiaoqun, only one word could describe it: eternal. Bai Xiaoqun whispered softly, his eyes revealing intense longing. The origin of time is truly mysterious. Bai Xiaoqun's mind was shaken. After a long while, he bowed his head, then glanced back at this fragment of the world. Only then did he lead the little spirit, controlling the treasure fan, and quickly leave this place. The little spirit felt increasingly strange and mysterious the more it thought about it. It only wished it could leave sooner. At this moment, it used all its strength to cooperate. Very quickly, the treasure fan, which had been winding through this fragment of the starry sky, gradually broke free and roared as it sped away into the distance. Even after leaving, Bai Xiaoqun was still unable to recover from this shock. The little spirit was also silent. In fact, it was also frightened by Bai Xiaoqun's words. The journey was peaceful. Several months passed, and as Bai Xiaoqun's thoughts slowly recovered, suddenly, one day, Bai Xiaoqun, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened his eyes. Without hesitation, the moment he opened his eyes, his right hand was raised, suddenly pointing towards a vast, empty area in front of the treasure fan. Before the little spirit could react, Bai Xiaoqun pointed downwards, and the area twisted and warped, seemingly collapsing and sinking, forming a small, flowing sand-like treasure zone. The little spirit couldn't see anything within this swirling area, but Bai Xiaoqun could feel the gravitational pull. This pull, once unleashed, instantly became incredibly powerful. Even the sunken area itself expanded in an instant. It seemed that the individual approaching this pole was incredibly large. At the same time, as the pull intensified, time in this area slowed down. It was at this moment that a roar filled with anger and astonishment erupted from within. However, after passing through this area of conduction, the voice also twisted, sounding very eerie, as if it had been stretched out. Then, the figure of the paper old woman, carrying a paper lantern, slowly materialized from this area. This was also the first time a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. Not only was she shocked, but the little spirit was also shaken, tilting its head to look at Bai Xiaochun. A hint of awe and fear finally appeared in the little spirit's eyes. Its awe and fear stemmed from the fact that Bai Xiaochun had discovered it so early, and even with a single gesture, naturally formed an area similar to this flowing sand treasure. Even if it was only similar, this kind of execution and application, in the little spirit's eyes, was the fundamental Tao method, also known as the Tao method of a lord. Bai Xiaochun, what are you standing there for? Controlled the lord's hand. A strange light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He had been chased by this old hag all the way, and his stomach was already burning with anger. At this moment, asking him to go out and fight her felt inappropriate. But since she was trapped inside the leisurely time world, using the fan to kill her was something Bai Xiaochun was quite willing to do. At this moment, he spread out his divine consciousness, and instantly, countless ancient lights burst forth, rushing straight towards the old hag. Simultaneously, an ancient servant was summoned by Bai Xiaochun, stepping into the starry sky and gliding towards the old hag. Ancient servants cannot stay in the starry sky for long. But today, with Bai Xiaochun's increased cultivation, they can still do so for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. At the same time, after being shouted at by Bai Xiaochun, the little spirit was startled and immediately controlled the hand of the Lord. With a loud explosion, the Lord's gigantic hand slowly extended from within the fan, directly striking towards the old hag. This was the most powerful counterattack since Bai Xiaochun began being haunted. At this moment, the giant paper hag roared in anger. In an instant, the lamp in her hand suddenly erupted into a sea of flames. This sea of fire was black, and in an instant it burned in all directions. The formidable time-space created by Bai Xiaochun was unstable under this sea of fire. This wasn't because Bai Xiaochun's divine abilities weren't strong, but because the old hag's cultivation was very high. Even so, the time-space formed by the killing intent still held out for a few breaths, allowing several beams of ancient light to directly strike the old hag. Although it was as if they were in a different space, directly passing through, the existence of the time-space ultimately inflicted damage on her. With a mournful sound, as the ancient servant merged into the Lord's arm, the arm roared and instantly lunged at the old hag. The lamp in the old hag's hand emitted black flames, finally completely burning away the time-space formed by the killing intent. After being completely consumed by fire, amidst a deafening explosion, the old demoness suddenly broke free from her confinement, instantly letting out a furious roar. Finally, with one hand, she performed a hand gesture, controlling the black sea of flames surrounding her, suddenly forming a massive black lamp that hurtled straight towards the Lord's hand. The two sides clashed in an instant. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion reverberated in all directions. The ancient servant spat out fresh blood, directly thrown from the Lord's arm, and flung back onto the fan. Although the Lord's arm was unharmed, he lacked the necessary momentum. Even with his immense strength, he was still somewhat disoriented and, amidst the explosion, retreated backward along with the ancient servant back onto the fan. Similarly, the old hag couldn't withstand it either. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked utterly disheveled. Her body even became slightly indistinct. But in her eyes, a look of madness appeared, and amidst her incessant screams, more black flames erupted from within her body. Gradually, a sea of fire formed all around them, continuously expanding. Bai Xiaochun, terrified, quickly used the little spirit to control the fin and flee as fast as an arrow. Behind the fan, a raging sea of fire surged, like a relentless pursuit, spreading uncontrollably. The old demoness shrieked, chasing even more fiercely from behind. From a distance, this circle of fire intensified, growing larger and larger until finally, where the old demoness remained, the sea of fire directly erupted. Vaguely, it seemed to form the figure of a woman. This woman had an exquisite appearance, dressed in beautiful and precious clothes. her phoenix eyes filled with majesty. However, a black flame nail was firmly embedded in her forehead, making her whole demeanor appear not graceful, but ferocious and filled with overwhelming malevolence. Immortal Empress. Upon seeing this figure, the little spirit cried out in astonishment. There was no time to ask the little spirit what an immortal empress was. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. He could tell that the old demoness was absolutely extraordinary. Previously, after that layer of skin was destroyed, a terrifying sea of black flames erupted. Wherever this sea of flames passed, there was clearly no high temperature radiating outwards, but within Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, even the starry sky seemed to be almost burned to ashes. This made Bai Xiaochun's heart almost jump out of his chest. At this moment, he desperately controlled the treasure fan, shooting like an arrow into the distance. Fortunately, the old hag seemed very unwell at that moment and ultimately did not pursue Bai Xiaochun. This gave Bai Xiaochun enough time to escape quickly. This escape lasted 3 months, and Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to stop for a single moment. Every time he recalled the previous scene, he frowned and looked very troubled. Meanwhile, the little spirit there grew up silently during these 3 months. When it turned around, its expression revealed complexity and also sorrow. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun finally couldn't help but ask, "Little C, what are you talking about the immortal empress? Don't use your language to insult the immortal empress." The little spirit uncharacteristically glared directly at Bai Xiaochun and shouted. Bai Xiaochun deliberately glared back, but seeing the little spirit's red eyes and sorrowful expression, he snorted and stopped glaring at it. The immortal empress, she's the master's companion. After a long pause, the little spirit gazed at the starry sky behind him, whispering softly, "I've never seen the immortal empress. My master usually stares at her portrait alone, lost in thought, his expression filled with anguish, remembrance, and memories. Gradually, I also memorized the immortal empress's appearance from that portrait." The woman before was the immortal empress. The little spirit's voice grew softer and softer, but his gaze remained fixed on the distance. It seemed he could see the immortal empress in the black flames, a nail driven into her forehead. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He knew the master the little spirit was referring to wasn't himself, but the lord of the immortal realm. Considering the old hag's background, which was so immense, Bai Xiaochun understood the reason for her formidable power. The lord's companion was ruthlessly hunted down and killed. Time and again, the lord was unable to bring her back to life. Who is responsible for this? Bai Xiaochun fell silent. He had been traveling through the starry sky for a long time. Wherever he went, he saw only scattered ruins. He saw no sign of any living beings. It seemed that the entire starry sky was the only place where life existed except for the eternal immortal realm. Every other area was a desolate wasteland of death. This reminded Bai Xiaochun of the owner of the treasure fan, who, when the lord of the immortal realm passed it on to him, spoke of the great catastrophe of the starry sky. Remembering the great catastrophe of the starry sky, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but picture the colossal lord outside the eternal immortal realm, who was not dead, but merely sleeping. Incredibly ferocious. This fragment of the starry sky conceals an enormous secret. This secret, perhaps I already know part of the answer. Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the treasure fan, gazing at the starry sky. He didn't know if the evil emperor and the holy emperor knew this secret, but combining all the clues he had a rough outline in his mind. There was a peerless expert who annihilated all the races and all life within the starry sky. This expert might be the giant from outside the eternal immortal realm. And this expert ultimately fought a battle in the eternal immortal realm, and the 3 lords, Kui, Saint, and Evil, paid the price of sacrificing themselves to seal him away. Years passed, until today, but there are still many unanswered questions. For example, why did that peerless expert massacre everyone? And why did he ultimately choose the eternal immortal realm? For example, why, despite his immense power, was he still sealed away by the 3 lords? One must know that if he were truly powerful, he could destroy the entire starry sky and could slay the lords of every race. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been sealed by the 3 lords. But Bai Xiaochun had no answers to these questions. In silence, he gazed at the starry sky. As time passed, he simultaneously practiced the method of concocting the 28 colored flames. At the same time, he tried to sense the desolation of this part of the starry sky. As for the old hag there, perhaps because of the previous battle, she was tricked by Bai Xiaochun, her paper body destroyed, and thus fell into some kind of chaos, ultimately not reappearing. This also made Bai Xiaochun breathe a sigh of relief. Gradually, a cycle of 60 years passed. During this time, Bai Xiaochun occasionally returned to the eternal immortal realm, spending time with Dapo and Zizi and his family. He also assisted the 9 Nether King and the Spirit Forest King, as well as the eastern and northern demigods, in their ascent to heavenly venerate status. This brought the number of heavenly venerates in the Kui dynasty to 8. Under this peak state, the Kui dynasty's strength in the eternal immortal realm increased dramatically. Although it didn't possess the largest immortal realm, in the eyes of many, it had formed a complete tripartite balance of power alongside the Holy Emperor dynasty and the Evil Emperor dynasty, having been established for many years. The only flaw was that, except for Gongsunwaner, all the others were only early-stage heavenly venerates. Once any of them reached the late stage, they could become the strongest nation at the heavenly venerate level. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun flew through this starry sky, without drastically changing the trajectory of the treasure fan, allowing it to continue moving forward along its original path. During these 65 months, Bai Xiaochun saw ruins everywhere, piece by piece, covered in dust. In this lifeless starry sky, he felt like an observer entering time, witnessing the profound silence after destruction. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun gained a deeper understanding of the starry sky and the world that once existed within it. During these 65 months, the little spirit also told Bai Xiaochun everything it knew about the past. Besides gaining knowledge, Bai Xiaochun also refined the 28 colored flames. His cultivation had reached the peak of the great perfection heavenly venerate realm, just a thin veil away from the primordial era. But this thin membrane is like a chasm, unless by some stroke of luck, Bai Xiaochun has no way of crossing it. Despite this, Bai Xiaochun's combat power increased significantly. His control over the treasure fan was also different from before. He could now summon both of his ancient servants. Although the time spent outside the treasure fan was still short, it lasted for 2 incense sticks. As for the ancient light, it was no longer 15, but had reached over 50. It could be said that at this moment, Bai Xiaochun was not yet an ancient being, but he was even more than an ancient being. However, Bai Xiaochun could not be satisfied with his current state. As long as he was not an ancient being, he had no way to revive the heavenly venerables under his command, no ancient divine abilities, and no way to control the heavenly venerables of the Kui dynasty. It was like water without a source. Once a great storm arose, it could collapse overnight. Ancient combat power was the backbone of a dynasty, and revived divine abilities were the qualifications and foundation that ensured the long-term prosperity of a dynasty. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun was impatient, but no matter how he tried, he could never cross this chasm. Gradually, he could only sigh. Refining multicolored flames was closely related to cultivation. Just like now, when Bai Xiaochun was trying to refine the 29 colored flames, he needed sufficient primordial cultivation to sustain his refining process. In silence, Bai Xiaochun slowly abandoned his attempts. He relaxed his mind, allowing himself to be in a state of ethereal tranquility, immersed in observing the starry sky. Until one day, as Bai Xiaochun gazed at the starry sky, his eyes suddenly widened and his body even stood up. The little spirit also blinked from afar and appeared beside him. At the same time, when it looked back, the little spirit whispered softly, "I see them again. This is the 9th time I've seen them in the distant starry sky." At this moment, countless points of light appeared. These points of light were suddenly individual eternal life lamps made of glass. They seemed to emit eternal light surrounding each coffin. Looking around, there were countless coffins, probably hundreds of thousands. They crossed the Milky Way, flying through the starry sky like a rain of coffins. The fan stopped. Bai Xiaochun stood nearby, astonished at the vast and sorrowful scene around him, watching these countless coffins float past him. He even saw inside many of the coffins perfectly preserved bodies of men and women. But even with such good preservation, they couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Many already showed signs of decay. This rain of coffins lasted a long time. Until the last coffin disappeared into the distance, Bai Xiaochun remained silent. He knew that this was obviously the moment when the races within the starry sky were massacred, and that one of these races, before their demise, chose to leave behind their last trace within this starry sky. Having ventured into the starry sky for several years, traveling and searching for souls, Bai Xiaochun had gained a deeper understanding of it, and his knowledge of its past history had gradually become clearer. But even so, despite having seen countless ruins, he had never witnessed a million coffins drifting by like this moment. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun finally turned his gaze back to the starry sky. Sitting atop the treasure fan, Bai Xiaochun silently gazed at the void. He was now certain that this part of the starry sky was like a desolate wasteland. Except for the eternal immortal realm, no other life existed. The only things that exist are these souls, and the spirit beings like Little C. Bai Xiaochun sighed softly, tilting his head to look at the little spirit beside him, whose spirits were low. He suddenly felt that the other party was truly pitiful. He had only been watching for a few years, and his own spirits were already low. Meanwhile, the other party has been flying alone in this vast expansive space for countless years. It's no wonder that his personality was so erratic upon first contact. In the silence, time slowly passed. Year after traversing countless ruins, on this day, the fan, following its own trajectory, moved forward. Its speed suddenly slowed. This wasn't something Bai Xiaochun was manipulating. It seemed they were approaching the end. In this slow pace, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, focusing his gaze on the distance. The little spirit beside him breathed heavily, its eyes revealing a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. It was an astonishing expanse of ruins, infinitely larger than any ruins Bai Xiaochun had ever encountered before. As far as the eye could see, the end was invisible. Even his divine consciousness couldn't encompass the entire area, a vast expanse of ruins. There were shattered buildings, piles of rubble, and even countless fragments of magical artifacts. Occasionally, in the void, one could see a few withered trees that looked as if they would shatter into pieces with a single blow. And in this vast area, there existed a faint ripple of energy. After sensing these ripples, Bai Xiaochun's aura instantly focused. A strange light shone in his eyes. Immortal energy. Bai Xiaochun slowly stood up. Previously, he had made some judgments about the trajectory of the treasure fan. Now, after sensing the immortal energy here, a bold conjecture in his mind might actually be true. Could it be the place of the treasure fan's owner, the place of that lord, the immortal realm? Within this starry sky, there was once the most prosperous and peak race. And it's also where the treasure fan was created. Bai Xiaochun immediately turned to look at the little spirit. After noticing the strange yet familiar gaze of the little spirit, he became even more certain of his judgment. The ruins here were enormous, surpassing all the places he had encountered. Looking carefully, he could even see that the continent was shattered into countless pieces. The ruins were endless, boundless. From the scale of these ruins, one could roughly guess how vast the former immortal realm was. At this moment, a picture gradually appeared in Bai Xiaochun's mind. A colossal continent, more than 100 times the size of the eternal immortal realm. And surrounding this enormous continent, it was highly likely that hundreds of thousands of enormous spheres floated in the air. Bai Xiaochun didn't know what they were, nor had he ever seen them before. But within these ruins, countless shattered spheres had formed arc-shaped remnants, enough to prove the existence of spheres. Home. As the little spirit whispered softly, Bai Xiaochun's mind was also shaken. He casually placed the fan within the ruins and slowly moved forward. The speed of his forward movement didn't seem fast, but in reality, that was only relative. His true speed could rival that of a heavenly venerate at their highest speed. Even so, the fan in the ruins flew for several years. During those years, all Bai Xiaochun saw were fragments. At the same time, while paying attention, Bai Xiaochun encountered at least several hundred small areas emitting waves of energy that even he found terrifying. But when he carefully examined it, he found nothing. It wasn't until Bai Xiaochun used his primordial time to search that he discovered the answer. It was the aura of a powerful being from the past, lingering through the ages. And this aura, according to Bai Xiaochun, was at least from the primordial era. From this clue, Bai Xiaochun understood a little more about the past of the immortal realm, and was also terrified by its glorious and prosperous era. He couldn't imagine what kind of force and catastrophe could have caused this vast immortal realm to completely perish and shatter to such an extent. The continent shattered, hundreds of thousands of spheres were destroyed, all the primordial beings perished, and the immortal empress died tragically. Even the immortal Venerable Lord could only create a fan, allowing it to carry a projected clone away. He himself probably died in battle here. Bai Xiaochun whispered. Several months later, the treasure fin suddenly arrived at an area, and finally, after its previous slow speed, gradually came to a stop. It seemed to have reached its destination. As the treasure fin stopped, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked around. But when his gaze swept across the ruins, he was involuntarily drawn to a colossal object resembling the ruins themselves. Even carefully sensing it, Bai Xiaochun could discern that the trajectory of the treasure fin seemed to be that of this gigantic monster. Or rather, it was this gigantic monster summoning the treasure fan. The reason the treasure fan came to this place was precisely because of that thing. It was a lifeless sphere, approximately 10,000 feet in size. Earth-shattering. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath. When the little spirit saw this object, its whole body trembled, its lips quivered, but it couldn't speak. Only the sorrow in its eyes, in that instant, was particularly intense. Bai Xiaochun looked at this enormous sphere, vaguely understanding an answer in his heart, but unable to believe it. He hurriedly controlled the treasure fan, approaching the spherical object. When he circled halfway around and stood before the sphere, Bai Xiaochun's mind exploded. The little spirit even let out a cry. Master! Immortal Lord! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in astonishment. This wasn't a sphere at all. This was suddenly an enormous head. And the facial features of this head were identical to the immortal Lord Bai Xiaochun had seen inside the 100-level barrier of the treasure fan. Exactly the same. This head floated in the rubble, its 7 orifices dripping with dark, fresh blood. Yet, even in death, its eyes remained open. Even today, after countless eons, the head's eyes still held an intense, unyielding resentment. Bai Xiaochun saw it at a glance, and his mind reeled, as if hearing furious roars that shook his spirit and even his soul. Although Bai Xiaochun had suspected this before, seeing the summoned treasure fan, created by the very Lord himself, left him utterly unsettled. Especially since this head possessed such profound resentment, even affecting the surrounding void, causing it to warp and contort, creating an incredibly violent and oppressive aura. If Bai Xiaochun's body hadn't been so strong, and if he hadn't been sitting on the treasure fan, he probably wouldn't have been able to get close to this place at all. Even so, Bai Xiaochun needed a long time to adapt, panting heavily as he slowly recovered. Looking up at the head, Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands and bowed deeply. He knew the origin and trajectory of the treasure fan, and he thanked the immortal Lord who created it. After bowing, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He gazed at the head for a long time. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp, his consciousness quickly spreading out, attempting to reach the head. Although difficult, with the help of the treasure fan, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness and the head gradually collided. In the instant his consciousness swept over it, Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled violently. The Tao seed within his body trembled violently, as if radiating an intense, extreme yearning. Bai Xiaochun's breath stopped, his eyes wide open. He vaguely sensed a force within the head of this young master. This force was indescribable. It wasn't immortal energy, nor cultivation, but a vague, ethereal power. At the same time, just like before, after Bai Xiaochun became a heavenly venerate, the whisper of the eternal mother echoed in his ears. That's destiny, the little spirit whispered. I know why the fan came here. It wasn't because the master summoned it. Summoning it is the last trace of destiny in the entire immortal realm, and it's within the master's head. Bai Xiaochun, you are the master's successor. You have the right to integrate the last trace of destiny from the previous immortal realm. Once you integrate it into your body, you will break through to the primordial realm as easily as turning your hand. Bai Xiaochun looked at the Lord's head. The little spirit's words echoed in his ears. He felt a strange power within the Lord's head. It was the last trace of immortal destiny mentioned by the little spirit. It was this very trace of destiny that had drawn the treasure fan here. After all, the treasure fan was created here. This was its birthplace. Similarly, as the Tao seed within Bai Xiaochun's body radiated a yearning, he knew very well that the little spirit's words were true. If he could absorb this last trace of immortal destiny, then breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm and entering the primordial era would be almost inevitable. There would be absolutely no surprises. This kind of opportunity, this kind of chance, was enough to drive all heavenly venerates crazy. It was truly an extremely rare kind of creation. In the current starry sky, it is likely that, apart from the eternal immortal realm, only this once powerful immortal realm has the potential to retain a glimmer of undiminished destiny amidst this great catastrophe. If it were an outsider, it might require even more effort, and they might not even be able to extract this destiny. They would also have to consider how to gain its approval and thus merge with it. But for Bai Xiaochun, the latter was not something he needed to consider. He had become the master of the treasure fan, obtained the approval of the Lord's clone projection, and had reached a certain level, establishing a causal connection with the immortal realm existing in the netherworld. This connection, seemingly vague and elusive, was enough to make this wisp of destiny choose to approve. Now, the final difficulty before Bai Xiaochun was how to extract this last wisp of immortal destiny from the Lord's head. After analyzing all of this in his mind, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his slow breathing became rapid, and his eyes shone brightly. In truth, he had been at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm for quite some time, yet he had been unable to break through. Now, with this fortuitous opportunity, Bai Xiaochun's heart was instantly filled with renewed enthusiasm. But Bai Xiaochun handled things calmly, not acting rashly. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings, circling around several times. After confirming there was no danger, he sent two ancient servants out to investigate. Only then did Bai Xiaochun step out, slowly approaching the head of this lord. The closer he got, the more intense the pressure became. Bai Xiaochun couldn't get completely close. Finally, he stopped about 10 meters away. At that distance, the lord's enormous size was so great that even if Bai Xiaochun looked up, his eyes could hardly see its end. What appeared before him was only a gray skin covered in wrinkles, like a huge, wrinkled arm, suppressing the unsettling feeling brought about by the pressure. And under the little spirit's nervousness, Bai Xiaochun's right hand formed a hand seal, remotely pressing towards the lord's head. His cultivation was still dissipating, attempting to extract destiny from within. But no matter how powerful Bai Xiaochun's cultivation became, the fate within the lord's head showed no reaction whatsoever. It seemed to be completely unaware of Bai Xiaochun's existence. Even though Bai Xiaochun tried many divine abilities and techniques, even biting his tongue to use his blood to refine them, this fate remained completely unresponsive. In the end, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in anxiety. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly lunged forward, employing his killing intent to neutralize the oppressive power of this lord's head. He even released his own immortal Lord Fist aura and transmitted a message to the little spirit, causing the light of the fan to flicker and intensify, shining upon Bai Xiaochun's body. Under these circumstances, Bai Xiaochun slowly and painstakingly advanced step by step, moving within 10 meters, then 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Finally, he broke through 1 meter, almost half a meter. The moment he could reach it with his hand, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his face turning purple. This was his limit. His right hand trembled as he raised it, placing it on the lord's scalp. Just as their hands made contact, a violent explosion occurred within Bai Xiaochun's mind. This direct contact caused the pressure on the head to instantly become a mountain, threatening to crush him. If this crushing pressure could extract his destiny, it would be fine. But time and again, even though Bai Xiaochun touched the lord's head, the destiny within showed no reaction whatsoever. This caused Bai Xiaochun, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, to stagger backward repeatedly. He finally returned to the treasure fan, gasping for breath, gazing at the lord's head, sensing the fate within, but unable to extract it. "I can't pull it out." Bai Xiaochun was anxious, and the little spirit beside him was also stunned, unable to resolve the situation. Everything depended on Bai Xiaochun's own will. Another half-month passed. During this half-month, Bai Xiaochun tried almost every method, but each time ended in failure, blood gushing out, forcing him to return to rest and recover. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of despair. He sat on the treasure fan, staring blankly at the lord's head. He had even tried using the treasure fan to suck it onto its surface, but to no avail. It seems this fate fundamentally cannot be extracted using ordinary means. As for destroying this head, leaving aside whether Bai Xiaochun can do it or not, and even if he could, whether this fate would truly dissipate afterward, the crucial point is that Bai Xiaochun cannot repay kindness with resentment. This immortal lord is, after all, almost half his master. Moreover, even the little spirit would absolutely not agree to such a disrespectful method. Bai Xiaochun frowned, pondering for a long time. Another 5 days passed, and suddenly Bai Xiaochun frowned, his eyes flashing. He thought of a method. If there is no way to extract it, perhaps it's because the method is wrong. On the other hand, it could also be because my qualifications are not yet sufficient. If my qualifications are sufficient, I fear that with a wave of my hand, this destiny will fly in and merge with me on its own. So currently presented before me, there might still be one way. That is, to deceive this wisp of destiny, making it believe that I am the supreme immortal lord of yesteryear. A strange light flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. This idea was audacious, but the more it arose, the more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, and the more he felt that doing so might have a slight chance of becoming a reality. As for how to deceive fate, I can use my Netherworld future scripture to connect my fate with that of the fallen immortal lord. If that's not enough, I can also try using the reincarnation past scripture to see if, under this fate-linked state, I can integrate into the memories of this fallen lord and still maintain my mind intact. In his memories, I will experience his entire life. I am him and he is me. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time. Then his body flashed, and he rushed straight to the head of the Lord. With all his might, he slowly reached the center of the head's forehead. His right hand slowly rose, suppressing the pressure, and directly placed it on the Lord's forehead. As soon as he pressed down, in an instant, Bai Xiaochun's eyes revealed a strange light. His left hand formed a hand seal, and the Netherworld future scripture instantly erupted. Threads of red transformed. In Bai Xiaochun's left hand, a red Netherworld flower directly formed. With a wave of Bai Xiaochun's hand, this Netherworld flower merged into the Lord's head. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred in Bai Xiaochun's mind. A profound sense of desolation directly erupted from his body. Aside from that, there was also a heart-wrenching, agonizing scream that terrified Bai Xiaochun. At this very moment, it came from his mouth. My head, my head. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, almost going insane. In the instant this fate linked them, he felt as if his head had been severed by himself. This intense pain, this feeling of death, was incredibly real. Fortunately, although this feeling lingered, Bai Xiaochun had prepared himself beforehand, allowing him to barely maintain his sanity and feel invigorated and motivated. In this instant, a trace of destiny within the Lord's head finally became much more vivid. Although it still didn't approach Bai Xiaochun, it was vastly different from before. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. It worked. Let's try again. See if I can integrate the memories. Bai Xiaochun raised his left hand again. This time, he was using the past reincarnation scripture. As he placed both his left and right hands on the Lord's forehead, Bai Xiaochun's body froze. In an instant, his eyes became hazy. In that split second, his mind felt detached, as if his soul had left his body and appeared in a world filled with mist. This world was too vast. Bai Xiaochun's whole body felt strangely agile, forgetting time, forgetting everything, until he suddenly felt someone pushing him. Zichen, wake up! This push, to Bai Xiaochun's perception, was like being startled awake from a deep sleep. As he opened his eyes, his soul seemed to have lost all the memories that should have existed. He even forgot who he was. The only feeling I have is cold. The sky was hazy, and white snowflakes, like goose feathers, fell from the heavens, not only obscuring the world before him, making it indistinct, but also covering the ground. Even the distant mountains turned white. Needless to say, the patch of dry forest where Bai Xiaochun stood was even more desolate. Here, the trees were crushed under the snow, many broken and broken. As for the trees that remained standing, they seemed like dry black specks of color against this white world. Zichen, don't fall asleep. Wake up! Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with confusion. He felt as if he were in a dream, a hazy dream, clearly remembering everything. Yet after waking up, he couldn't recall anything. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. It seemed the weather was too cold, not only freezing his body but also obscuring his memory. Only then, after his body was repeatedly pushed downwards, a small, frozen face turned pale. Its eyes filled with worrying and appeared before him. It was a young boy, seemingly only 13 or 14 years old, very thin. He appeared to have wounds on his body. His clothes were stained with dried blood. His body was also very weak, but his eyes were enough to make anyone who saw him for the first time unforgettable. They were eyes like stars. Deep within them lay a stubbornness and cruelty that was incongruous with his age. Only when he looked at Bai Xiaochun did the cruelty in the boy's eyes disappear, replaced by affection and warmth. "Brother," Bai Xiaochun parted his lips, uttering a weak sound. The owner of this small face, in his memory at this moment, was the only person he had an impression of. He remembered very clearly the other party was his older brother, his biological brother, born of the same parents. After saying that, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The biting wind all around seemed unbearable for Bai Xiaochun. In this desolate wilderness, Bai Xiaochun felt an indescribable desolation. It was clearly winter. Clearly snowflakes were falling, but besides the snowflakes, there were also many insects flying in the sky. Carefully observing these insects, they were white locusts. They flew swiftly through the snow and wind. It seemed that their very existence caused this land to suffer from crop failure year after year. In the distance, several refugees huddled together. Each one was as thin as a stick, their eyes vacant, like the dead surviving even though they were freezing. No one bothered to think of a way to light a fire. Perhaps it wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they didn't dare. In the snowstorm, locusts flew overhead, their eyes radiating a coldness. When Bai Xiaochun saw them, his heart trembled. He vaguely understood that these locusts had a special constitution. Even the harsh winter couldn't kill them. And once there was fire, it would immediately attract the locusts. Without food in winter, they might be their food. These thoughts flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind. It seemed that thinking too much at once, Bai Xiaochun's body gradually weakened. He struggled to raise his hand, his arm looking like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Bai Xiaochun's eyes slowly lost the strength to open any further. Seeing Bai Xiaochun awaken, the young man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but very quickly, he noticed Bai Xiaochun's weakness and his eyelids drooping. The young man immediately became anxious and nudged Bai Xiaochun several times. Seeing his younger brother seemingly unable to hold on much longer, the young man's heart ached. He breathed heavily with worrying. He knew his brother was hungry. At this moment, the only thing that could give him strength was food. "Little Chen, hold on a little longer. Big brother will help you find food. Wait for me. I'll be back immediately." This 13 or 14-year-old boy was clearly worried, his eyes filled with determination. As he turned, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, like a lone wolf, and he charged straight towards the distant forest. His body was frail. At this moment, seemingly due to the danger posed by Bai Xiaochun, he displayed an astonishing resilience. In this freezing winter weather, disregarding his wounds and weakness, he quickly ran away, gradually disappearing from Bai Xiaochun's sight. "Brother," Bai Xiaochun whispered, but his voice didn't carry. He knew his brother was going to find food for him. Memories from the past flooded his mind at this moment. He vaguely remembered white locusts appearing in the sky. Then came successive crop failures, followed by a spreading plague. Most of the villagers died of starvation and disease, including their parents. If it weren't for his brother's strength leading him, weak and sickly, he would have died too. It was his brother who took care of him along the way, even snatching food from the adults. From the initial beatings to the subsequent changes in his older brother's eyes, which gradually turned into a fierce and ruthless expression, even adults were afraid of him. Every time there was food, his older brother would leave most of it for him. Even when his brother was starving and swallowing hard, he would pretend not to be hungry, often saying, "I'm your older brother." That's how he managed to survive until now. In fact, at this moment in Bai Xiaochun's memory, he was Zhou Chen, and his older brother was Zhou Fan. If it weren't for the burden of his own life, with his brother's ruthlessness, things would definitely be much better in this chaotic world. But even with his brother's care, a weak and sickly person like him, when he came to this place, couldn't bear it anymore. "Without me, my brother would definitely be able to survive better," Bai Xiaochun murmured. Finally, his eyes closed. As the snowflakes fell, his life force slowly dimmed, and just as it was about to be extinguished, the snowstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, instantly swept away by a powerful force. Everything dispersed. Even the white grasshoppers in the snowstorm parted, revealing an old man descending from the sky, his face grim, slowly walking past. The moment they saw the old man, all the refugees on the ground trembled and knelt down, wanting to beg for help. But as soon as they opened their mouths, a large number of locusts crawled out. It seemed they didn't even have the strength to scream. These refugees, in their agony, could only await death. The old man, dressed in a Taoist robe, silently descended from the sky, looking at the refugees on the ground who had long been parasitized by the locusts. In his eyes, there was pity and helplessness. With a soft sigh, the old man raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, these refugees writhed in agony. Each one seemed to be freed, their eyes slowly closing. After doing all this, the old man's mood darkened. He intended to leave, but his gaze swept over by Xiaochun. He suddenly let out a soft gasp, his steps halting as he carefully observed him several times. An expression of disbelief flashed in his eyes. How body? The old man's breathing quickened slightly as he instantly descended beside Bai Xiaochun, raising his right hand. Immediately, a gentle light merged into Bai Xiaochun's body, stabilizing his life force, which had been on the verge of extinguishing. After carefully examining him, the joy in his eyes grew even more apparent. Finally, he laughed, cradling the unconscious Bai Xiaochun in his arms, and soared into the air, heading into the distance. About an incense stick's worth of time after the old man left, the thin, frail figure of Zhou Fan emerged from the distant forest, limping back. Behind him, besides footprints, there were drops of fresh blood, a shocking sight. His leg was injured. He also had several wounds on his face, and blood was oozing from his stomach. His whole body looked battered at first glance, but his eyes held excitement and exhilaration. He clutched a steamed bun to his chest. The bun was stained with blood. He had risked his life to obtain it from someone else. "Little Chen, I found food." The young man quickened his pace. But as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. The ground was covered with corpses, causing his breath to catch in his throat. Anxiety flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly ran towards Bai Xiaochun, who had been there earlier. When he arrived, he saw nothing. Only the corpses all around, more than half devoured by locusts, leaving only skeletons, made his heart feel as if it were being violently squeezed. Little Chen, the teenager's voice was filled with sorrow. Losing his only remaining relative was like losing everything. His body trembled as he searched incessantly. Finally, he knelt at the spot where his younger brother had disappeared, looking at the blood-stained steamed bun in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Little Chen, he was overwhelmed with grief, unaware that, following the scent of his blood, a swarm of white locusts was rapidly descending from the sky, instantly engulfing his body. In the starry sky, within the ruins of the immortal realm, beside the head of the Lord, under the close care of the little spirit, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently. After briefly opening his eyes, an unprecedented feeling of weakness caused him to instantly lose all strength, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. He was directly pushed back by the oppressive force of the Lord's head, swept backward. But as soon as Bai Xiaochun's body turned around, in an instant, the destiny within the Lord's head, which had already come alive. Nearly 3/3 of it naturally rushed out of the Lord's head in that instant, heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun. In a flash, nearly 3/3 of this destiny directly merged into Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently. After returning to the fan, under the astonished gaze of the little spirit, Bai Xiaochun took a breath, revealing an extremely excited expression. He was still tired, but he clearly felt that, with nearly 3/3 of this destiny merging into his body, at this moment, his cultivation power seemed to resonate with this immortal realm ruin. Within this resonance, a powerful explosion erupted in his mind. It seemed that at this moment, his cultivation was undergoing some astonishing transformation. Although he couldn't say it specifically, Bai Xiaochun was absolutely certain. If his destiny merged several more times like this, after his cultivation reached its ultimate transformation and completely resonated with the entire immortal realm, his cultivation would undoubtedly break through. "What did you just see?" The little spirit widened its eyes and asked anxiously. "I saw." A strange expression appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Recalling what he had just experienced, he clearly felt that he had transformed into Zhou Chen, seemingly forgetting his identity as Bai Xiaochun, as if he had truly become Zhou Chen. But to be precise, it seemed that every word, every thought, which appeared to be spoken and remembered by him, was being recalled again and again. This was clearly like repeating past events. "Immortal Lord, is that Zhou Chen?" Bai Xiaochun tilted his head and looked at the little spirit. After hearing this name, The little spirit trembled violently, staring at Bai Xiaochun in astonishment, whispering softly, "You actually succeeded." It couldn't help but be shocked and surprised. Although what it had said before was true, and it genuinely hoped Bai Xiaochun could obtain this sliver of destiny, it also understood that obtaining destiny was far more difficult than it had claimed. At the same time, it had witnessed Bai Xiaochun's final actions. It was still hesitant about whether it could succeed or not, but it never thought that Bai Xiaochun would actually succeed. "I saw the immortal lord as a child." Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his mouth. He closed his eyes, carefully recalling everything he had seen. Gradually, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Bai Xiaochun realized he was still being affected. Finally, when he remembered the Lord's older brother, an uncontrollable feeling of kinship and reluctance to part arose in his heart. If this continues, this feeling will only worsen. But compared to this, obtaining destiny and breaking through cultivation is the key. After comparing, Bai Xiaochun felt that although there were some issues, they weren't insurmountable. So, after resting and regrouping, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes, and he instantly rushed towards the Lord's head. This time, familiarity made it easier, especially since nearly 3/3 of the destiny had merged with him, making it even smoother. He directly reached the head and raised his right hand. After pressing down, the future scripture and the past scripture suddenly began to circulate. A powerful explosion erupted in his mind. In an instant, the previous sensation reappeared, a mixture of vividness, illusion, and vagueness. He didn't know how much time had passed until Bai Xiaochun's body trembled and he opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight shone into his eyes, but it didn't cause him to completely close them. His tall, slender figure, combined with his handsome, cold face, made Bai Xiaochun, standing outside a valley shrouded in black mist, appear full of righteousness. However, the pain in his heart, now that Bai Xiaochun had awakened, was relentlessly piercing his mind. Unlike the young man he was before, Bai Xiaochun, now in the memories of the Lord, was a middle-aged man. Many things had happened during this time, and he didn't know how many years had passed. At this moment, Chuchan wasn't alone outside the mist-shrouded valley. Hundreds of people surrounded him, each a cultivator. Behind them, thousands more seemed to completely seal off the area. Further out, tens of thousands more surrounded him, creating a dense, oppressive atmosphere. Under the gaze of these tens of thousands, everyone's attention was focused on a middle-aged cultivator with black hair standing in front of Chuchen, his back to the misty valley, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clad entirely in black. This man was handsome, yet possessed an aura of malevolence. His purple eyes, cold expression, and overwhelming killing intent were truly terrifying. Even the tens of thousands surrounding him seemed unable to suppress his aura. But he clearly understood that he was severely injured. His chest caved in, especially his right leg. It seemed the bone was broken. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, still standing there, his eyes filled with hope not for the tens of thousands of people surrounding him, but for just one person. This person was Bai Xiaochun, or rather, Zhou Chen. "Brother, come back with me. I will be your guarantor. Everything you did wasn't your own choice." Bai Xiaochun spoke with sorrow and bitterness in his heart. Even his voice involuntarily contained a plea. He was in pain, he felt guilty. In his memory, after he awakened, he immediately begged his master to find his brother. But nothing was found. After that, he swore to take revenge. He cultivated frantically, and finally, the locusts that swarmed the 3 layers of heaven in the immortal realm were suppressed and annihilated. After the world was restored, Chuchen breathed a sigh of relief. However, in his heart, he could never forget the image of his older brother. Years later, he not only knew that the immortal realm had 9 heavens, but his dwelling place was only below 3 heavens. And he had vaguely become an outstanding cultivator among the lower 3 heavens. In that dazzling light, his elder brother appeared, bringing with him a swarm of black locusts even more terrifying than before, engulfing all 3 lower heavens. Anyone devoured by the locusts would become part of his brother's cultivation. This terrifying evil magic ultimately caused panic among the cultivators of the lower 3 heavens. Thus, a long and arduous siege ensued during this difficult and dangerous time. It seems to be coming to an end. Even if I have to give up the possibility of ascending to the middle 3 heavens, I must protect my brother. Come with me. As Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, a complex expression appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black. After a long pause, he shook his head. "Zichen, from now on, we are no longer acquainted." Having said that, the black-robed cultivator's eyes turned icy cold. He coldly glanced at all the cultivators around him, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Turning around, he walked step by step towards the black misty valley behind him. Tens of thousands of people surrounded him, but no one tried to stop him. It seemed that, in their eyes, entering this valley meant death and annihilation. As if confirming everyone's judgment, after the young man in black entered the misty valley, under the corrosive mist, he trembled, his body rapidly decaying. In some places, even white bones gradually became visible. And amidst this decay, a large number of black locusts emitted mournful, heart-wrenching cries, continuously flying out from his body. But they didn't fly far and were immediately erased by this mist. Outside, everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. Only Bai Xiaochun, in that instant, felt extreme pain in his heart. Seeing his brother being devoured away, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stepped forward and shouted towards the misty valley, "Brother, why is this happening? Brother, tell me why," as his voice, filled with intense emotion, echoed into the valley. The black-robed cultivator, struggling forward, paused briefly. His lips parted as if to say something, but ultimately no words came out. He lowered his head. Under this erosion, his face was now bone-shattering. His entire body was incredibly ferocious. Only his eyes, at this moment, seemed to contain a raging fire, carrying a relentless determination as he went deeper into the misty valley step by step, continuing onward. Vaguely, seemingly visible, at the far end of this black misty valley, a gigantic monster appeared. Vaguely, it resembled a warship. The image of the warship within the black mist that Bai Xiaochun had vaguely seen vanished. After it disappeared, Bai Xiaochun regained his composure. He was once again pushed away from the Lord's head by its oppressive aura. However, this time, Bai Xiaochun was clearly much more composed. He also clearly noticed that more than 2/3 of the Lord's destiny emanated from within its head, merging into his body as he retreated. This time, the little spirit said nothing more. It watched all of this, its eyes shining brightly. After Bai Xiaochun returned to the fan, he rested for several days to recuperate. When he opened his eyes, a look of unwavering determination shone in them. With a slight shake, he was once again close to the Lord's head. As his hand touched it, as his divine abilities and techniques were unleashed, and as the dazed state returned, Bai Xiaochun had become somewhat familiar with all of this. His heart was calm, allowing himself to remain in this daze, gradually losing consciousness. He didn't know how long passed, but he awoke. Or rather, Zhou Chen awoke. The third memory in the Lord's mind seemed to have been separated from the second by a vast expanse of time. Although Zhou Chen appeared to be middle-aged, he was clearly filled with majesty. At this moment, he stood in the starry sky. Beside him, a beautiful woman accompanied him. This woman was stunning, her long hair flowing in the wind. She was his Tao companion, his empress. Behind him, suddenly, a vast army of tens of millions of cultivators, perhaps even more, existed. In front of him, a heavy, ominous figure loomed, enveloped in a thick black mist, completely devoid of any life. Even the tall, imposing man in the black robe standing before this black mist seemed to possess no vitality. A devouring force seemed to emanate from this man in the black robe, sucking away all the light from his surroundings, causing the area around him to constantly distort. His flowing black hair couldn't conceal his icy, emotionless eyes. He was coldly staring at Zhou Chen and the woman beside him, standing at the forefront of the immortal army, like two opposing forces. Upon seeing the woman, a flicker of complexity appeared in the black-robed man's eyes, quickly vanishing. His gaze then fell upon Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, no, perhaps I should call you Dao Chen." Bai Xiaochun fell silent, his heart filled with uncontrollable anger and sorrow. Memories of the past flooded his mind at this moment. Since his elder brother entered the Black Mist Valley, everything seemed to have returned to normal. He chose to ascend, leaving the 3 lower heavens and going to the 3 middle heavens. Relying on his extraordinary talent and hard work, gradually, over the years, in the 3 middle heavens, he achieved the rank of Heavenly Venerate. There, he became a disciple of the previous immortal Venerate, the Lord of Time. From then on, he was given a Taoist title, no longer Zhou Chen, but Dao Chen. It was also at that time that he learned of a senior brother named DEFIED. This was someone who gave him a very similar feeling to his own brother. The two of them had an extremely close brotherly relationship, ascending together from heavenly venerate to primordial. They even fell in love with their junior sister, the daughter of the ancestor of time. Finally, at the time their master, the ancestor of time, perished and merged with the primordial essence of the starry sky, becoming part of the long river of time and space. After several years, Dao Chen ascended, gaining the approval of the immortal realm, becoming a lord, and was bestowed the title of Immortal Venerate. His junior sister also chose him, becoming his immortal empress. However, although Dao Fan's cultivation was clearly slightly higher than Dao Chen's, he repeatedly failed and did not gain the approval of the immortal realm. This matter aroused immense interest among everyone. But just as they were speculating about the cause, the Black Mist Valley where Chufen had entered the three lower heavens years ago suddenly erupted. As the mist swirled, a black-haired Chufen, clad entirely in black robes, stepped out from within. He wasn't alone. Behind him, countless demonic figures materialized from within the black mist. A war, following his appearance, broke out in the immortal realm. And this wasn't even the most shocking event. What truly shook the immortal realm was when Chufen and Dao Fan met, in an instant, their figures merged together. This scene immediately made everyone understand. Dao Fan, the disciple of the Time Ancestor Lord, was actually a clone of Chufen from within the Black Mist Valley of the three lower heavens. One of his clones, he had long since buried outside. Through the fusion of his main body and clone, using some unknown method, he naturally broke through his cultivation and became a lord, despite the disapproval of the immortal realm's will. He disregarded the Chu family, disregarded the bestowed Dao character, and although he retained the mortal character, he added the character rebellious before it. Just like his betrayal, his defiance of fate, from now on, the immortal realm has another rebellious mortal demon lord. A lord not recognized by the world is, to the entire immortal realm, an existence like a heresy. In fact, that's exactly what happened. After ascending to lordship, rebellious mortals' army of demonic shadows waged war against the immortal realm. The scale of its devastation was shocking. Now, a short time after this war broke out, this is the first time the two brothers have met. Gitch fam, you have achieved your wish to become a lord. Why do you need to remain in the immortal realm? Before, in the three lower heavens of the Valley of Annihilation, my only thought was to keep you here, no matter the cost. But now, my only thought is for you to leave the immortal realm, and never return. Dao Chen looked at his unfamiliar older brother, his eyes concealing his anguish. He could never understand why a person could undergo such a tremendous transformation. In the starry sky, Gitch Fam, clad in a black robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hearing Dao Chen's words, and chuckled softly. Dao Chen, you also know that there is a rumor in this starry sky? When there is not a single trace of life left in this universe, all living beings, all worlds, all races will perish, and the starry sky will turn into darkness. And at the very center of this dark void, at this very moment, an eternal flower will bloom. The eternal flower, the only flower in any great realm that can only be born at the moment of its disintegration. If one can devour this flower, they can break through to the Lord realm and become truly eternal. Only this method can one become eternal. Besides that, there is no other way. The voice of Nifan carried a strange power, echoing everywhere. It seemed that at this moment, everyone's minds were greatly shaken. I will go. After I eliminate this immortal realm, I will leave. I will go to the next world clan. Until I extinguish all the lights in this entire starry sky, and the eternal flower will bloom before me. The image ends here. But Bai Xiaochun didn't awaken. Instead, in an instant, he fell into a state of illusory transformation. When he opened his eyes again, the last fragment of memory from the Lord's mind appeared before him. As this fragment of memory surfaced, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. An uncontrollable surge of indescribable rage and overwhelming grief welled up within him. He was in the starry sky, his hair disheveled, his body weakened to the extreme, his injuries severe, his life hanging by a thread. Below him, the immortal realm was crumbling. Countless demonic figures and cultivators were fighting. Clearly, the immortal realm seemed no match for them. Around him, the spheres that had once been there were now shattering, as if about to explode. In his arms, he held the corpse of a woman. That woman was none other than his immortal empress. It's just that her life force has been completely extinguished, leaving her utterly frail and lifeless, yet right in the center of her forehead. A black nail emitting black threads. This nail pierced her head, shattering her life force. Even though Dao Chen was the lord who held the essence of life and death, he still couldn't bring her back to life. His body trembled, tears streamed down his face, and he looked up to the sky and screamed, "Nai Fan!" Dao Chen's eyes turned red, staring at the black-robed figure in front of him. Around this figure, the void twisted and warped, black mist swirling, seemingly constantly emanating from his body. An indescribable evil and icy coldness was twisting this starry sky. Why all of this? Why? San San is my Dao companion, your junior sister, and the only flesh and blood of our master. Why must you be so cruel? Don't talk about the eternal flower. That's just a rumor, even if the rumor were true. Why did you end up like this? Ni Fan, Zhou Fan, brother, tell me, what exactly happened to you? Dao Chen trembled. At the end of his life, even though the flame of his life was about to die out, he still used his last ounce of strength, like a madman, roaring angrily. Facing Dao Chen's furious roar, there was not a single flicker of emotion in Ni Fan's eyes. This calm demeanor was as if he had completely severed all feelings. His gaze towards Dao Chen was like looking at a dead man. But he remained silent. Only when Dao Chen roared angrily again did Ni Fan slowly open his mouth. In my heart, there are two people hindering my path to enlightenment. The first is the woman we both have genuine feelings for. The second is you. This was the first time Ni Fan had indirectly acknowledged the relationship between himself and Dao Chen. His words made Dao Chen tremble, but he understood his older brother. He let out a bitter laugh. I know, so you killed my junior sister first, and then killed me. From now on, your path to enlightenment will no longer be hindered. Ni Fan fell silent. After a long while, seeing Dao Chen weakened and unable to fight back, he slowly nodded. Even without it, it still aligns with my path. Ni Fan whispered softly. Before Dao Chen could speak further, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As he raised his right hand, the void twisted. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire starry sky before him had formed some kind of rule, transforming into an invisible, yet incredibly sharp blade capable of shattering and crushing. It suddenly appeared before him, beneath the head and shoulders of Dao Chen, who was holding the corpse of his Dao companion. Blood spurted out, and the head flew off. The blade possessed immense power. As it swept past, and the head flew off, Dao Chen and his wife, in that instant, shattered into dust. Only the severed head uttered Dao Chen's final words. Master once said, if there truly is an eternal flower, then this flower absorbs all the loneliness and death of the starry sky, and must possess a spirit. Ni Fan, you will surely fail. This voice echoed through the starry sky, lingering for a long time. Ni Fan's expression remained unchanged. He stood there with his eyes closed. At this moment, his aura seemed to intensify. Following the explosion, all the spheres surrounding the immortal realm shattered and exploded. The 9 heavens, the boundless immortal continent, became a wasteland. All life on it was annihilated, becoming part of the demonic shadows. By this time, Ni Fan's aura had become unimaginably powerful. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Turning around, he led the endless army of demonic shadows behind him, beginning his journey of world destruction. It was in this instant that the image vanished. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness returned. His eyes suddenly opened. Before him were the last remnants of destiny in the Lord's head, dissipating in an instant and entering Bai Xiaochun's body. At the same time, the Lord's head seemed to have fulfilled its last wish, slowly turning into dust before Bai Xiaochun, dissipating into the ruins of the immortal realm. It seemed that even to this day, he still wanted to be buried with the immortal realm. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently, watching the dust gently drift away, lost in thought for a long time. Through the memories of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable, Bai Xiaochun had a deeper understanding of past history. And at this moment, he understood even more. The eternal immortal realm was the eternal flower. He also understood the identity of the sealed giant outside this eternal immortal realm. Ni Fan, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. He was able to concentrate many things in his mind, even if there were some shortcomings, but based on deduction and speculation, he could complete it to about 80% or more. Evidently, after Fan killed his younger brother and the woman he truly loved, and after destroying the immortal realm, he led that army of demonic shadows, destroying everything in his path until finally he annihilated all the races within this starry sky, and all the worlds, like him, plunged this starry sky into darkness from then on. Because according to legend, only when an entire starry sky is destroyed, when this starry sky is desolate and dead, will a single eternal flower appear and bloom in the center of this universe. And this eternal flower, according to legend, is the only way for a cultivator to break through to the Lord realm and enter the legendary realm, the realm of eternity. But Fan was just a hair's breadth away from success. He truly darkened this starry sky, truly destroyed everything, leaving the universe desolate. He even successfully confirmed the rumors, witnessing the appearance and blooming of the eternal flower with his own eyes. Outside the eternal immortal realm, Fan was as vast as it was. If he were to raise and lower his hands, merging with the shattered eternal flower, he would undoubtedly become eternal himself. However, this aspect was clearly unexpected. This unexpectedness must be, just as Dao Chen Immortal Venerable said, eternity has a spirit. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. He thought of the rumors circulating in the eternal immortal realm concerning the eternal mother and her 3 children. He recalled the moment he achieved heavenly venerable status, when he heard a motherly whisper from the eternal mother. Thus, the truth could have been revealed when Fan raised both hands, intending to merge with the eternal flower. In an instant, the eternal spirit, who was also the mother of eternity, was unwilling to be merged. Therefore, she split herself, scattering 3 streams of divine consciousness, forming Kui, Sheng, and Zi, the 3 children of eternity. The 3 children of the eternal realm fought a battle against the rebellious mortal. They also had the help of their mother, but ultimately paid a very heavy price. Although the crisis was temporarily resolved, it was only a temporary sealing of the rebellious mortal. So there's still another question. How did everyone in the eternal realm's immortal domain appear? Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, then opened them again after a long while. A conjecture formed in his mind. Therefore, to resolve this crisis, the mother of the eternal realm chose to have her 3 children transformed into statues, then disperse their own divine consciousness, forming worlds within their bodies, creating countless lives. She hoped that many years later, before the rebellious mortal was unsealed, someone would finally enter the eternal realm and resolve this calamity. This is also her only option. Bai Xiaochun didn't know how much truth there was in his final speculation, but at this moment, based on the clues he had, this was probably the most likely possibility he could think of. In silence, Bai Xiaochun sighed softly. He looked towards the ruins of the immortal realm, towards the head of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable that had fallen and turned into dust. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, then returned to the treasure fan. The little spirit wanted to speak but hesitated. In silence, it stared blankly at the head of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable turning into dust, its eyes revealing sorrow. You want to know the memories related to Dao Chen Immortal Venerable? I will tell you. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the little spirit and said softly, No need. These things are in the past. The little spirit shook its head, saying nothing more. Bai Xiaochun looked at the little spirit, and after a long while nodded. He sat down cross-legged, feeling the last trace of destiny in the entire immortal realm flowing through his body. He took a deep breath, then circulated his cultivation, beginning to attempt to break through to the primordial realm. The primordial realm, in the current starry sky where there are no lords, is the ultimate realm that cultivators can reach. The difficulty is immense. In the entire eternal immortal realm, there are currently only 2 such realms. This is the realm that all heavenly venerables ardently dream of, yet they have been unable to achieve it. Bai Xiaochun didn't understand before, but today he understands clearly. To become a primordial realm cultivator, one not only needs to be strong enough oneself, but also needs to gain the world's approval. Without this kind of approval, it's fundamentally impossible to successfully ascend. The reason there isn't a 3rd ancient being in the eternal immortal realm is something Bai Xiaochun can now vaguely guess the answer to. The eternal mother is too weak. The so-called approval should involve giving up a portion of her power, which is her destiny. Obviously, the eternal mother is now too weak, her life force depleted. Unable to withstand three ancient beings, perhaps not three, but two, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and as he murmured softly, his cultivation circulated within him, merging with the last remaining trace of destiny of the entire immortal realm. Symptoms of an impending breakthrough gradually appeared. After all, this is the immortal realm, once the strongest race and the greatest force in the entire galaxy. Even though today it has long since crumbled into ruins, leaving only a glimmer of destiny, this glimmer is enough for a person to achieve the primordial realm. A heavenly venerate ascending to the primordial realm is, in fact, the sublimation of the Tao seed within their body, the meridians permeating every part of their being, finally blossoming into a flower of Tao thought. At this moment, the Tao seed disappears. The venerable ascends to the primordial realm, their body overflowing with countless Tao thoughts. Each thought can transform into divine abilities and techniques. Although not immortal or indestructible, and certainly not eternal life, to a certain extent, this is considered transcendence, like a god. Just a glance from the evil emperor can make ordinary heavenly venerates tremble. A saint emperor merely radiates pressure, causing the heavens and earth to change color. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun's astonishing physique, combined with his cultivation, he could unleash a combat power surpassing all heavenly venerates. Previously, he was intimidated by the terrifying power of the primordial light. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make the primordial being wary. Although the primordial being could cause the heavenly venerables under its command to die and be resurrected, it was also related to its Tao concept. It involved condensing a trace of its own Tao concept onto the heavenly venerable's Tao seed, leaving behind an indelible mark. Even if the heavenly venerable died, the primordial being could, to a certain extent, rely on its own Tao concept, borrowing the power of its own Tao seed to regenerate without being controlled by the heavenly venerable, and once again condense its body and soul. This was the primordial being's innate ability, and also a root of its imperial dynasty's power. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was sitting cross-legged here. The Tao seed in his body emitted a dazzling radiance. His meridians, which had enveloped his entire body years ago, spread to all areas, but had never been able to condense into a Tao flower. Until now, with the integration of this last glimmer of destiny, it was like a drop of rainwater falling into a pan of oil, instantly causing a surge of power. A series of explosions resounded in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Simultaneously, the Tao seed spreading throughout his meridians in this instant seemed to be slowly illuminated, gradually brightening. Finally, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged. His body appeared to be covered in a layer of luminous meridian light. The aura of his breakthrough surged within him. Even the foresight surrounding this immortal realm ruin trembled in an instant. Countless dust particles, which had been motionless and floating, were now drawn towards Bai Xiaochun by the tremor. Before long, countless ruins had been drawn to him from all directions. As the dust particles approached, they seemed to be guided, naturally and slowly rotating around Bai Xiaochun. As the movement intensified, and the signs of breakthrough on Bai Xiaochun's body grew stronger, the starry sky trembled, and the 8 directions shook. More and more ruins continuously surged from all sides, forming an increasingly large vortex. In the end, viewed from afar, the vortex's range was about 100,000 zhang, its momentum immense, earth-shattering. As it spun and exploded, the sound echoed throughout the starry sky. At the center of this vortex, Bai Xiaochun, perched on the treasure fan, was now radiating a dazzling light. Beside him, the little spirit knew this moment was crucial to Bai Xiaochun and dared not delay, spreading out its divine consciousness to protect him. As time passed, the light on Bai Xiaochun's body grew brighter. The storm wind surrounding him continued to expand, naturally surpassing 100,000 zhang, reaching 1,000,000 zhang, or even more looking further. This vortex of storm winds was still growing, as if a force wanting to shake the starry sky was rising, about to erupt. However, this process took an incredibly long time. The time required for a heavenly venerate to ascend to the primordial realm varies. Some ascend quickly, others slowly. This relates to one's own strength and also to the level of approval from the world. Currently, Bai Xiaochun himself has far surpassed the heavenly venerate realm. In the immortal realm, having even a trace of destiny condensed is enough. Therefore, the process won't be too slow, but it won't be too fast either. In fact, his current heavenly venerate realm is already incredibly defying the heavens. At this moment, The swirling storm is actually a manifestation of his cultivation and combat power. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Very quickly, this million-foot-wide storm expanded, reaching 3 million feet, and then without stopping, directly reaching 5 million feet. By this point, this ferocious storm was astonishing throughout the entire immortal realm, especially its speed of expansion, which was incredibly fast and intense. Finally, at the point where it reached nearly 10 million feet, it stopped, maintaining a balance. All of this, therefore, was beyond comparison, and no one else could see the astonishing power of Bai Xiaochun. If it were another heavenly venerate in the eternal immortal realm, the maximum height of the storm would likely only be a little over 10,000 or even a million feet. In fact, in the history of the immortal world, those who could create such a storm were rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even Dao Chen Immortal Venerate only reached 7 million feet. The only one who could rival Bai Xiaochun was someone who defied fate, the demon venerate of the rebellious mortal realm. Time passed, and this violent storm raged for about 3 years. During these 3 years, the entire immortal realm ruins were shaken. Even from a great distance, the impact was vague. 3 years later, at the center of the storm, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on his treasure fan, his figure no longer visible. All that could be seen was a ball of light that seemed to illuminate the entire starry sky. Within this light lay an aura breakthrough accumulated over 3 years, now reaching its limit. Following this, another massive explosion shook the entire immortal realm. Within this explosion, a seemingly breathless sound emanated from the light, along with a soft, majestic whisper, and an unknown oppressive force that echoed throughout the immortal realm ruins. Primordial! The sound consisted of only 2 words, but in the blink of an eye, as it spread, a storm of immense magnitude erupted all around this place, spreading outwards with a deafening roar. Wherever it passed, countless ruins and dust swirled in the air. Finally, this ferocious storm enveloped the entire vast immortal realm, so immense that it seemed to have no end. It formed a scene within the starry sky, a bizarre and earth-shattering storm. The storm swirled, shaking the starry sky. Simultaneously, this vortex, encompassing the entire immortal realm, after spreading to its limit, gradually formed a flower-like bloom on the ruins, blooming in the starry sky. Although this flower was vague and illusory, its appearance caused all the immortal realm ruins to tremble, causing countless fragments of the entire immortal realm to shake. The storm that enveloped the immortal realm suddenly subsided at this very moment. After it subsided, the flower quickly became clearer. Until the storm that had enveloped the immortal realm completely subsided, the treasure fan in the center of the immortal realm, which had been hidden for 3 years, reappeared. This flower bloomed in the starry sky, now incredibly clear. This was Bai Xiaochun's Dao Nature flower, endless radiance. If anyone nearby could see it, they would surely be shaken. This flower bloomed continuously for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the treasure fan, he took another deep breath. Instantly, this Dao Nature flower seemed to disintegrate, transforming into countless mists, which then rushed from the starry sky towards Bai Xiaochun, piercing through the light on his body and directly merging into his body through his 7 orifices. Cracking sounds emanated from his body. His hair had finally grown quite a bit longer. His hands looked even whiter and smoother. He even looked much younger than before. He seemed to have become a teenager again. Until he opened his eyes, what was revealed in them was not sorrow, but boundless profoundness. Ancient Bai Xiaochun murmured. Previously, he thought that ascending to the ancient realm would bring about an ancient tribulation. But now he understood clearly that if he were to ascend in the eternal immortal realm, there would likely be great calamity. But this was the immortal realm. He had absorbed the last trace of the immortal realm's destiny. In a way, this was like the immortal realm's final act of care, allowing him to ascend smoothly here without great disaster. After understanding all this, Bai Xiaochun slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, the aura emanating from him directly caused the starry sky to twist, and the 8 directions to explode, as if a giant capable of supporting the heavens had risen. The little spirit beside him trembled. It was shaken by the aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun. Even in its heart, as it looked at Bai Xiaochun, it vaguely saw the shadow of its master from back then. Bai Xiaochun stood up, his long hair falling down to his shoulders, his skin fair. If one didn't look at the profoundness in his eyes, his appearance would be the same as when he first entered the Lingxi sect. But the aura emanating from him was enough to make cultivators below the ancient realm tremble violently. Even those in the same ancient realm could sense that within Bai Xiaochun's frail body lay a terrifying power. This power didn't come from his physical body, but from Bai Xiaochun's cultivation, from the countless Dao thoughts filling his body and mind at this moment. At this moment, after the Dao seed dissipated, what remained here was a Dao thought flower formed from Dao thoughts. Feeling the changes in his cultivation level, Bai Xiaochun felt a little unaccustomed to it. He could clearly sense that although his body had also been strengthened, it was still not comparable to his current cultivation power. The next step is to find a way to obtain the primordial body, Bai Xiaochun murmured. Then he took a deep breath. The excitement and exhilaration in his heart seemed to slowly emerge. This made him feel a little strange. Based on Bai Xiaochun's understanding of himself, he should have been uncontrollably excited during this breakthrough. But instead, after the breakthrough, he remained very calm, seemingly completely unaffected by his own breakthrough. It must be the influence of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable, Bai Xiaochun muttered softly. As the excitement slowly rose, he didn't notice his previous mood change, and now he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. I'm also an ancient immortal, evil emperor. You just wait for me. When I return, see how I'll beat you. While Bai Xiaochun was laughing loudly, the little spirit beside him widened its eyes. Before, it had felt that Bai Xiaochun seemed to have the shadow of its former master, causing it to feel and fear. But today, with Bai Xiaochun's laughter echoing, that shadow had disappeared. This made it breathe a sigh of relief. Amidst the laughter, Bai Xiaochun, full of vigor, stood on the treasure fan, spreading his divine consciousness and pointing towards the fan's surface. Instantly, two ancient immortal servants inside the fin materialized and directly descended using Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness. This time, summoning the ancient servants, Bai Xiaochun felt much more at ease. Even under his control, the time these two ancient servants stayed away from the fan was considerably longer. Especially since Bai Xiaochun, relying on his authority, could vaguely sense that he now had the qualifications to take these two ancient servants back to the eternal immortal realm after returning. Although the time couldn't be too long, taking them back for a few days was still possible. With these two ancient servants, who in the eternal immortal realm would dare to look down on me? Bai Xiaochun became even more excited. He was eager to try. After spreading his divine sense, his gaze fell on the boat on the fan. He raised his right hand and suddenly pointed. Suddenly, the boat roared, finally flying directly out from within the fan's surface at an extremely fast speed, far surpassing the fan itself, and in an instant, it had reached the starry sky. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he gasped for breath. His body instantly appeared on the boat. This boat looked ordinary, but after Bai Xiaochun arrived, he immediately discovered that it was naturally a supreme treasure of the Lord level. And if this boat were controlled by two ancient servants, its speed and combat power would be extremely sharp. With this boat, it's as if the fan has become the center. This boat, relying on its speed and power, will further enhance its formidable strength in the starry sky. Bai Xiaochun became even more excited. He looked at the large river above the fan's surface. He raised his right hand, wanting to summon it. But at this moment, the river water trembled. Although signs of soaring into the air appeared, Bai Xiaochun still exerted considerable effort. Master, that river, only a Lord-level cultivator can completely shake it. The little spirit beside him coughed and spoke. Bai Xiaochun, unconvinced, tried for a long time, but ultimately had to give up. However, after only a few attempts, Bai Xiaochun had a strong feeling that if he could summon this great river, it would be enough to annihilate the evil emperor. Lord-level divine ability. Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred. At the same time, his gaze fell on the Life and Death Dao Origin Tower on the mountain. But before he could try, the little spirit's voice rang out again. This mountain is the same. Bai Xiaochun hesitated slightly, looking towards the tower. This tower is also the same. The little spirit widened its eyes and whispered, "Silence." Bai Xiaochun glared, somewhat displeased. He felt his good mood had been ruined by this little spirit. He snorted, then retracted the boat and returned to the fan. He glanced around at the ruins, thinking that if he were to encounter the old hag again, he should be able to subdue her with his current strength. But as he thought this, an uncontrollable emotion surged within him. This emotion was a deep affection for the old hag. It seemed that if the old hag appeared right now, Bai Xiaojun would want to rush over and hug her. This made Bai Xiaojun's eyes widen. The influence is too great. It might not make me so impulsive. It might make me feel brotherly affection for Ni Fan, but to make me develop feelings for that old hag. My God, this is absolutely impossible. Bai Xiaojun was so frightened that his face turned pale. Just thinking about the image of the old hag if she were to actually appear, and how he might lose control and want to hug her, Bai Xiaojun's body trembled, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Brother Dao Chen, please don't harm me. I'm not you. Bai Xiaojun wanted to cry. At this moment, all the previous excitement and gloom from his leveling up vanished. Frowning, Bai Xiaojun sat on the treasure fan, feeling dejected as he controlled it to fly away, his divine consciousness spreading out, terrified of encountering the old hag. But shortly after Bai Xiaojun flew away on the treasure fan, before even leaving the ruins of the immortal realm, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly lowered his head and looked towards the ruins of the immortal realm below. It wasn't the old hag who appeared, but above the ruins of the immortal realm below, Bai Xiaojun saw a familiar place. It was a valley shrouded in black mist. The ground of this valley, surprisingly, wasn't completely destroyed. Compared to the other devastated areas, this place was exactly like the one Bai Xiaojun had seen in Dao Chen's memories. This was the place where Ni Fan had entered before. It was also here that Ni Fan's life seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. When he emerged, it was the moment he destroyed the starry sky. Bai Xiaojun's expression was more serious than ever. He looked at the mist inside the valley. Within this mist, he felt intense pressure and danger. In that instant, what he knew from Dao Chen's memories flashed through his mind. In that memory, it seemed that Dao Chen had also wanted to enter this place, to search for the reason behind the immense transformation of Ni Fan. But even as a lord, he couldn't find this valley in the immortal realm. It seemed as if this valley had vanished into thin air. No matter how hard Dao Chen searched, he could never find it until his death. But now, after many years, today, in the ruins of the immortal realm, this valley has finally reappeared, right before Bai Xiaojun. If it were Bai Xiaojun's personality, even if he became an ancient being, he would absolutely not take a single step inside. He would definitely turn around and leave. This place was truly too bizarre, causing him to feel a sense of danger. But time and again, just as Bai Xiaojun was about to withdraw his gaze and control the magic fan to leave, his expression suddenly changed. His body trembled, and finally, unable to control himself, he stepped out of the magic fan and rushed straight into the valley. A surge of emotion welled up within him, suddenly erupting at this moment. This emotion was intensely powerful, naturally becoming an obsession. It didn't belong to Bai Xiaojun. It originated from the memories of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable, now raging wildly, influencing Bai Xiaojun as if wanting him to enter that valley to investigate and resolve Dao Chen Immortal Venerable's doubts from years ago. Bai Xiaojun let out a low growl, his eyes instantly turning red, struggling with all his might. It seemed that two consciousnesses had appeared in his mind. One consciousness, formed from Dao Chen Immortal Venerable's obsession, seemed reckless, even if it meant complete annihilation. It wanted to influence Bai Xiaojun to go into that valley and search for the mystery. In this struggle, Bai Xiaojun's body sometimes moved forward, sometimes backward. His body trembled even more. The obsession stemmed from Dao Chen's memories, and after all, it was the Lord's idea. This valley seemed incredibly important to Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. At this moment, under Bai Xiaojun's struggle, this obsession, like a burning flame, instantly dissipated, directly affecting Bai Xiaojun, causing his body to tremble violently. He stood motionless in midair. After several breaths, when he raised his head and opened his eyes, a calm and composed aura, completely unlike Bai Xiaojun's own, instantly erupted from his body, overwhelming everything. The entire immortal realm ruins trembled in that instant. If they had spirits, they would surely kneel before him. On the treasure fan, the little spirit trembled even more. Seeing Bai Xiaojun's back, it cried out in astonishment, "Master!" The little spirit trembled violently, breathing more heavily than ever before. Previously, after Bai Xiaojun returned, it had sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. When Bai Xiaojun ascended to the ancient realm, this aura intensified, startling even the little spirit. Unconsciously, it felt a sense of reverence and reluctance to part with Bai Xiaochun, similar to its former master. Only when Bai Xiaochun realized something was amiss and forcefully corrected himself did this feeling slowly dissipate. It had initially thought it was just an illusion, a false judgment stemming from the difference in Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level. But in this instant, seeing Bai Xiaochun standing outside the misty valley, his back turned to it, the little spirit's heart was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion. He knew he absolutely couldn't be mistaken. Although the figure before him was different from Dao Chen Immortal Venerable, the aura emanating from him and the overwhelming power erupting at this moment seemed capable of overturning the heavens and shaking the starry sky. All of this, in its memory, only its previous master, Lord Dao Chen, could possess. Its voice trembled. At this moment, in the world of the little spirit, everything seemed to have vanished. The entire starry sky, the entire heaven and earth, contained only this mountain-like figure before it. The entire immortal realm ruins were the same. Under this incessant tremor, it was as if some consciousness, long dead, was returning from the ancient times. These endless souls of the dead were also emerging from the past, accompanied by resounding explosions and silent worship, as if paying homage to their immortal venerable. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently, motionless. Before him was a valley shrouded in swirling black mist. After a long time, Bai Xiaochun slowly raised his head. In the instant he lifted his head, his entire body seemed infinitely tall, an earth-shattering, domineering aura shaking the starry sky, and an unparalleled majesty surged and erupted from him. In an instant, a storm appeared around him, spreading outwards in all directions. Bai Xiaochun slowly turned his head, looking at the little spirit on the fan. Clearly, it was still Bai Xiaochun's appearance and facial features, but in this instant, even someone who had only met Bai Xiaochun a few times could immediately realize the person before them seemed no longer Bai Xiaochun. His eyes were profound, carrying a hint of sorrow that Bai Xiaochun lacked. Deep within this sorrow lay a grief that Bai Xiaochun also lacked, and on him, the powerful will of a number one or. To lord of the entire starry sky was enough to make almost everyone who saw him unable to resist kneeling in reverence. Little C. Bai Xiaochun softly uttered. A single sentence, 2 words, immediately caused the little spirit on the fan to burst into tears. Its body instantly appeared before Bai Xiaochun, immediately kneeling down. Master, Bai Xiaochun silently gazed at the little spirit before him, watching its tears, its agitated expression for a long time. Then a smile appeared on his face. This smile carried emotion, memories, and endless sorrow. It seemed as if everything in this world, for him, had been absent for a very long time. Little C, don't cry, Bai Xiaochun softly said, raising his right hand and gently stroking the little spirit's head a few times, like an elder comforting a junior. This long-lost feeling made little C's tears flow even more. The dependence in its eyes intensified. It even clung to Bai Xiaochun's ankle, as if afraid that if it let go, its master would disappear again. You did very well, and you found me a decent successor. Bai Xiaochun's voice remained soft. However, if one listened carefully, within this gentle sound lay the weariness of time, enough to make anyone who heard it feel as if their hair had already turned gray. I was already gone. In fact, my current existence is merely an obsession within a fragment of memory didn't last long. In fact, if I hadn't seen this misty valley, perhaps in a few years, I would have gradually faded away again. Bai Xiaochun turned his head, looking at the black misty valley behind him, the weariness in his eyes gradually revealing a fierce determination. Little C, wait here for your master to return, then take good care of yourself. You must obey. Bai Xiaochun gently looked at the little spirit. Amidst the little spirit's lingering cries, he raised his head, glanced briefly at his homeland all around him, then turned around, and without the slightest hesitation, walked towards the valley. Upon arriving, Bai Xiaochun's aura erupted again. This time, the aura emanating from him formed a powerful pressure. This pressure was immense, directly surpassing the limits of the primordial era. In fact, to some extent, it directly increased, reaching a level comparable to a lord. This was him burning his own obsession. After completely burning away the last vestiges of his memories that kept him alive in this world, he exchanged them for a brief burst of pressure. With the eruption, the spreading pressure, and the rising aura, any primordial era expert approaching would be utterly annihilated, their body and soul instantly destroyed. He used all of this to gain the will of a lord for a short period, now clashing with the Misty Valley. Immediately, thunder roared across the sky. The Misty Valley rapidly swirled, constantly expanding and condensing, as if forming some kind of corrosive force. However, in the presence of this lord's will, this erosion seemed to reach a certain balance, leaving Bai Xiaochun unharmed after re-entering the fog. Even after his figure disappeared deep within the fog, the little spirit outside shed even more tears. It gazed at the fog in astonishment. Time seemed to stand still in his world. Inside the fog, Bai Xiaochun's expression was calm, a kind of composure extremely evident. Even his footsteps could be vaguely discerned. A deep yet unperturbed obsession emanated from him. He continued to walk step by step, further and further into the fog. The surroundings were silent. Even the swirling fog was utterly still. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a colossal outline vaguely appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, deep within the fog ahead. This is like an extraordinary ship. The moment he saw this warship, a dazzling light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He didn't stop, nor did he quicken his pace. He continued at his previous speed, step by step, until he reached the depths of the fog and saw before him a lonely, dilapidated ship, stranded in a patch of sand and rocks. This was a colossal ship, seemingly having endured countless years of trials and tribulations, imbued with the vicissitudes of time. Its deck was black, its sails tattered. It exuded the aura of time, seemingly even longer than the history of the immortal realm itself. Bai Xiaochun stopped, silently gazing at the incredibly dilapidated warship before him. A profound understanding slowly emerged in his eyes. It seems that the secrets hidden within this mountain valley, which had been speculated about during his lifetime, are now being further confirmed. The rumors, are they really true? Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his body slowly rising. Within the mist, he quickly reached the same height as the solitary boat. He saw, at the highest point of the solitary boat, a figure with his back to him, sitting cross-legged in meditation. It was a skeleton, its age unknown. Its clothes had long since been worn and tattered by time. The mist in this valley was formed from the skeleton, constantly spreading outwards. The moment he saw this skeleton, Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened for the first time. The light in his eyes flickered even more intensely. He could see that the aura of time on this skeleton was clearly much stronger than that of the solitary boat. Even this feeling of time seems to last even longer than this piece of starry sky. And even in death, the aura emanating from him still made Bai Xiaochun, who was here, feel as if he were experiencing an endless expanse of death. This powerful feeling surpassed that of a lord, as if it had reached its limit. This death and oppressive aura was so intense that even the Lord Bai Xiaochun's aura surrounding him clearly couldn't withstand it, as if it were about to shatter. In his ears, he could still hear the mournful screams of countless people before their deaths. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale as he reluctantly approached the skeleton. He saw that the skeleton was sitting cross-legged, and although his corpse had dried up, there was a hole in his forehead. This hole, the true cause of his death, was obviously killed by someone with a single finger. Even in death, the oppressive aura emanating from such a powerful being was enough to make Dao Chen Immortal Venerable, who was possessing Bai Xiaochun's body, feel unable to endure it for much longer. It's important to know that at this moment, Dao Chen Immortal Venerable was merely a wisp of his obsession, but Bai Xiaochun himself was an ancient being, inherently powerful. After receiving this wisp of obsession, while not necessarily unleashing his full combat power, the difference wasn't significant. Moreover, this was the immortal realm. Even if it had become a ruin, it was still the immortal realm. Therefore, the Dao Chen Immortal Venerable currently residing in Bai Xiaochun, although not equal to his original body, still possessed at least 1 or 2/10 of his combat power. Even if my original self had come here back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stay for too long, and I wouldn't dare touch this corpse. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. He knew he absolutely couldn't touch this corpse. He didn't even dare step onto this solitary boat, instead hovering in midair, because he knew that if he touched it, what awaited him would surely be a death that would destroy both body and soul. This skeleton was truly incredibly powerful, beyond imagination, difficult to analyze. This person was so astonishing even after death. So how powerful must he have been when he was alive? This thought constantly arose in the obsession of Dao Chen, who was possessing Bai Xiaochun's body. At the same time, he was vaguely confused. But no matter what, this trip finally provided an answer to a doubt in his heart. And the death of this skeleton clearly revealed the Tao of this person. That is the Tao of death, and also a kind of world-destroying Tao. This is like a kind of ultimate end, where the world is left with only desolation and coldness, seemingly selfish to the extreme, seemingly for the sake of one's own achievement. Even if the starry sky shatters and perishes, all living beings are destroyed, and the heavenly Tao crumbles. Especially this corrosive mist that permeates all around. At this moment, according to the will of the Lord on Bai Xiaochun's body, it is constantly dissipating, enveloping him even more. It seems that within this mist are hidden countless vengeful spirits, wanting to pounce and devour all of Bai Xiaochun's flesh and blood. The Tao of this unknown powerful being, isn't it? The Tao of Ni Fan. Returning to his body inhabited by Bai Xiaochun, Dao Chen Immortal Venerable murmured softly. His previous doubts were resolved, stemming from the Tao emanating from this skeleton. After sensing it, he received his answer. Back then, after Ni Fan entered this place, he was supposed to die. But he clearly obtained an extraordinary fortune here. He must have touched this skeleton. Dao Chen Immortal Venerable muttered. At the same time, the Lord's will outside his body had weakened to its limit, seemingly about to be dissolved and devoured by these mists. But who exactly could have killed such a powerful being? Dao Chen lowered his head, silently glancing at the skeleton sitting cross-legged, radiating an overwhelming aura of death. He had no answer to this doubt. He understood even more clearly that, no matter what, he would never find the answer. Because he had already. He sensed that the obsession he had burned to possess Bai Xiaochun's body for a short time had now reached its end. His obsession was also nearly extinguished. But this time, this dissolution signifies that from now on, his last thoughts in this world will vanish. His previous death was the annihilation of his soul and body. Now, returning to his homeland, it is his thoughts and memories in this world that fade away. With a soft sigh, in the blink of an eye, as the supreme will of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable faded, he emerged from the solitary boat, gradually leaving it, walking through the mist, step by step towards the outside of the mountain valley until the mist obscured his figure, until he was invisible, his low, mournful whisper echoing in the mist, lingering for a long time. Ni Fan, are you still you? Or rather you are still you. But whether it is you, or the remains on this boat between you, is the inheritance of the Tao, but why? I still believe this is a karmic retribution of death for the sake of the Tao's non-extinction, transforming into rebirth. Outside the misty mountain valley, the little spirit still gazed in astonishment at the fog, waiting for the figure it held dear to emerge. Its heart was filled with complex emotions. On one hand, it wanted to bring its former master, Dao Chen Immortal Venerable, back forever. But on the other hand, it didn't want Bai Xiaochun to be harmed because of it. Until now, Dao Chen Immortal Venerable had possessed Bai Xiaochun's body and spoken those words. Although the little spirit felt relieved, it also felt a great deal of reluctance. It didn't wait long. Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the mist, his steps leisurely, one step at a time. In the little spirit's anxious gaze, the figure reached the edge of the mist. It was Bai Xiaochun. Master! The little spirit hurried forward, its eyes still filled with longing, and also a hint of hesitation. It felt that the person before it seemed like Dao Chen from before, yet not quite like Dao Chen. The moment he emerged from the mist, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes and stood silently. The little spirit didn't dare speak, carefully watching from the side, until the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out. A domineering aura suddenly emanated from Bai Xiaochun. Although much weaker than before, only a faint trace, it clearly contained an unparalleled domineering and supreme power. A storm raged all around, causing the starry sky to tremble and explosions to erupt. Especially this aura, it was identical to that of Dao Chen, the master in the little spirit's memory. Before the little spirit could fully comprehend it, Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, his profound gaze revealed boundless sorrow, as if it had existed for countless years, yet also as if he had been reborn and returned to the mortal world. Within this sorrow, there was also a hint of grief, like the helplessness and bewilderment of losing his homeland, family, friends, and wife. leaving him with only himself. This expression, this aura, instantly confirmed to the little spirit that the person before it was not Bai Xiaochun, but still its former master, Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. In its excitement, it knelt down again, tears streaming down its face. After sensing Bai Xiaochun's aura, tears flowed once more. "Little C, why are you crying?" Bai Xiaochun spoke softly, his voice low and gentle. He raised his right hand and gently stroked the little spirit's head. With Bai Xiaochun's touch, the little spirit's crying intensified. It clung to Bai Xiaochun's thigh, like a child who hadn't seen its loved one for a long time. "Little C, don't cry," a warm smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. "Little C, you are a good child. You've suffered so much these past few years, but I know you can do better." Bai Xiaochun's heart was pure and simple, his heroism extraordinary, his righteousness boundless, his demeanor majestic, his bearing elegant, his appearance dignified, and his talent far surpassed mine. He was a rare hero in this world, a true prodigy. Bai Xiaochun seemed moved. As he spoke, the little spirit's crying gradually faded. It seemed that the fact that Dao Chen Immortal Venerable could evaluate Bai Xiaochun in such a way shocked and surprised it. "Master, Bai Xiaochun." The little spirit was about to speak, but Bai Xiaochun interrupted it with a smile. "It's a pity he wasn't born in my era, otherwise, because of his existence, I might not have become the Lord. But I believe that if he had been born in the immortal realm, the ultimate fate of the immortal realm would have changed because of him." Bai Xiaochun sighed softly, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia, as if this poignant memory was deep within him, making his entire being feel even more sorrowful at this moment. The little spirit originally wanted to speak, but upon seeing the sorrow in Bai Xiaochun's expression, it stopped. It also wondered if Bai Xiaochun could naturally command such high praise from the Immortal Venerable. Could it be that everything it had witnessed over the years was merely a very ordinary scene for him? "I must go. Before I leave, as your former master, I give you one last command." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious as he looked at the little spirit. The little spirit's expression also immediately became serious, suppressing its reluctance to part, listening to its master's command. "You must remember, from now on, you must obey Bai Xiaochun's words and not deceive him. Every word you say to him must be sincere. Every promise you make to him must be fulfilled. Whatever he says, whatever command he gives, its importance must surpass your own. You must fulfill all his requests. You must wholeheartedly assist him in everything he needs, and you must trust him. If others mistreat him, you must be the first to step in and help him. In short, following him, DC, this is the greatest fortune of your life. Furthermore, you must consider his happiness as your own happiness. If he is happy, you must be happy beside him. If he is unhappy, you must make him happy. DC, this is my final order to you. Do you hear me?" Bai Xiaochun finished his last words with even more seriousness, even a hint of sternness. The little spirit was slightly dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that the person before him, regardless of his demeanor or aura, was unmistakable, he would have even thought that the person before him wasn't Dao Chen. Seeing his master's serious expression, the little spirit took a deep breath and gritted his teeth fiercely. "I'm listening." The stern expression on Bai Xiaochun's face disappeared, replaced by a gentle one. He patted the little spirit's head and offered a few words of encouragement. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. The little spirit knew its master was leaving, and its heart was filled with reluctance and sorrow. It looked at its master in astonishment, wanting to accompany him back to their homeland. But just as Bai Xiaochun's eyes closed and this sorrowful atmosphere subsided, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly opened again. "Although I'm leaving, I'll still occasionally come back to supervise you." Bai Xiaochun seemed a little uneasy. After saying this, while the little spirit was completely dumbfounded, he quickly coughed and closed his eyes again. While the little spirit showed its suspicion, it was also hesitant. It felt that the person before it, whether an aura or feeling, was its former master, Dao Chen, but everything the other party said made it feel that only this shameless, deceitful Bai Xiaochun could say such words. Dao Chen, his former master, was one of the most powerful lords in this world. How could he possibly utter words that would send shivers down one's spine and make them want to collapse? Yet, time and again, his aura was unmistakably accurate. This left the little spirit somewhat confused and bewildered. While the little spirit was hesitating, Bai Xiaojun slowly closed his eyes, appearing serious, but inwardly filled with smugness. In fact, when Dao Chen recklessly burned his obsession and unleashed his power, although he controlled his body, Bai Xiaojun's consciousness remained intact. It was as if he had become an outsider, watching every word and action of his body without his control. This feeling, at first, terrified Bai Xiaojun. Seeing the little spirit's emotional, tearful expression, Bai Xiaojun inwardly scoffed a few times, but he had no time to pay attention to it. In his restless anxiety and sorrow, he watched his body enter the fog, saw the lonely boat, and the skeletons on it. It could be said that everything Dao Chen felt, Bai Xiaojun saw clearly. At that moment, his sorrow intensified, feeling that this foggy valley was truly too dangerous. Under this torment, Dao Chen's obsession slowly dissipated, until the moment Bai Xiaojun emerged from the fog and stood outside, Dao Chen's obsession had completely vanished. From then on, disappearing from the starry sky would no longer affect Bai Xiaojun. However, this was also a fortunate turn of events for Bai Xiaojun. Although Dao Chen's obsession briefly possessed Bai Xiaojun's body, as his obsession dissipated, it left behind a trace of Dao Chen's aura. Once Bai Xiaojun grasped this aura, he could alter his own demeanor to a certain extent, transforming himself into Dao Chen. Although he lacked Dao Chen's combat power, he could still have a certain intimidating effect in terms of intimidating people. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaojun noticed the little spirit's anxiousness. Recalling the scene where the little spirit had clung to Dao Chen's leg earlier, a treatment he had never experienced before, he decided to simply impersonate Dao Chen to scare the little spirit and conveniently educate it so that he could better control it in the future and lay a solid foundation. Thinking about how the little spirit had been nearly scared to death, Bai Xiaojun felt secretly pleased. He felt that everything inside the valley didn't have much to do with him. Now that he was safely out, after a brief period of feigning innocence, Bai Xiaojun slowly opened his eyes. To make his performance more realistic, Bai Xiaojun opened his eyes and suddenly let out a strange, exaggerated scream, revealing an expression of bewildered astonishment. What happened? Damn it, how did I end up here? I clearly remember feeling like I was asleep just now, and now I can't remember anything. Bai Xiaojun's face turned pale, his eyes filled with panic, and he quickly flew away, seemingly wanting to escape the Black Mist Valley. In an instant, he rushed straight back to the treasure fan. The little spirit there stared at Bai Xiaojun, observing his every word and action after waking up, becoming even more hesitant. At this point, it truly couldn't figure out the truth, and finally could only sigh, as if accepting its fate, and followed Bai Xiaojun back to the treasure fan. Feeling somewhat remorseful about his earlier impulsive actions, after returning to the fan, Bai Xiaojun summarized his past shortcomings. His expression turned serious as he looked at the little spirit, seemingly trying to make amends by questioning what had happened after he fell unconscious. If it were before, the little spirit would definitely not tell the truth. Even if it did, it would be too lazy to describe it in detail. Unless Bai Xiaojun used the name change to threaten it, it would absolutely not waste its breath if it could vaguely get through the door. But today, remembering the last command of its former master, the little spirit was cornered and told everything it had truly seen. However, it finally offered an explanation to Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. While explaining, the little spirit was also worried that Bai Xiaojun might hold a grudge against Dao Chen Immortal Venerable and was preparing to continue persuading him. But it didn't expect that after hearing all this, Bai Xiaojun's body would tremble violently and he would raise his right hand to stop it. No need to say more. Dao Chen Immortal Venerable is just like my master. Without him, I, Bai Xiaojun, would have fallen long ago, and there wouldn't be the Taigu of today. Don't even talk about possessing my body. Even if it were just a matter of me, Bai Xiaojun, disregarding danger. As long as Dao Chen Immortal Venerable says so, I, Bai Xiaojun, would absolutely not bat an eyelid. I, Bai Xiaojun, always keep my grudges clear. Dao Chen Immortal Venerable has shown me kindness, and I will remember this for the rest of my life. Bai Xiaojun spoke these words with righteous indignation and a feeling of sincerity emanating from his heart. The little spirit was also moved. For the first time, it felt respect for Bai Xiaojun. Master, the little spirit was moved. It was still too naive. At this moment, it couldn't help but think of the words of praise Dao Chen Immortal Venerable had bestowed upon Bai Xiaochun. Gradually, it finally felt, for the first time, that Dao Chen Immortal Venerable must have seen through Bai Xiaochun's true nature. This Bai Xiaochun before it might really be just as Dao Chen Immortal Venerable had said. In its excitement, the little spirit took a deep breath, telling itself to follow Dao Chen Immortal Venerable's words. This Bai Xiaochun before it might truly be able to entrust everything to it. Thinking this way, the little spirit became extremely enthusiastic, no longer needing Bai Xiaochun's instructions as before, and took control of the treasure fan itself, saving Bai Xiaochun a lot of energy. Even the speed of the treasure fan increased significantly. For all of this, a cheerful, encouraging smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face, and he felt smug, thinking that he was still a little more powerful. In a state of contentment, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the treasure fan. Although his cultivation level was now at the ancient realm, Bai Xiaochun hadn't yet achieved his goal. His goal was the 30-colored fire. Previously, at the 29-colored fire, he had encountered a bottleneck, hindered by his cultivation level, preventing him from continuing the refining process. But now, at the ancient realm, after taking a deep breath, the method for refining the 29-colored fire immediately appeared in his mind. This method was constantly being analyzed, combined, and deduced in his head. After Bai Xiaochun discovered that his cultivation level had increased to the ancient realm, his divine sense was much stronger than before, incomparably so. His speed of deduction now surpassed his previous level. Very quickly, Bai Xiaochun revised the method for refining the 29-colored flame once again. He waved his sleeve, taking out a large number of souls, and began refining. When he failed at the heavenly venerate realm, it was partly due to the difficulty of the refining method, and partly because Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level couldn't handle it. But today, all the factors hindering success were resolved one by one by Bai Xiaochun. This refining process was the smoothest ever, taking only a month. When the fan finally flew out of the immortal realm ruins, a dazzling flame suddenly appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand, its colors constantly changing. 29-colored flame. Only one more. 30-colored flame. After integrating this 29-colored flame into the Bai Hao mark on the back of his hand, Bai Xiaochun was excited. He clearly felt Bai Hao's life force within this mark, which had become even more vibrant. It seems like only one final thin layer is needed for it to burst forth and be resurrected. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun was determined to keep striving until the very end, deducing the 30-colored flames. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head, and in an instant, his right hand rose, pointing directly at a seemingly empty expanse of distant starry sky. With this single gesture, a depression formed in that area, an undulating force emanating from it. Time itself seemed to warp. The little spirit was stunned, then immediately realized the answer. Its eyes became complex, but it still controlled the treasure fan. Instantly, 10 more ancient lights burst forth, rushing straight towards this area. Ancient servants, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with brilliance as he softly shouted. Immediately, two ancient servants materialized, simultaneously stepping out of the treasure fan and flying straight towards this area. At this moment, from within this distorted area, the old demoness's ferocious roar echoed. "Damn it, you won't leave me alone. You're waiting here for me to come out." In the past, Bai Xiaochun would have long since escaped. But today, in his primordial realm, he felt confident, and with a wave of his sleeve, his fighting spirit soared. However, the immortal realm has given me one last glimmer of hope. Moreover, Dao Chen, my elder brother, has shown me great kindness. His Dao companion died tragically back then, and logically and emotionally, I can't bring myself to harm her. Bai Xiaochun wasn't someone who lacked integrity. Although he had been chased several times by this old demoness, especially with her deliberately blocking his path and trying to kill him, provoking his fighting spirit, he still knew of her kindness. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fighting spirit. He used his divine sense to control the two ancient servants, stopping them, and also forced the more than 10 ancient lights to stop outside this area. In his heart, Bai Xiaochun was thinking of a way to counter the enemy's pursuit. But the moment this thought arose, within this distorted area, the old hag roared, as if wanting to crush and shatter the starry sky, intensely spreading outwards in all directions. And within this area, filled with the force of time, the old hag's figure twisted accordingly, becoming clear in an instant, then blurry again in another. Then her figure finally stretched, seemingly struggling violently, and leant straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Her speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly appearing 100 feet away from the fan. But this seemed to be the limit. The old hag's body was stretched out, completely unable to move forward. From a distance, her figure looked like a long, thin ribbon. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun jumped up in fright. After realizing the old hag couldn't break free in a short time, Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat and stepped forward, standing at the edge of the protective fan. He first bowed respectfully to the old hag. "Senior Immortal Empress, I am Bai Xiaochun, inheriting the Tao of Dao Chen, possessing the last remaining glimmer of destiny of the immortal realm. I have offended you greatly before. Please consider my actions. If there is anything I can do to atone, I am willing to make amends." Bai Xiaochun's attitude was sincere, and after speaking, he bowed again. But in response, he only heard the old hag's mournful wails and screams. This time, however, within the other party's screams, a venomous voice echoed within Bai Xiaochun's mind. "I want your soul." The old hag's voice carried an overwhelming aura of killing intent, an intensely fierce murderous intent. Clearly, the reason she was pursuing Bai Xiaochun wasn't because he had seized a portion of her power, but because Bai Xiaochun's soul seemed to possess some special quality that aroused her greed, making her want to devour him. Upon hearing the old hag's words, a glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Raising his head, he flicked his sleeve, staring intently at the struggling old hag, and indifferently said, "If I don't give you my soul, will you relentlessly pursue me?" This time, it was the old hag who responded. As she shrieked and struggled, Bai Xiaochun's large-scale time-space domain shattered. It seemed the old hag was about to escape again. "Senior Dao Chen, my friendship with you is over. Your former empress is gone. What remains of her soul has long since changed. I apologize for the offense." Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve and, without hesitation, stepped forward. As his divine sense spread out, the two ancient servants guarding the distorted area in the starry sky instantly attacked. Their ancient battle power surged forth, transforming into two storms that swept across. Earth-shattering thunder echoed everywhere. At the same time, more than 10 ancient lights, under Bai Xiaochun's suppression, simultaneously erupted, radiating dazzling light, and, along with the two ancient servants, rushed towards the old hag. Their speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, earth-shattering explosions erupted. With a loud bang, almost instantaneously as the old demoness struggled free, the servant of the primordial divine power, with its sharp primordial light, suddenly and directly pierced through the old demoness who had just escaped the encirclement. Looking back, the old demoness's body directly shattered and exploded, riddled with more than 10 holes. At the same time, the storm from the ancient servant suddenly crushed his body. However, simultaneously with the old demoness's body shattering and perishing, a black flame instantly erupted from within her, sweeping in all directions. Within that flame, the figure of the immortal empress once again materialized, emitting endless resentment and madness. At this moment, her exquisite face was contorted, emitting a piercing, mournful scream. This scream formed ripples, spreading everywhere, simultaneously engulfing the surrounding black sea of fire, continuously expanding and forming enormous, monstrous flames, like moving mountains and filling seas, rushing towards Bai Xiaochun to devour him. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. The aura of this immortal empress was terrifying at first glance. Even before Bai Xiaochun's ascension to the ancient realm, the immense threat she posed had forced him to flee. But today, in Bai Xiaochun's perception, this aura, though seemingly overwhelming, was insignificant. "Go away. This is the last chance I'll give you." As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, the immortal empress not only didn't retreat, but instead formed even more demonic faces from the sea of fire, surging forward with a thunderous roar. Bai Xiaochun's eyes grew even colder. He didn't personally intervene, but simply stood on the treasure fan, his divine consciousness spreading out. The solitary boat within the fan instantly vanished. When it suddenly reappeared in the starry sky, it transformed into a rainbow sweeping across the fan. Amidst the deafening roar, all the fiery demonic faces shattered. The speed of this solitary boat was incredibly fast. Wherever it passed, the flames were extinguished. After circling a few times, it sped straight towards the Empress. The resentment in the Empress's eyes deepened. and a piercing sound emanated from her mouth. Finally, in this instant, numerous white lanterns materialized from her body. These lanterns scattered in all directions, simultaneously affecting the rules of this starry sky. Naturally, everything quickly turned into paper. Even the two ancient servants were affected. Although the solitary boat didn't turn into paper, its speed was slightly slower. This allowed the Empress to dodge in an instant, finally lunging straight towards the treasure fan. She raised her right hand, transforming it into a demonic claw. Her eyes filled with greed, and grabbed towards Bai Xiaochun. Enough! Bai Xiaochun glared. He had been patient time and again. Now he couldn't hold back any longer. After all, he wasn't Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. At the same time, after experiencing this, Bai Xiaochun also checked his body and found that he no longer had Dao Chen's obsession. Otherwise, it would have already affected him. Simultaneously, after confirming this, his thoughts became clear. Bai Xiaochun didn't want to be someone who repays kindness with resentment. Now, all of this made it impossible for him to remain silent. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun made his decision. In the instant the vengeful spirit of the immortal empress rushed forward, Bai Xiaochun's body moved forward with extreme speed, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through the immortal empress's body. When he reappeared, he was behind her, his expression still normal. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it towards the still screaming immortal empress. With this single press, a massive vortex seemed to form in Bai Xiaochun's hand. As the vortex rumbled and spun, the soul of the immortal empress was finally sucked uncontrollably into Bai Xiaochun's palm. Her previously enormous body rapidly shrank, and the continuous screams and struggles emanating from her mouth were all in vain. In the midst of this calm, Bai Xiaochun's ancient cultivation formed a powerful pressure, enough to suppress the remnant soul of the immortal empress. But this was, after all, the remnant soul of the immortal empress. In this seemingly hopeless struggle, the immortal empress's body instantly shattered, transforming into countless souls that scattered in all directions. There were so many souls, perhaps tens of thousands, swarming and rushing towards Bai Xiaochun to devour him. Some souls dispersed in all directions, fleeing. In a short time, it was impossible to distinguish them clearly. It seems the soul of the Empress also resides within this sea of souls. Bai Xiaochun frowned. He knew that if he let this immortal Empress's soul escape, the entanglement would likely continue endlessly. Once the other party found the eternal immortal realm, although he wasn't afraid, it would still be somewhat troublesome. Shaking his head, Bai Xiaochun suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, in an instant, an aura completely different from his previous one suddenly emanated. That aura was filled with stability, a supreme aura. This was Dao Chen's intention. The little spirit's body trembled. At the same time, among these many souls, one soul suddenly stopped, trembling as it turned its head to look at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness immediately confirmed the lock on that soul. This was the soul of a woman, seemingly ordinary at first glance. The only difference was a black dot on her forehead. Almost instantly, as this soul looked towards Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the woman's soul. He raised his right hand, waved it, and absorbed the woman's soul into his storage bag. He had confirmed that this soul was the immortal Empress. He didn't intend to harm her. After taking her, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon the sea of souls surrounding him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. I shouldn't harm the immortal Empress. However, these souls are of immense help to my fire refining, so consider it a benefit. With a cough, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. Numerous soul-gathering pills scattered, beginning to frantically collect souls in the starry sky. During this long journey through the starry sky, Bai Xiaochun's sole objective was to refine the 30-colored flame and revive his disciple. By how? Now, many years have passed, and not only have he refined 29 colors of the multicolored flame, but his cultivation has also advanced to the primordial realm. At this moment, the ultimate goal is within Bai Xiaochun's grasp. Especially with the breakthrough in his cultivation, the process of refining the 30-colored flame has become much faster. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun has accumulated experience, and now, as this fun flies by, the method of refining the 30-colored flame is slowly and gradually being sketched out in his mind. Whether the 30-colored flame is the final result, Bai Xiaochun cannot judge. But he is certain of one thing: Based on this kind of deduction, he will soon be able to complete the preliminary method of refining the 30-colored flame. Next, he used a large number of souls to experiment with refining. During this process, he continuously analyzed the reasons for failures until he finally successfully refined the 30-colored flame. As for the souls, Bai Xiaochun no longer needed to worry. After Bai Xiaochun took the immortal empress, the countless souls he had absorbed over the years scattered within her body were enough for him to experiment with refining many times. If it weren't for the fact that during Bai Xiaochun's experiment, if the 30-colored flame failed and spread excessively, the eternal immortal realm might not be able to withstand it. Otherwise, he would have returned directly to the eternal immortal realm long ago. Very soon, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The anticipation in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Thus, time passed once again. Bai Xiaochun's method of refining the 30-colored flame became increasingly perfect. Gradually, he began using his soul to try refining. This refining process was repeated dozens of times. Although each time he failed at different stages, for Bai Xiaochun, he gained a great deal of training. In this way, several more years passed. Seeing himself getting closer to success, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared. Especially after his cultivation reached the primordial realm, Bai Xiaochun had enough strength to explore many areas in this starry sky. In these years, he had visited more than 10 ruined areas. There were also many ruins where only a small area remained, and Bai Xiaochun would not enter them after his divine consciousness swept over them. Until one day, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on his treasure fan, a multicolored flame burning before him, but it quickly dimmed and died out. After revealing the sea of flames, Bai Xiaochun frowned. There's still one final step missing, yet it's still a failure. Bai Xiaochun felt a little frustrated. He knew it was probably because he was too impatient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been repeatedly thwarted at this final step. After vaguely finding the reason, Bai Xiaochun simply closed his eyes, slowly calming himself down, striving to eliminate the desire for gain and loss. Only then could he achieve a breakthrough in the final step of refining the 30-colored fire. This calm struggle lasted for more than a month. When Bai Xiaochun wanted to try again, his expression suddenly changed. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. There was Bai Hao's mark, which was now emitting waves of energy, as if some entity nearby was stimulating and attracting Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun was extremely surprised. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the distant starry sky, his divine consciousness still spreading out. The starry sky was dark, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, but as Bai Xiaochun lightly stood up, gradually, in the distant starry sky within this fan, candlelight began to appear. Looking closely, this wasn't just candlelight, but a multitude of candlelight beams. This kind of image, especially the light appearing in the dark starry sky, was an extremely rare sight during Bai Xiaochun's journey through the starry sky. Even the old hag's lamp carried a deathly aura. Even the immortal realm didn't possess such dazzling radiance. Only now, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, did what he saw seem to represent life, like an oil lamp in a room. This greatly surprised Bai Xiaochun. He knew that throughout his journey through the starry sky, everything he had seen was death. He also knew that in the past, when Anifan committed murder, this part of the starry sky had long since become a burial ground. Bai Xiaochun vaguely understood that the eternal immortal realm was the only place with life within this starry sky. But the appearance of these lights today surprised him. Could there be other races existing here? Bai Xiaochun pondered, controlling his protective fan to move closer. Gradually, he could see the lights more clearly. This was also a ruined area. However, the central area of these ruins seemed less damaged. There was a pavilion there. All the lights emanated from more than 10 windows of this pavilion. But these lights were clearly problematic. They could be seen from a great distance. Yet, no matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem too dazzling. It seemed that even getting closer, the lights were not much different from what he saw now. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed slightly. His first impression of all this was that something was amiss. Over the years, Bai Xiaochun had traveled through countless places in this starry sky and encountered many strange things. He stood atop the treasure fan, gazing intently for a long time. Then, suppressing his curiosity, he controlled the fan, intending to leave. Even with his cultivation reaching the primordial era, Bai Xiaochun's composure remained unchanged. In his view, this place clearly had problems. Bai Xiaochun felt he didn't need to investigate out of mere curiosity, especially since the fluctuations in Bai Housemark had now calmed down. He felt that although he was already very strong, his understanding from his journey had made him realize the vastness and mystery of this starry sky. Such a vast starry sky. It's not wrong to curb my curiosity a little, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself while controlling the treasure fan. Very quickly, he circled around the ruins again, gradually moving further away. But just as he was about to sit down and continue cultivating the 30-colored flames, Bai Xiaochun's eyebrows furrowed once more. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently into the dark starry sky ahead, where a firelight appeared again, exactly like the one he had seen before. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, controlling the treasure fan to circle around again, his divine consciousness spreading out to observe. But very quickly, the starry sky before him reappeared with a light. This is quite interesting. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned somewhat grim. After trying several times, he discovered that he seemed to be trapped in a circle. No matter how he circled around, he couldn't get out of the ruins. Each time he circled around, he reappeared, getting closer to the pavilions in the rubble. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun could even see figures inside the pavilion. Based on his knowledge, he realized that although this area had once been sparsely populated, it clearly had a ruler and a unique clan. The surrounding circular starry sky was part of this clan's formation. Having inadvertently stumbled in, getting out now would be difficult. Just as Bai Xiaochun was contemplating leaving, the pavilion's lights suddenly brightened considerably. A faint sound of joyful laughter seemed to emanate from within. In particular, one window was suddenly pushed open, revealing a woman wearing a light pink bodice. This woman was flamboyant and gaudy, holding a handkerchief in her hand and gently waving it towards Bai Xiaochun. "Come, go," a soft voice drifted out, eventually spreading through the starry sky and reaching Bai Xiaochun's ears. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He looked at the woman peeking out of the window, then at the building, and was instantly startled. "Is this a brothel?" Bai Xiaochun stared, somewhat tempted. But thinking that he shouldn't be too curious, he snorted and controlled his magic fan to leave. However, he lingered for a long time, realizing that to leave, he could only find the eye of the formation. That eye of the formation was the brothel. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Although he didn't want to, he had no other choice. He thought that he was now so powerful that even the old hag wasn't his match. The tricks here shouldn't be a problem. It was at this moment that Bai Housemark fluctuations intensified once again. Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly became even stranger. He thought to himself, this disciple of mine, could he also want to go to this brothel? "Howard, you're picking bad habits," Bai Xiaochun coughed. To be safer, he spread his divine consciousness to cover the brothel first. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun's heart calmed down. He had realized that this place was formed from some special souls. It posed absolutely no threat to him. "Then let's go take a look. Although I don't want to go for my disciples' sake, I'll go take a look." Bai Xiaochun coughed again, summoned two ancient servants as his guards, and instructed the little spirit to prepare to come to his rescue if things went wrong. Only then, under the curious gaze of the little spirit, did he swagger out of the fen and head straight towards the brothel in the ruins below. As he approached, the sounds of boisterous laughter emanating from the brothel grew louder. When Bai Xiaochun got close to the building, the large doors opened by themselves. A woman dressed as a madam, her head stained with crimson, swayed as she emerged. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Ladies, welcome." Immediately, a group of beautifully dressed and made-up women, all with charming smiles, came out to greet him. "Please come in, sir. We have many beautiful women here. We guarantee you'll be satisfied." Surrounded by such a group of beautifully dressed and made-up women, even Bai Xiaochun, with his ancient realm cultivation, blushed and couldn't help but cough a few times. He thought to himself that as Howard as master, this time, for Bai Hao's sake, he was willing to do anything. "Howard, I did this for you. After sensing your fluctuations, even if I didn't want to 1,000 times over, I had to restrain myself." Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun felt incredibly great. He took a deep breath, his sleeves fluttering slightly, and arrogantly declared, "Bring me your fine wine and delicious food." As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, the madam beside him's eyes lit up, and she quickly shouted. Then, surrounded by these women, Bai Xiaochun swaggered into the pavilion. Upon entering, the place was resplendent with magnificent lights and opulent decorations. Even with his extensive knowledge, Bai Xiaochun was shocked. Almost all the tables were made of immortal jade. The floor was also made of jade. There was even a special formation, making the surroundings resemble a celestial realm. Even the candles burning on one side were made from precious herbs. As a grand master of medicinal herbs himself, Bai Xiaochun could distinguish at least 7 or 8 types of herbs, all of which were lost immortal herbs, just by smelling them. Every single plant was priceless. But today, there were no fewer than 1,000 candles burning here. This made Bai Xiaochun even more astonished. He wondered what kind of clan this was, to be so incredibly wealthy. What shocked Bai Xiaochun even more was that even using his divine sense, he couldn't find any illusion in the luxurious architecture. This was enough to prove. All the architecture here, the lights, the tiles, everything was real. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat moved. After being surrounded by these charming women, he sat down on the jade chair, his heart beating faster as he touched it. The women around him, each one coquettishly, quickly brought him fine wine and delicious food. Their melodious voices transformed the place into a place of gentle bliss. Although Bai Xiaochun was the ruler of the Kui dynasty, he had never experienced such enjoyment, especially since he had no acquaintances by his side. After this exhausting and dry journey through the starry sky, he was very happy about this sudden opportunity. He picked up his wine glass, glanced at it, then laughed heartily and drank a large gulp. He then indulged in the delicious food and spiritual fruits, occasionally teasing the shy young women beside him who were both trying to refuse and welcoming him. In front, several exquisite figures were gracefully dancing to the music, creating an unusually lively atmosphere inside the pavilion. Even on either side of Bai Xiaochun, there were maidens massaging his shoulders and beautiful women serving him wine. As for the madam, she stood to one side, her face beaming with smiles. The 2 ancient-level attendants who had accompanied Bai Xiaochun were now surrounded by numerous women, like a fragrant breeze. In a short time, the sounds of charming laughter and joyful singing mingled with Bai Xiaochun's hearty laughter, making the lights inside the pavilion seem even brighter. If it weren't for the Bai Hao mark on the back of his hand, occasionally emitting ripples of energy, Bai Xiaochun would have wanted to linger here, dispelling the dust and grime of his journey. But as Bai Xiaochun enjoyed this comfort, as time passed, a dark light slowly emerged in the madam's smiling face and eyes. All around, whether the women were dancing, playing musical instruments and singing, or massaging Bai Xiaochun's shoulders, their eyes all radiated a gloomy light. The women's fingernails quickly darkened and elongated. Their faces also quickly turned green and ferocious. Their hair also grew rapidly. All of this sounds lengthy, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye as Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, enjoying all of this. All the women around him completely transformed. The fastest to change was this madam. In an instant, her body became incredibly ferocious, turning into a vengeful ghost. She leapt up, her eyes filled with greed, and in the blink of an eye, she lunged straight at Bai Xiaochun. Her movements were like a signal. Almost simultaneously with her attack, all the women around him instantly transformed into ferocious vengeful ghosts, suddenly charging towards Bai Xiaochun and his 2 ancient servants. The ear-piercing screams abruptly interrupted the music playing. The candlelight all around them instantly faded, replaced by a greenish glow emanating an aura of death. Even the smooth ground seemed to recede, becoming a burial ground for countless skeletons. In that instant, the pavilion itself crumbled. From a distance, it was no longer a pavilion. It was clearly a graveyard. Only the fine wine and delicious food on the table remained unchanged. Although it was unknown how these vengeful spirits obtained them, they were undeniably real. But as the surroundings transformed, all the women turned into vengeful spirits, attacking the 3 of them. Bai Xiaochun, who had been humming softly and shaking his head, suddenly opened his eyes. What a racket! A hint of displeasure appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face as he waved his sleeve. A surge of energy erupted from his body, exploding everywhere. In an instant, the vengeful spirits surrounding him were all struck, letting out mournful cries, their eyes filled with terror as they quickly retreated. At the same time, the 2 ancient servants unleashed their cultivation, sealing off the entrances to the pavilion one after the other, and further extending their divine senses to prevent the vengeful spirits from escaping through the walls. All of this was accomplished in a flash. The vengeful spirits, still wailing, seemed to have their souls injured by Bai Xiaochun's aura and retreated further. Bai Xiaochun glared fiercely at the madam in front of him, who was about to lunge at him. Before the madam's expression could change drastically and she could retreat, Bai Xiaochun naturally raised his right hand and grabbed her. He spoke arrogantly. "Hurry up and transform back. It's rare that your grandpapa gets to see a normal little ghost, and yet you dare to transform to scare me. Quickly, don't talk so much. Transform back immediately." Continue dancing for Grandpa Bai. Bai Xiaochun felt that these words were truly satisfying and joyful. Having experienced years of fear of ghosts, thinking that one day he would naturally strike fear into ghosts, he felt he was just one step away from the peak of his life. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun felt that he still lacked a bit of intimidation. So, in front of everyone, he casually took the soul of the brothel owner in his hand to refine it with fire. But the fluctuations of Bai Hao on the back of his hand intensified, radiating a strong desire. Bai Xiaochun let out a soft sigh. After a moment of thought, he brought the madam's soul closer to the back of his hand. The instant the soul touched the mark, Bai Hao transformed into the mark and suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. The madam, amidst her agonizing screams, was instantly sucked in. After absorbing the madam's soul, Bai Hao's soul emitted a wave of satisfaction, slowly calming down. It seemed that only this madam here possessed such a strong suction force towards him. As for the other ghosts, Bai Hao found them unappealing. Bai Xiaochun smiled, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, "The wine's finished. Quickly go smash the wine bottles for me." Following Bai Xiaochun's voice, the women transformed from vengeful spirits surrounding him all dared not disobey. Each of them, with their delicate features, looked at Bai Xiaochun with an unprecedented fear in their eyes. According to the women, the scene of the madam being sucked away earlier was too terrifying. Now, trembling, each of them quickly tried to regain their previous singing and dancing form, wanting to serve Bai Xiaochun and avert this crisis. Their dancing at this moment was merely out of fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The same was true for singing and playing music, but the most trembling were those beside Bai Xiaochun, massaging his shoulders and back. Only after a long time, when Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes in blissful intoxication, did they slowly relax a little. At this point, each of them was frustrated, wishing they could serve Bai Xiaochun well and make him leave quickly, but Bai Xiaochun, on the contrary, didn't want to leave so quickly. In this comfortable environment, he sat there for an entire day, drinking countless fine wines and eating countless delicious foods. It wasn't until sunset the next day that Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes. After a full day's rest, Bai Xiaochun felt all the fatigue from his arduous journey had been swept away. His mood brightened even more, and he felt particularly pleased. In this barren starry sky, encountering such a joyful event was extremely rare. Although they are all spirits, they are very special. It's a waste to keep them here. Why not take them back to the imperial dynasty? When I'm not in the mood, I can let them dance or sing a song. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun was very tempted. Especially after his love letter was confiscated, he felt something was missing in his storage bag. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's missing some special dances and songs. If I take them back, when I meet the Holy Emperor, I'm sure he'll be envious. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Standing up, amidst the trembling of the female ghosts, Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve. "From now on, you will all follow me." With a wave of his sleeve, a sudden suction force emanated. Instantly, the hundreds of female ghosts inside the pavilion vanished, absorbed into Bai Xiaochun's storage bag. Having done this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. He began digging inside the pavilion. Whether it was the floor tiles, the table, or the candles around, in short, everything that could be moved was frantically cleared away. Very quickly, the pavilion was reduced to an unseen size. In the end, only an empty space remained. Everything inside had been removed by Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. This great harvest made him feel exhilarated. Bai Xiaochun didn't forget the fine wine either. After his divine sense swept through, he realized that the clan that had once lived here naturally possessed a considerable amount of fine wine and some cooking ingredients. This made Bai Xiaochun even happier. After taking everything, he licked his lips and swept across the ruins once more. Finally, he contentedly stepped onto the treasure fan, and under the watchful gaze of the little spirit, controlled the fan to fly into the distance. As the pavilion disappeared, the formation here also lost its effect, allowing Bai Xiaochun to leave this circular area without hindrance. In the starry sky, on the treasure fan, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in meditation, continuing his research on how to concoct the 30-colored fire. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm of the Eternal Dynasty, a grand court assembly was taking place. During the time Bai Xiaochun was away, the three women, Zhou Zimai, Song Jianwan, and Hou Xiaomei, along with the Grand Heavenly Master, the Giant Ghost King, and the likes of Li Qingou and Gongsun Waner, were responsible for handling state affairs. Da Bao, having grown up long ago, was naturally groomed to be the successor, no longer acting recklessly and aggressively like he did as a child. However, his core nature remained the same. As for his cultivation, he possessed extraordinary talent. In recent years, he had naturally reached the demigod realm. His physical strength was so formidable that even the Giant Ghost King felt his grandson's thick skin and sturdy build were unmatched by anyone except Bai Xiaochun. As for Zizi, her cultivation was slightly higher than Da Bao's, but like Bai Xiaochun, she had also been in seclusion for many years. With the increasing number of heavenly venerate powerhouses, the Kui dynasty's position became increasingly stable. It was simply because Bai Xiaochun announced to the outside world that he was going into seclusion, which led to some rumors gradually circulating about him. Rumors weren't spreading within the Imperial Dynasty, but both the Holy Imperial Dynasty and the Evil Imperial Dynasty were discussing them. There were many rumors. The main point was that Bai Xiaochun's combat power wasn't that of the primordial era. Back then, he had simply suffered too great a loss, unable to bear it, and only barely managed to stabilize the situation, which is why he's now in seclusion for years. Even though Bai Xiaochun occasionally returns to spend time with Zizi and Da Bao, he spends most of his time in the starry sky. He usually returns once a year, and each time he stays for very short periods. Currently, rumors are rampant within the Evil Imperial Dynasty. Someone is definitely behind this. If His Majesty doesn't come out of seclusion soon, there might be some trouble. Most importantly, it's about His Majesty's cultivation level. Grand Celestial Master was somewhat worried. At this moment, he and Song Jianwan and the others were discussing countermeasures. Bai Xiaochun's last return was several years ago. They were unaware of his advancement in cultivation. Bai Xiaochun was also busy refining the 30-colored flames, striving relentlessly until he succeeded, and hadn't even considered returning for a visit. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's main hall, everyone was frowning, contemplating how to handle the rumors. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the heavens. The thunderous roar surpassed even the thunder, a violent blast. The commotion was so great that it spread not only within the Kui dynasty, but also throughout the Holy Dynasty and the Evil Dynasty. This earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed throughout the entire eternal immortal realm. The eternal sea also surged with massive, turbulent waves. The entire world seemed to tremble. A pressure that everyone could feel following this enormous sound descended from the sky. What happened? My God, this! What kind of sound is this? At that moment, countless people in many regions all cried out in astonishment. All the powerful figures of the three great imperial dynasties immediately flew out, looking up towards the sky. The source of the explosion was high in the sky. Even more astonishing was that at this moment, high in the sky, the gigantic face of the colossal lord, which had remained motionless for so many years, occupied half the sky. He was closing his eyes, but in this instant, he trembled and flinched. This tremor was extremely clear, felt distinctly by all the powerful figures. In an instant, a raging storm arose, erupting in everyone's minds. The giant is moving. I didn't see wrong. His eyelids really moved. How is this possible? The rumors, could they be true? Countless people were terrified. In an instant, the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor flew out first. They were on their respective imperial cities, their expressions different. Compared to the solemn and heavy Holy Emperor, the Evil Emperor's eyes briefly revealed a dark light. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, even the hearts of all the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm felt a sense of pressure and life-threatening danger. As the giant lord's eyelids trembled, over 100 rocks fell from his forehead. Each stone fell like a shooting star, hurtling straight towards the ground of the eternal immortal realm. They moved at incredible speed, as if they possessed a full life of their own. Even with the combined efforts of the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor, they couldn't stop them all, and they crashed down with a thunderous roar. The ground shook violently, and the heavens and earth were filled with screams. The Holy Emperor's breath quickened, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately issued a decree. All heavenly venerables, all demigods, immediately mobilize. Destroy all the rocks within the Holy Emperor dynasty's territory and collect them all. Once any trace of life appears, report it immediately and exterminate them. A similar decree also appeared within the Evil Emperor dynasty, only with a slight difference. Here, there was no extermination, only collection. Very quickly, both great dynasties acted, continuously expanding within their respective territories. They didn't even forget the sea areas, collecting as well. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't inside the Kui imperial dynasty, the resolution from the community of Grand Heavenly Masters still spread throughout the imperial court. Almost all the heavenly venerables and demigods dispersed, each searching. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun, in the starry sky, atop his treasured fan, had an extremely serious expression. His entire focus was on the flame before him. The color of this flame was rapidly changing, completely different from the 29-colored flame. At this moment, the flame's color was almost invisible, as if many colors were interwoven, one moment vibrant, the next seemingly colorless. Bai Xiaochun had completely mastered the method of creating the 30-colored flame and had perfected it to the limit of his abilities through repeated refinement. But even so, he had repeatedly failed. By now, Bai Xiaochun realized that this 30-colored flame might not necessarily succeed. Even though everything was perfectly prepared and the refining process had reached its limit, there was still a huge possibility of failure. Whether I can refine the 30-colored flame depends on my luck, Bai Xiaochun murmured. He had failed dozens of times already. If it were anyone else, they would have long since given up hope. After all, each refining attempt consumed an astonishing amount of soul energy. Even Bai Xiaochun, with his vast soul energy, was finding it difficult to cope. According to his estimation, he could only refine a maximum of 20 more times. If he failed again, he would run out of soul energy. Having flown through the starry sky for so long, while he hadn't collected all the souls in the starry sky, Bai Xiaochun estimated that he had collected at least more than half. There were still some scattered souls, which were not only troublesome to collect, but also time-consuming. I must succeed. Bai Xiaochun sighed softly, then braced himself and continued refining. A few days later, a violent explosion echoed through the starry sky. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned grim as he sat there, lost in thought. After a while, he resumed refining, and so it went, day after day. A month later, Bai Xiaochun had refined 8 times, each time failing to varying degrees. He had reached his limit. He couldn't even find the reason for his failures. Then, after a month of refining, it seemed that after so many failures, a glimmer of hope appeared, following some kind of pattern. During the refining process, Bai Xiaochun finally achieved extraordinary success. His heart trembled, and he took deep breaths to calm himself, gradually falling into a state of ethereal tranquility. He seemed to have forgotten everything, leaving only the sea of fire before him, constantly taking shape. After an unknown period of time, when Bai Xiaochun's consciousness recovered from this surreal state, he was astonished to see a brilliant flame floating before him. 30 colors. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his breathing revealing excitement. Thinking of his hardships, thinking of Bai Hao's impending resurrection, Bai Xiaochun slowly became agitated, looking up at the sky and laughing heartily. Filled with exhilaration and anticipation, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, slowly holding the 30-colored flame in his hand, gradually moving it closer to the mark on the back of his hand. Bai Hao's soul within this mark seemed to sense the approaching flame, emitting the most intense fluctuations ever. Hower, Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. This 30-colored flame, formed after countless years and an endless sea of souls, slowly merged with the mark on the back of his hand. In the instant of this fusion, Bai Hao within the mark on Bai Xiaochun's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. That year, when Bai Hao died, he used his own soul to forge the 22-colored flame, which saved Bai Xiaochun when he was in danger. But now, Bai Xiaochun paid an enormous price, refining 30-colored flames, wanting Bai Hao to be resurrected from this mark. As the light of Bai Hao's mark grew brighter, Bai Xiaochun's heart also became extremely anxious. He stared intently without blinking. After an unknown amount of time, the mark on the back of his hand finally slowly emerged. In Bai Xiaochun's hurried breath, the mark floated in front of him. Gradually, a faint soul-shattering aura emanated from within. This soul aura became increasingly intense. Finally, with the mark as the center, it formed the outline of a soul image. Bai Xiaochun looked at this outline and immediately recognized it was Bai Hao. However, Bai Xiaochun excitedly called out. Following his cry, Bai Hao's soul's eyelids twitched slightly and slowly opened. At first, he showed a bewildered expression. Upon clearly seeing Bai Xiaochun before him, Bai Hao's body trembled violently. Master! Hearing the words master, Bai Xiaochun burst into laughter. He had waited for years to hear this single word, master. He had also longed for this reunion for many years. At this moment, amidst the laughter, Bai Hao's memories were somewhat jumbled. But the moment he saw his master, his heart calmed down. Just like back then, in his world, his master was his only family. With his master by his side, everything was peaceful. Slowly, a smile appeared on Bai Hao's face as he knelt before Bai Xiaochun, gently bowing 3 times. Master, it's been a long time. The laughter transformed into warmth, joy into affection. On this treasure fan, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao, master and disciple, seemed to have endless things to talk about. Through Bai Xiaochun's boastful words, Bai Hao gradually learned everything that had happened since his fall. He knew that the ancestral realm had crumbled, that the eternal immortal realm existed, and how glorious his master's path had been in that distant world. He also knew that the eternal immortal realm was currently a 3-way power struggle. Furthermore, your master, my esteemed self, is now a primordial being. Do you know what a primordial being is? In the entire eternal immortal realm, there are only 3 of them. Moreover, I'm not just an ordinary primordial being. Crushing the evil emperor and the holy emperor is as easy as pie. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, proudly boasting. Bai Hao, standing beside him, widened his eyes. He had followed Bai Xiaochun for a long time and naturally knew what his master needed at this moment. Therefore, his eyes quickly showed admiration, and he quickly spoke up. Master is always invincible in the world. No matter where you are, you can always thrive. In this respect, your disciple feels inferior. I must learn more from you in the future. Seeing Bai Hao's gaze and hearing the flattery in Bai Hao's serious words, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, pointing at Bai Hao, trying to make himself serious, but finding it difficult to do so. However, what I appreciate most about you is this. You've never lied before. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Bai Hao also smiled. In his understanding, as long as his master was pleased, he was happy. Especially thinking about how much his master had sacrificed to save him, Bai Hao felt very warm inside. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand to stop him, wanting to continue boasting about other things in front of his disciple. But at this moment, inside the fan, the tall tower at the peak of the Life and Death Tao Origin Mountain by the river suddenly trembled, emitting to black and white lights. The appearance of this light startled Bai Xiaochun. Following that, there was the astonished cry of the little spirit. The Life and Death Tao Origin is being absorbed. My God, how can this be? The little spirit, who had previously looked down on Bai Xiaochun, now looked at him boastfully. At this moment, amidst a cry of astonishment, its body instantly soared upwards, hurtling straight towards the Tao Origin Tower. Bai Xiaochun's mind was also shaken, and he immediately ran after it. As for Bai Hao, seeing his master's expression change, he also immediately followed solemnly behind. In an instant, stepping onto the fan-shaped surface, Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness naturally spread out, directly merging into the tower. With a glance, he saw that inside the tower, Songquest's corpse was floating above the Life and Death Tao Origin. This Life and Death Tao Origin had transformed into 2 streams of black and white mist, naturally surrounding Songquest's corpse. Even more carefully observed, a wisp of it was slowly entering Songquest's body. Did this person actually succeed? Impossible. It makes no sense. The little spirit also noticed all of this. Its whole body was stunned. After saying that, it immediately took a deep breath and hurriedly looked towards Bai Xiaochun. It found that Bai Xiaochun's attention was completely drawn to Song Qiu. Only then did it breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, the chances of success for what the little spirit had said to Bai Xiaoqun earlier were much smaller than what it had predicted. This was, after all, just a preliminary idea from Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. But today, everything showed that this idea seemed to be very accurate. Song Q, Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath. Although Song Q was still enveloped in the aura of death, there were subtle changes compared to before, as if a reversal had occurred after reaching the end of death. Clearly, Song Q was merging with the Tao origin of life and death. Once he finally succeeded, the possibility of Song Q being resurrected was extremely high. His cultivation level would even be significantly different. As for what level he could reach, Bai Xiaoqun couldn't easily judge. But at this moment, although the little spirit's mind was shaken, it accepted this reality. Sensing Bai Xiaoqun's thoughts, it quickly spoke up. This fusion takes time. It could be very fast, or it could be very slow. It all depends on his fate. After all, nothing like this has ever happened before. The little spirit took another deep breath. Looking at Song Q, its heart was also somewhat complicated. The Tao of life and death, that is the Tao of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. When Song Q succeeds, in a sense, he will be considered the legitimate successor of Dao Chen Immortal Venerable. Hearing the little spirit's words and carefully observing Song Quest's situation, Bai Xiaoqun's heart was filled with joy. If Bai Hao was Bai Xiaoqun's savior, then Song Q was the savior of his Tao companion and his offspring. Bai Xiaoqun could never forget such kindness. His eyes held a blessing as he let out a long sigh. He bowed respectfully to Song Q before departing. Almost simultaneously with Bai Xiaoqun's double celebration, in the eternal immortal realm, as over 100 stones fell, powerful figures from the 3 great dynasties fanned out to collect and kill them. This process was not smooth. The stones, infected with the Lord's aura, formed a corrosive zone. Even with quick detection, it still caused some disruption. Furthermore, some could only be found by heavenly venerables, significantly slowing down the process. A month had passed, and although many stones had been discovered and collected, most were solid. They didn't seem to contain any flesh and blood of a Lord's clone. Only one stone containing complete flesh and blood had appeared in the Holy Emperor dynasty. Other locations, however, yielded no findings. At this moment, in the area near the border of the evil Emperor dynasty, the giant Demon King was rushing forward at top speed. As a heavenly venerate, in this past month, he had passed through 7 areas where rocks had fallen, suppressing and collecting them one by one. Now, he was heading towards a place where a half-god under his command had discovered another fallen rock. That place was relatively desolate, with no inhabitants around, so even if it was eroded, the impact wouldn't be too great. Especially with the giant Demon King's heavenly venerate cultivation, he was strong enough to wear down anything that was eroded. As he rushed forward, the distance between him and the rock was getting closer and closer. Once I find this rock, I can return to the city. This eternal immortal realm will likely face many difficulties in the future. The giant Demon King sighed softly. He was very worried about the future. As the giant Demon King advanced, he gradually got closer to the territory of the evil Emperor dynasty. Not long after, a valley appeared in front of the giant Demon King. The area wasn't very large. The ground all around was scorched black, emitting plumes of black mist. In the center of this mist-shrouded valley stood a rock. The rock was only about the size of a fist, but it emitted flickering light, constantly changing as if following some kind of pattern, like a beating heart. Around the valley were 7 or 8 demigod-level powerhouses from the Kui dynasty. They had discovered this place first, but were unable to enter the valley. The corrosive force emanating from it was unbearable even for demigods, so they reported it, and then the giant Demon King arrived. As the giant Demon King approached, these 7 or 8 demigods immediately rose to pay their respects. The giant Demon King waved his hand, saying nothing. With a swift movement, he stepped directly into the valley. A corrosive force emanated from within, capable of neutralizing a demigod. However, for a heavenly venerate, it couldn't inflict significant damage in a short time. It only caused the giant Ghost King's body to continuously emit black energy. The giant Ghost King knew this corrosive effect would last a long time, and he couldn't withstand it. Without any hesitation, after entering the valley, he directly approached the rock, raised his right hand, and grabbed it from a distance. This rock resembled the ones he had encountered before. The giant ghost king instinctively scanned it with his divine consciousness. But this time, after his consciousness swept over it, his expression changed instantly and his eyes widened. "It's not solid," the giant ghost king gasped. His divine consciousness detected the light emanating from the rock, and inside, there seemed to be a small creature resembling a lizard. Even when the giant ghost king's divine consciousness swept over it, the creature seemed startled. The giant demon king was momentarily exhilarated. He knew he had discovered something extraordinary. He understood that its value was likely considerable. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated, intending to return to the imperial city. But just as the giant demon king was about to leave, a cold snort suddenly descended from the sky. The surrounding area instantly transformed into a sea of fire. This black sea of fire engulfed everything in an instant. The 7 or 8 half-god powerhouses didn't even have time to escape or utter a scream. They were instantly consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Evil Emperor, the giant demon king, being a heavenly venerate, was utterly shocked. He had witnessed Bai Xiaochun and the evil emperor fighting. Over the years, he had also spoken with Gongsun Wanner, making him even more sensitive to the evil emperor's aura. He cried out in astonishment. At the same time, he immediately wanted to warn Koi Huan Fan. But it was too late. The sea of fire surrounding them instantly surged. From a distance, this sea of fire naturally transformed into a fiery hand rising from the ground, grasping the giant demon king. No matter how much the giant demon king struggled and tried to escape, the difference in cultivation levels was too great, and he was unable to break free. After being seized and squeezed fiercely by the fiery hand, he was immediately swept into the sky. In the sky, the evil emperor, clad in his imperial robes, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unchanged. He didn't look back at the fiery hand. Only after a stone flew out from within it did he catch it. After a quick glance, the stone naturally merged slowly with his body. Until the stone completely disappeared, the evil emperor's eyes revealed a strange light. It seemed that his entire aura had increased significantly compared to before. As for the giant demon king, he was now inside the fiery hand, bleeding from all 7 orifices, severely wounded and naturally unconscious. The evil emperor didn't even glance at the giant demon king. His gaze was fixed on the distant Kuwang city, his eyes gradually narrowing. "Bai Xiaochun, after all these years, do you truly possess the full power of the primordial era?" The evil emperor spoke indifferently. In truth, Bai Xiaochun hadn't fought for many years. Neither he nor the holy emperor were entirely certain. Back then, Bai Xiaochun relied on the primordial era's light. The evil emperor had been patiently waiting here until now, naturally having found a way to counter the primordial era's light. Especially now, according to the evil emperor, a major event was imminent. No matter what, he wanted to probe Bai Xiaochun's true strength first. Rarely lost in thought, the evil emperor suddenly smiled, grabbed the giant ghost king, and abruptly departed. Shortly after the evil emperor left, an imperial decree was issued from within the evil emperor city, directly addressed to the emperor city. The decree clearly stated that the giant ghost king had trespassed into the evil emperor dynasty's territory, stealing the meteorite, thus committing an offense. Therefore, the evil emperor was suppressing him and teaching him a lesson. This matter was also announced throughout the eternal immortal realm by the evil emperor dynasty. The decree not only explained the reason, but also instructed Bai Xiaochun to personally travel to the evil emperor city and escort the giant ghost king away. This test was completely undisguised. Almost instantly after the decree was issued, the holy emperor narrowed his eyes. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Although he was allied with Bai Xiaochun, he still harbored some doubts about Bai Xiaochun's combat power. At this moment, lost in thought, he felt that the evil emperor's test was actually a good thing for him. Chico Hiobiktk Nathanao, Chian Thian Gvvi Takang Koji Zo. Nhang Mu Bisich Tiu Thuneng Jung, Lakey Biekti Li Chou Tao. Then Hong H Quai Tam, Lei Nahan Sn Shuai Mtithit, Kung Ji Lam Zong Chuan Barate. The Jian Thong Mt Kai, Ba Nge Tri Quay. Mt Thiki Hong Then Kanko Biekti Finding Now, Ta Hong Kang Them Giang. Them Kai Nge Si Ben Then Tussca Ki Hong Triu Kang Dudu. Trong Ki Hong Then, TTC Nung Giko Agg Then Fan, Nyik Gi Hu Lolung. It lachuti mch kang navi, kam gijithian sb kang navi. Bun htt nyan non ra ggc tran thian ne. Neo nabis ht thun thun li zut hyan thun li h hyan rachin lukang kem di nchiam ko contit. Hang neo na chin luk cabs ht thun uet hun mtiet. Hoik la sitem, sd la si kuvibun sn gnp nui heim. GVVIGA une bagi tong quan yin kung to tmch con ko hai tmwe. Hu sai ti chabi sich tu thun bien quan. Them kai ji thian sbmuit keng tun yin ni. Kung now lian the tun rothine thick. Muan sai trio hon bi sich tu thun ti trong bien quan thick teen. Chala sao ki thun niem si bun h tun vau mt thit. Lay that lao kang ko tervli. Siench tung navi, ki en cho kam gi ji thian sb kang loling. Han trong ne ntiki mgigykbktn, hong kong mtith bamura, tm chen mura. Sao ki mura, bong dang cab sich tu thun tuban trong chum roi thian ra. Chiko hiolse nabi sich tu thun y trong mtngig, then the hinti nyan gn and trong suit. Vi non shin la fan ta jibit nuon non mgi chayan. Bintun sn lpptic eccentric via. Kang ji mgig jate kao hai, bi sich tu thun trong mt the chum roi mu myong. Sao ko then the hing jate nyan ko en sang lpp lo. And sang biekt fun ln ki en show trong long kam gi ji thian sb chin yang. Bao ggm kang ten yan ni kang vi. Bun h hin thi non lay. Hio chan bun h non thi ggc, la mt and sang choi loa. Cha sd bun h then la thien tun, huba and sang ne lam show choi mt. Theo sao and sang, la mt ki tic and show mgi giang hit the lay. Them kai then the kang hang run ray. Lin hn kung hang lay yang. Ki tic ne kang fi nen layet. Shala hai tun rele lpptic thir hei. Nehang vn ki en show trong huttc mgig huench mdn. Arch t non, theo and sang ang t, jung na trian tong, djang na y trend in the fan then hob sich tu thun ne. B sich tu thun bin tun trang hype h june. Sao ki ttc and sang hu tiu tan, trong mt thit zut hein b sich tu thun. So vvi trong tri en chen camgig kocha kang jung ulum. Hun na tak di hun mtiet. Hun na thot non kang trak hun kang it. Hio dine chiko assess them thai wyben trong hi mt jung na ting kang, jung na hun then hyen. Ko the hot ttc tnt valben trong. No matter who looked at him, regardless of their cultivation level, even Gongsun Waner, who had reached the late heavenly venerate stage, was shaken. This was a habit Bai Xiaochun had developed from trying his best to restrain his aura in the starry sky. But he was, after all, an ancient being and had experienced the journey through the starry sky. Even with the restraint, through the clone he had left behind earlier, he knew that the evil emperor had suppressed the giant ghost king and ordered him to personally go and test him. Anger surged within him, causing him to inadvertently release a trace of his aura, enough to shock everyone. The Grand Heavenly Master took a deep breath, his heart instantly calming down, and immediately bowed to Bai Xiaochun. Greetings, Emperor Kui. Greetings, Emperor Kui. Following the Grand Celestial Master's bow, everyone else followed suit. Only Song Junwan, Zhou Zimai, and Ho Xiaomei were slightly better off. I'm here, don't worry. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His gaze softened as he looked at everyone. His eyes calmed the hearts of the three women, including Zhou Zimai. It seemed that with Bai Xiaochun by their side, all problems could be resolved. Having not seen each other for a long time, Bai Xiaochun walked towards the three women and hugged them. Song Junwan smiled gently. Ho Xiaomei's belly was bulging, but they knew Zhou Zimai was vulnerable at this moment, so they gestured for Bai Xiaochun to comfort her. When Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhou Zimai, her eyes were slightly red. I will go to the evil emperor dynasty and invite my father-in-law back. After returning, I will not go into seclusion again for a while, Bai Xiaochun said softly, his body flashing as he soared straight into the sky. This return was very hasty. It was truly because the matter of the giant ghost king happened too suddenly. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't taken precautions beforehand and left a clone in the secret chamber, the situation might have changed even more drastically by the time he returned. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun had naturally dealt with everything. Bai Hao was resurrected, and Song Qiu showed signs of awakening in the future. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation had also advanced to the ancient realm. He had also experienced a battle with the old ghost woman and even regularly sparred with these two ancient realm servants. So he had compared his own combat power and his confidence had increased considerably. If this enemy wasn't the evil emperor, Bai Xiaochun would have used a lightning strike to directly crush and take the giant ghost king away. As for the matter of the real and fake evil emperor from back then, recalling Bai Xiaochun's current experiences, he had already made a judgment in his heart. This fake evil emperor must be extremely connected to that inverse mortal demon venerable. Bai Xiaochun sped forward through the sky. His eyes narrowed, revealing a thoughtful glint. Very quickly, this glint was replaced by killing intent. Regardless of what tricks the evil emperor was hiding, Bai Xiaochun knew he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, the giant ghost king would be in danger. If the evil emperor couldn't get results, he absolutely wouldn't give up. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun also thought of the black stone formed from the Lord's flesh and blood that the evil emperor had given him when his child was born. He sensed danger on that stone. He was angry at the time, but he could only restrain himself. Now, with both past and present grudges surfacing, Bai Xiaochun's killing intent intensified. Amidst the deafening explosion, he directly crossed the territory of the Kui Emperor dynasty and entered the Evil Emperor dynasty's domain. With his speed, it wouldn't take long at all. From afar, he saw the Evil Emperor dynasty's palace atop the enormous trident and the skeletal dragon. Evil Emperor. Before he could fully approach, Bai Xiaochun's deep voice, like thunder, exploded in this world, surpassing all other lightning, reverberating in all directions. The earth trembled, the sky lost its color, as if a giant was roaring. All the cultivators in Evil Emperor City, even the heavenly venerables, felt their hearts explode, their expressions instantly changing. It's the Kui Emperor. Everyone in Evil Emperor City knew about the giant demon king being suppressed by the Evil Emperor. And they also knew that the Evil Emperor had issued a decree ordering the Demon Emperor Bai Xiaochun to personally come and receive him. Initially, although they were somewhat worried, they were mostly eager to see the spectacle unfold. Because in their hearts, they still felt that this Demon Emperor Bai Xiaochun was no match for their Evil Emperor. Back then, it was only because Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor joined forces that the Evil Emperor was forced to yield. But now, if the Evil Emperor dared to take the initiative, he must have been fully prepared. However, all these thoughts diminished considerably as Bai Xiaochun arrived and his voice echoed. At the moment the entire Evil Emperor City was shaken by this voice, a sky-shattering black aura suddenly erupted from the Imperial Palace. This aura directly shot up into the air, spreading in all directions, vaguely resembling a gigantic face, suddenly staring at Bai Xiaochun who was rapidly approaching. Bai Xiaochun. A low, deep voice, carrying terrifying majesty, intertwined with Bai Xiaochun's roar, distinctly different yet simultaneously resounding. Others would have stopped at this point. But Bai Xiaochun's speed remained completely unchanged. The cold light in his eyes even flared up. Evil Emperor, who gave you such audacity? Not only did you break the agreement, but you even dared to abduct my father-in-law. With a low roar, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand. In an instant, 7 or 8 ancient beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the Evil Emperor's face in midair with a loud bang. Without further ado, Bai Xiaochun had come here to fight. At that moment, as the primordial light exploded, the Evil Emperor's eyes revealed a dark light, and a cold, mocking smile briefly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bai Xiaochun, is this all you know? The Evil Emperor's face in the sky twisted in an instant. 9 points of light finally appeared inside. Looking closely, these points of light were 9 enormous crystals. A beam of light connected them. The face dissipated, replaced by a massive black mirror. Almost as soon as this mirror formed, Bai Xiaochun's primordial light roared down. But the expected explosion didn't occur. This extremely strange mirror was like muddy water in a swamp. The primordial light descended and was ultimately sucked into it. If you only have this much skill, then I am very disappointed in you. The Evil Emperor's voice was cold. Following that, his figure slowly walked out of the Imperial Palace, his voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth, until he stood in midair. Before the 9 crystal-like, mirror-like structures, the ancient aura within him erupted wildly. Next, cheers and bows erupted from numerous cultivators within the Evil Emperor City below. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the mirror formed by the 9 spirit stones, remaining silent. he simply raised his right hand. Instantly, more than 10 silver streaks of light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a deafening sound. Simultaneously, more than 10 ancient lights roared towards the evil emperor, hurtling straight towards him. Useless, I have a way to deal with your ancient lights. You can't break my evil emperor star. The evil emperor clasped his hands behind his back, chuckling softly. Immediately, behind him, the illusory black mirror instantly pierced through his body and appeared before him, blocking the more than 10 ancient lights' attack. A resounding sound echoed as the ancient lights dissipated, and the mirror remained completely unharmed. Almost 20 already. Bai Xiaochun, do you have any more of these divine abilities? Today, I really want to see how many ancient light beams you possess. The evil emperor remained with his hands clasped behind his back, the mockery in his eyes intensifying as he slowly spoke. Bai Xiaochun knew that the evil emperor's presence here was certainly related to Ni Fan. Although his fighting spirit was strong, he was also very cautious. Even when he arrived, he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation, making him appear as a heavenly venerate in the evil emperor's eyes, not an ancient one. Even though the evil emperor was provoking him, Bai Xiaochun still didn't reveal his ancient one cultivation. In truth, he had too many trump cards. Unless the evil emperor had even more powerful techniques, it wouldn't be enough to force Bai Xiaochun to unleash his full fighting power. You want to see for yourself. Fine, then I'll show you how many, Bai Xiaochun sneered. His body stopped abruptly, and with a flick of his right hand, he formed a hand seal. Instantly, the sky trembled. This time, more than 50 silver beams of light appeared. More than 50 white beams of light were revealed, instantly startling everyone in the evil emperor city, causing them to cry out in astonishment. So many, my god! The ancient light of this Emperor Kui, wasn't it previously estimated to be no more than 20 beams? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, but it didn't affect the evil emperor. Although he was also startled, he remained confident. As the more than 50 ancient light beams approached with a thunderous roar, the black mirror beside him quickly rotated, absorbing and neutralizing them amidst the continuous rumbling, seemingly becoming incredibly solid and stable. Is this your limit, you? The evil emperor even managed a smile. But before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand again. This time, 100 white beams of light appeared in the sky. This scene shocked everyone. Even the evil emperor's eyes widened, his mind shaken for the first time. However, everyone's astonishment wouldn't end, nor would it be just a little bit. Following Bai Xiaochun's hand gestures, after these 100 ancient beams of light, nearly 200 more appeared. In total, about 260-70 beams. Even if someone carefully counted, from the moment Bai Xiaochun made his move until now, the number of ancient beams of light he had shown was exactly 360. This is the number of black and white chess pieces on a chessboard, and also the limit of this divine ability within the fan. At this moment, everything erupted with a deafening roar. Nearly 300 ancient beams of light, truly astonishing and terrifying, enough to shake heaven and earth. Impossible! The evil emperor exclaimed, his face completely changing. Not only him, but the holy emperors within the holy emperor dynasty, who were also watching this battle, took a deep breath. Even with his status and cultivation, fear was evident in his eyes. Evil emperor, you wanted to see, didn't you? I'll show you once. Bai Xiaochun shouted, waving his hands. Instantly, nearly 300 ancient beams of light, like a torrential rain, poured down, rushing straight towards the evil emperor. The evil emperor's eyes instantly turned red. The mirror in front of him expanded even further, pushed to its limit, and he used all his strength to block the attack. Earth-shattering explosions echoed. Each beam of primordial light was incredibly sharp. No matter how sturdy and durable the mirror was, it was ultimately unable to simultaneously withstand so many beams of primordial light. With a deafening explosion, it began to shatter. When it had blocked nearly 80% of the primordial light, the mirror could no longer hold out and directly disintegrated, breaking into countless pieces. Along with it shattered 9 evil emperor stars, which the evil emperor had painstakingly crafted, even sacrificing his own life. After the shattering, the deafening sound echoed throughout nearly half of the eternal immortal realm. From afar, it resembled the Day of Doom, a colossal impact sweeping across the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, mountains crumbled and perished, the ground caved in, and the sky seemed about to be stripped bare. 360 beams of primordial light, unimaginable and terrifying, caused a resounding shock in the minds of all who witnessed it. This further intensified the overwhelming wave of emotion in the hearts of the powerful individuals who had previously speculated about the exact number of primordial lights Bai Xiaochun possessed. Naturally, so many naturally occurring lights. How is that possible? My God, over 300 lights in total. It seems either this Emperor Kui is incredibly powerful, or he wasn't forced to reveal his ultimate attack back then. Countless people within the evil Emperor dynasty were terrified. At the same time, the heavenly venerables and saint emperors of the Saint Emperor dynasty, after sensing from afar through their divine senses, felt their aura freeze, their minds shaken. Especially the Saint Emperor. No matter what, he never imagined that Bai Xiaochun's ancient light would be so numerous. Over 300 lights, it was earth-shattering. Even he himself wasn't sure he could survive the attack of over 300 ancient lights without escaping unscathed. At the same time, he was also startled by the evil emperor's displayed combat power. At this moment, in the Saint Emperor's eyes, the evil emperor seemed even more powerful than before. Especially this evil emperor star. This kind of thing is almost in the primordial realm, capable of resisting all divine abilities and techniques. The Holy Emperor wondered, unless he was willing to pay a huge price, it would be difficult to shake it. Only when the price was too great, even if he destroyed the evil Emperor star, he would likely suffer serious backlash. How did those two suddenly become so powerful? A strong sense of danger surged in the Holy Emperor's heart. At the same time, in the evil Emperor city above the evil Emperor, his heart was also unsettled. He was breathing heavily, his expression constantly changing, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to possess so much primordial light that it infuriated him. This was almost impossible for the evil emperor, yet it had appeared before his eyes. He surely won't have any more primordial light. The evil emperor's eyes flashed. He had only intended to test the depth of Bai Xiaochun's power. But today's test yielded results, intensifying the murderous intent already present in his heart. He realized that without the primordial light, killing Bai Xiaochun would be as easy as pie. As for Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level, in his eyes, he was still just a heavenly venerate. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's suppression of his cultivation, combined with the increase in his primordial time essence, meant that even the evil emperor couldn't detect it in a short time. However, Bai Xiaochun understood that over time, the other party would definitely be able to see through it. But he didn't care. Bai Xiaochun didn't intend to keep hiding it forever. The reason he suppressed it was to prevent losing the advantage if he were to reveal it too early. He planned that after seeing through the evil emperor completely, he would suddenly erupt with earth-shattering force, turning the tide of events in one fell swoop. Bai Xiaochun, I bet you no longer possess the ancient light. The evil emperor looked up to the sky and shouted, suddenly raising his right hand. He didn't have the evil emperor's star, but the evil emperor had many trump cards. After all, he had accumulated power over many years, and this place was the evil emperor city, his very foundation. At this moment, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, pointing towards the evil emperor city below. Instantly, the dragon bone on the enormous trident, which had remained motionless for millennia, suddenly trembled. It raised the imperial palace in the center of its head, and in the position of its eyes, two black flames instantly appeared. Following the appearance of the flames, an earth-shattering aura directly erupted from the body of this bone dragon. Its majestic body and overwhelming presence caused the sky to lose its color and the clouds to disperse in the blink of an eye. Storms and gales arose all around, and explosions erupted in all directions. The bone dragon's body suddenly shook, radiating an incredibly powerful force. This skeletal dragon was enormous. It could be said that it was the very foundation of the evil emperor city's existence. The entire evil emperor city was built upon its body. And at this moment, as the shockwave spread, a large area of the evil emperor city's architecture on its body collapsed. Countless cultivators of the evil emperor city, completely powerless to resist, were instantly shaken and thrown out of the skeletal dragon's body. Inside the evil emperor city, millions of cultivators cried out in terror and astonishment as they were simultaneously thrown outwards. As everyone's minds were violently shaken, the skeletal dragon suddenly raised its head, letting out a deafening roar. Its body swayed, and finally, from its trident, it suddenly soared into the air. Its body was too large, its aura too powerful, especially since the imperial palace above its head had not yet collapsed. From afar, it resembled an imperial crown, making this bone dragon look like an imperial dragon. Extremely ferocious, its death aura was overwhelming, and the black flames in its eyes revealed coldness and brutality. Now, after flying into the air, amidst the terrified and watchful eyes of everyone around, and under the evil emperor's control, the bone dragon roared and finally charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and collapsed, as if unable to withstand the pressure of this bone dragon. Ancient dragon! Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. The aura emanating from this bone dragon was that of the ancient realm. Clearly, this was one of the evil emperor's ultimate killing moves. Now, to kill Bai Xiaochun, the opponent was even willing to destroy the evil emperor city. If it were before he ascended to the primordial realm, facing this primordial dragon, without the primordial light, Bai Xiaochun would have been completely unable to cope and could only flee with all his might. But now, although his breathing was somewhat labored, he showed no intention of retreating. On the contrary, an unusual look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The moment the primordial dragon roared and charged forward, he raised both hands, formed a hand seal, and then swung them forcefully, softly muttering, "Past reincarnation scripture." The instant Bai Xiaochun spoke, an indescribable, mysterious aura suddenly emanated from his hands. As this mysterious aura emerged, the evil emperor's expression suddenly changed. This wasn't the first time he had seen Bai Xiaochun unleash such a strange technique. But this time, it seemed somewhat different. Just as the evil emperor's expression changed, the skeletal dragon, which had been roaring and charging forward, suddenly trembled. Finally, from its colossal body, countless runes emerged from the air. These runes instantly intertwined, spreading across its entire body with a thunderous roar. From a distance, it was impossible to determine the number of runes. They densely packed together, forming a massive net that naturally trapped the ancient dragon. Each of these runes, seemingly representing a memory, appeared within the net. Upon prolonged observation, one could discern images of the skeletal dragon as it was in life. This is the past reincarnation scripture, one of the three great divine abilities of the ancient scroll belonging to Bai Xiaochun. Previously, he was hesitant to unleash the true power of the three great divine abilities because of his insufficient cultivation. But today, this obstacle is gone. The past reincarnation scripture, in Bai Xiaochun's hands, manifested, erupting with its true sealing power. It took the memories of the bone dragon and transformed them into runes. Each of these runes and the bone dragon was intimately connected and inseparable. Borrowing these connections, it was as if cause and effect had been formed, thus sealing itself. Seal. Bai Xiaochun's voice, icy cold, suddenly rang out, and a cold wind seemed to blow through the heavens and earth. The bone dragon was enveloped by the large net of runes, letting out a mournful roar. But no matter how much it struggled, it could not do anything. No matter how terrifying it had been before, no matter how arrogant and overbearing it had been, at this moment, the massive net of runes surrounding it contracted, leaving it utterly trapped. It could only watch, amidst the astonished stares and deafening roars of countless cultivators from the evil Emperor City, as the net of countless runes contracted layer by layer, directly sealing the ancient bone dragon into a gigantic sphere. As the seal was completed, a deafening explosion resounded. The sealing sphere, scattering in multiple colors, fell from midair and crashed to the ground, motionless. Heavens, the Emperor actually sealed the bone dragon. This can't be. At this moment, countless astonished cries echoed from all directions. Even the evil Emperor held his breath, suddenly looking towards Bai Xiaochun, his eyes narrowing. "You're not a heavenly venerate, but you can't possibly be an ancient." Just as the evil Emperor uttered these words, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head, his aura erupting instantly. His immense ancient cultivation surged forth, shaking the heavens and earth, transforming into a storm, causing the voices of countless people to momentarily cease. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow, roaring through the void, hurtling straight towards the evil Emperor. A deafening roar shook the heavens. The two figures in the sky, in the brief span of a few breaths, had fought hundreds of times, causing the 8 directions to tremble and the void to collapse. Inside the Holy Emperor City, the Holy Emperor's eyes widened, a massive wave surging through his mind. he naturally ascended to the primordial level. It's impossible. The Eternal Mother is asleep. If someone were to gain the Eternal Mother's approval to become a primordial, their name would undoubtedly spread throughout the eternal immortal realm. The evil emperor hesitated. The Holy Emperor's initial reaction was also one of disbelief. They themselves were truly primordial and understood better than anyone how difficult it was to ascend to the primordial level. At the same time, for the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm, this was also an unknown secret. In fact, many years ago, the evil emperor and the holy emperor understood clearly that it was very difficult for another ancient being to appear in the eternal immortal realm, because each ancient being's ascension required the world's approval. And this approval couldn't be achieved through simple methods like nodding in agreement, but by obtaining the world's destiny. This was tantamount to taking a portion of the rules from the eternal immortal realm, thus ascending to the ancient being realm. But it was precisely for this reason that the evil emperor and the holy emperor hesitated. The Eternal Mother was truly weakened. Others didn't know, but they knew it in their hearts. Therefore, even though Bai Xiaochun's current display showed he was no longer at the heavenly venerate realm, they still couldn't believe it. They didn't even have time to think too much. Bai Xiaochun attacked, and the evil emperor counterattacked. In a very short time, the two exchanged hundreds of attacks, until, amidst the deafening roar of thunder, fresh blood spilled from the corner of the evil emperor's mouth, and his body suddenly recoiled. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand and let out a low growl. The sun. Following his cry, the sky of the entire eternal immortal realm instantly dimmed, as if all light had been sucked away. In a flash, the world shone with extreme brilliance again. Suddenly, a sun belonging to the evil emperor appeared in the sky. This sun was enormous, radiating incredibly high temperatures. Even around it, black flames continuously spread and intertwined, seemingly merging with the evil emperor, shaking all living beings. Everyone in the surrounding evil emperor city trembled. Each person quickly retreated, but many were still unable to dodge in time, and in the blink of an eye, as this sun appeared, they were turned into dried corpses by the power of this scorching fire. In a short period of time, mournful and tragic cries continuously echoed from all sides around the evil emperor city. The sun emitted black flames, and under the control of the evil emperor, it rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. This sun brought with it an oppressive aura far exceeding that of the bone dragon before. At this moment, amidst the loud explosion, it seemed to want to incinerate the entire world. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, his body quickly retreated, his hands forming a hand seal, and he roared softly, "Life and death present moment scripture," the second divine ability of the ancient scroll. As Bai Xiaochun waved his hands, thunder echoed behind him, and an ancient stone door suddenly appeared. This stone door emitted a fierce death aura, seemingly representing death itself. It was the gate of death. At the same time, behind the roaring sun, a massive gate appeared. This gate was brimming with vitality, overflowing with life force. It was the gate of life. This was Bai Xiaochun's life and death present moment scripture, transformed into two gates of life and death. The sun, coming from the gate of life, aimed at Bai Xiaochun, yet it was also aiming at the gate of death. This process was its journey from life to death. Almost instantly, the technique was formed. The sun, with its earth-shattering aura, immediately dimmed slightly. The faster it moved, the faster it died, seemingly irreversible. Even the evil emperor, having merged with this sun, saw his body age at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his light, which had been dazzlingly bright, suddenly turned into darkness. Such a scene left everyone around speechless, staring in disbelief. This further shocked the Holy Emperor of the Holy Emperor dynasty. This technique, so domineering. All of this sounds lengthy, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. The evil emperor's unwilling roar suddenly erupted. Facing Bai Xiaochun's incredibly domineering technique, he had only one choice: explode. The evil emperor roared, the sun outside his body quickly dimming, then suddenly exploding. From afar, it looked like a shattered star. A powerful force, carrying boundless impact, surged outwards, engulfing everything. Wherever it passed, the ground caved in, mountains crumbled. Many people from Evil Emperor City were instantly reduced to dust. Bai Xiaochun's attack might have shown some consideration for the people below, but this evil emperor, as the ruler of the Evil Emperor dynasty, ultimately showed no concern at all. It seemed that as long as he could harm Bai Xiaochun, he didn't care even if many more people died. The entire area was incredibly tragic. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's body quickly retreated. His entire cultivation spread out, constantly resisting. The shattering of the sun didn't have a significant impact on him. He was about to attack again. But at this moment, not far away, the evil emperor, having firmly stabilized his breathing, gave Bai Xiaochun a profound glance. In his eyes, there was the most resolute expression he had ever shown. Bai Xiaochun, although I don't know how you obtained the primordial battle power, I want you to know that without the world's approval, you are ultimately nothing more than someone with primordial battle power. Suddenly, the evil emperor raised his right hand, pointing it towards the ground below. There, a trident stood tall, suppressing the minds of others. He grabbed it from a distance. Emperor's trident? Following the evil emperor's low roar, the enormous trident, which was embedded in the ground, vibrated violently, then suddenly rose from the ground with a loud bang, soaring towards the sky, rapidly shrinking. In an instant, it reappeared in the evil emperor's hand, firmly grasped by him. The moment he grasped the trident, a wave of energy even more powerful than his previous cultivation level surged outwards from the evil emperor, affecting even the entire sky. Behind him, the sky twisted into a massive vortex. This vortex rumbled and spun, causing the entire eternal immortal realm to tremble. Bai Xiaochun, it's all over. The trident in the evil emperor's hand emitted a dark light. There was another aura, undetectable to outsiders, but Bai Xiaochun felt it very clearly. The aura of Ni Fan. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had absolutely no doubt that the evil emperor before him was indeed a clone of Ni Fan. And Bai Xiaochun knew that this trident was the magic weapon that had previously killed the real evil emperor. He thought this was also one of Ni Fan's treasures. Facing this indirect battle with Ni Fan, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His entire cultivation and aura, at this moment, were unleashed without reservation. Loud rumbling sounds echoed across the sky. Behind Bai Xiaochun, a huge vortex also appeared. This vortex also spread high in the sky, the vortex and the evil emperor directly colliding with each other. At the same time, in an instant, both of them attacked. The evil emperor is going all out. The holy emperor's expression changed. His body instantly took a step forward, rushing straight to the battlefield. Before the holy emperor could reach him, the trident in the evil emperor's hand suddenly swung, scattering black flames, black lightning, black gales, and finally wrapping around a black eye, which suddenly opened and looked towards Bai Xiaochun. In the instant this eye opened, its gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun, and it was as if the power of the trident, piercing through the void and spacetime, suddenly surged forth in an instant. This black eye, like the eye of destruction, could destroy everything, could annihilate everything. Even in Bai Xiaochun's perception, this black eye could pose a life or death threat to him. The future of the other sure scripture. Danger loomed in an instant. As that gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun, he suddenly let out a loud shout and raised his right hand. Suddenly, a black stone appeared in his hand. This black stone was one of the flesh and blood of the colossal lord of the heavenly realm, the lord of the underworld. It was also the ill-intentioned gift the evil emperor had given him when Daobo and Zizi were born. Now, held in his hand, Bai Xiaochun used the future of the other sure scripture to link his fate with this stone, which, in a way, connected him to the lord of the underworld. Bai Xiaochun understood even more clearly that, based on his cultivation, he was unlikely to be able to shake the lord of the underworld. But using this divine ability to indirectly connect with the fate of this evil emperor, he could still do it. Anyway, this person is indeed a clone of Ni Fan. Confirming this point is the root cause of Bai Xiaochun's attack at this moment. It's also one of the purposes of his earlier probing. It's a long story to explain. But the moment Bai Xiaochun unleashed the Netherworld future scripture and connected it to this stone, the black eye suddenly lunged forward. Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled, letting out a groan, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The immortal scroll instantly recovered and erupted. At the same time, Ni Fan, the lord of the sky, remained motionless. But the evil emperor facing Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly changed drastically. Impossible! As his voice rang out, his entire body trembled violently, spitting out blood, his body shaking and staggering back several steps. His chest caved in deeply, as if he had received an unimaginable blow. The terrifying aspect of the Netherworld future scripture is that it connects destinies, with both sides suffering the same damage. This wouldn't be surprising, but Bai Xiaochun has the immortal scroll for recovery and his astonishing physical strength, making things different. Out of 10 parts of damage, Bai Xiaochun only receives 6 or 7 parts at most. He also has the power of recovery, turning serious injuries into minor ones, and minor injuries into no injuries at all. But his enemy doesn't have such a body and recovery ability. The battle between the two is fundamentally unequal. At this moment, the evil emperor was in that situation. He frantically spat out fresh blood. He noticed the stone in Bai Xiaochun's hand. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. He wanted to continue attacking, but he underestimated Bai Xiaochun's shamelessness. Almost in the blink of an eye, as the evil emperor was about to strike, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it fiercely against his chest. With a loud bang, this heavy blow caused Bai Xiaochun to spit out fresh blood, his body staggering backward. However, he possessed the immortal scroll, and in an instant, he recovered considerably, and at the same time, he didn't forget to cry out, "Ouch, you hit me. It hurts so much." The evil emperor's eyes suddenly widened. Almost in the blink of an eye, just as he was about to step forward to attack, Bai Xiaochun self-inflicted harm, and the evil emperor let out a cry, spitting out another large mouthful of fresh blood. His hair was disheveled, his body swayed, and he looked utterly pathetic. Bai Xiaochun, you shameless! The evil emperor was on the verge of going mad. The resentment and rage in his heart had reached their limit. He even regretted trying to provoke Bai Xiaochun. This Bai Xiaochun before him was truly too difficult to deal with. His evil emperor star shattered. His bone dragon was sealed. His sun was broken. At this moment, even unleashing his ultimate attack resulted in him suffering more severe injuries than his opponent. That was bad enough, but Bai Xiaochun was even more bizarre, harming himself instead. This drove the evil emperor into a frenzy beyond words. He roared in fury. This battle, originally serious and even brutal, had been inadvertently altered by Bai Xiaochun into such an atmosphere. "Old man, you dare insult me? Your insults hurt my heart." Bai Xiaochun glared, raising his right hand and delivering a punch to his chest. With a loud bang, the evil emperor spat out blood. His whole body trembled with rage. He looked up at the sky and roared even louder. He wanted to charge forward again, but he couldn't withstand it, enduring 7 or 8 consecutive punches from Bai Xiaochun. In the end, the evil emperor was on the verge of exploding. Because he had severed his connection with Bai Xiaochun, he naturally brandished the trident in his hand, his eyes filled with madness, and fiercely squeezed it. "Explode for me!" As the evil emperor roared, the trident in his hand shattered and exploded. This was the artifact of the reverse mortal. At this moment, as it shattered, a black storm instantly formed. This violent storm seemed to pierce the heavens and the earth, violently erupting between Bai Xiaochun and the evil emperor. Amidst the resounding roar, both Bai Xiaochun and the evil emperor spat out fresh blood. Each retreated backward. This bizarre storm disrupted the rules, affected reincarnation, swept through the void, and also severed the invisible path of destiny formed by Bai Xiaochun's beyond future scripture. But just as the path of fate was severed, in an instant, Bai Xiaochun, with the immortal scroll, healed his injuries, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His body unleashed lightning speed, his cultivation completely unleashed in that moment without any concealment or suppression, a primordial aura overwhelming him. At the same time, his speed surpassed lightning, charging straight towards the evil emperor. Even Bai Xiaochun still felt his speed was slow, so he activated the immortal forbiddance technique. His speed suddenly increased once again, closing in on the evil emperor. The evil emperor's expression changed drastically, and he tried to retreat. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun activated the mountain-shattering charge. With a loud bang, his already astonishing speed once again surpassed its limit, appearing in front of the evil emperor, raising his right hand. The throat-shattering lock suddenly deployed, grabbing towards the evil emperor's face. All of this happened too quickly. The evil emperor's mind was violently shaken. If it were before, he could have dodged in an instant. But today, his injuries were too severe. Although he tried his best to dodge and could turn his head, he couldn't truly avoid Bai Xiaochun's throat-shattering lock attack. Bai Xiaochun's hand, though not grabbing his face, grabbed his shoulder instead. Reveal your true form. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed as he roared. He suddenly pulled hard with his right hand. With a loud bang, he grabbed the evil emperor's shoulder again, directly, tearing off his entire body's skin. As the evil emperor's skin was torn apart, he let out a mournful scream, his body rapidly recoiling. Beneath his skin, his flesh and blood were revealed, constantly shifting. After losing his skin and being detected by the rules of the eternal immortal realm, the surroundings around him twisted and contorted. His body, unable to maintain its human form, eventually twisted uncontrollably, gradually transforming into a massive, blood-red serpent. Yet, agonizing screams still emanated from his mouth. Clearly, without his skin and the spiderweb covering, he was completely exposed to the rules of the weakened eternal immortal realm, undergoing some kind of destruction from the immortal realm. The appearance of this giant serpent instantly startled all the remaining members of the evil emperor dynasty surrounding him, especially the heavenly venerables who had participated in the spiderweb incident years ago. Everyone was in disbelief, a deafening explosion echoing in their minds. The sovereign's clone. What on earth is happening? Impossible. All of this is impossible. The evil emperor is actually the sovereign's clone. Countless voices echoed with the most terrifying roar ever heard. The news was utterly horrifying. One moment it was the evil emperor, the next it had transformed into a ferocious beast. Although not everyone knew the origin of this serpent, the astonished cries of the evil emperor dynasty's heavenly venerables surrounding them gradually shook the minds of all the surviving cultivators nearby. Bai Xiaochun, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. He raised his right hand, pointing at the giant serpent whose skin he had torn off, and its roar echoed in all directions. As soon as Bai Xiaochun's words were spoken, gasps of astonishment echoed from all sides. This news spread like wildfire, instantly engulfing the entire eternal immortal realm. It was at this moment that a wave of energy surged across the sky. The figure of the holy emperor appeared in an instant. He looked at the evil emperor, transformed into a giant serpent, his entire body trembling, his breathing heavy. Even he had never imagined that the evil emperor was a clone of a formidable enemy. No wonder back then, after the blood flesh stone fell, you let the flesh and blood inside escape. No wonder you've consistently refused to investigate the Lord's seal in recent years. The holy emperor stared intently at the evil emperor, now transformed into a giant serpent, his voice growing even colder. Just as everyone present was terrified, the holy emperor arrived. Suddenly, the evil emperor, who had been howling, raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. In his eyes, there was no one else, only Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, you ruined my grand plan. I want you dead. The evil emperor roared, his aura erupting once again, as if defying the heavens. Even in the instant his aura dissipated, the head of the gigantic lord of the rebellious realm high in the sky seemed to emit a layer of black light. As this light flickered, not only did all of the evil emperor's injuries heal, but his cultivation also increased. His personal combat power directly surpassed his previous level, reaching its peak ever. Vaguely, an illusion formed behind him. Everyone looked at this illusion, and their minds were violently shaken. This was a miniature version of the colossal lord in the sky. The holy emperor's expression changed drastically in an instant. In the evil emperor's eyes, madness and murderous intent radiated, and he let out a low growl. Bai Xiaochun, no one can stop the awakening of the exterminating venerable. As he spoke, the evil emperor's entire body trembled. Finally, from within his body, countless black locusts flew out in an instant. In a flash, the locusts swarmed forward, densely packed, their numbers immeasurable, forming patches of black clouds, as if wanting to cover the entire sky, emitting a deafening noise. Some rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun, but the majority spread out. Their target was all the cultivators in the surrounding area. Clearly, they intended to employ their parasitic method. Others were unaware of these locusts, but when Bai Xiaochun saw them, his mind was instantly shaken, and his breathing became extremely rapid. This was the divine ability of the reverse mortal, which he had seen before in Dao Chen's memories. He knew that once these locusts parasitized, they could instantly suck dry the blood, flesh, and cultivation of a cultivator, thus giving rise to even more locusts. After releasing the locusts, the evil emperor's body suddenly retreated, as if fleeing, soaring straight into the sky. Bai Xiaochun was about to chase after them. Obviously, the locusts flying out of the evil emperor's body were different from those in Dao Chen's memories. In Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, every single one of these locusts possessed considerable cultivation. Especially their speed was extremely fast. In the time it takes to breathe, the swarms of locusts rapidly dispersed, seemingly filled with some kind of bizarre force, completely different from the rules of the eternal immortal realm. Yet disregarding spatial distance, it seemed that with just a single breath, they could instantly approach any cultivator. Even if the Holy Emperor tried his best to intervene, it was clear that his divine techniques and abilities were ultimately pierced through by these locusts. Facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun had no time to think. He suddenly raised his right hand and pressed downwards. The fourth divine technique, the insulting technique, was suddenly unleashed. In an instant, the void surrounding this place twisted and warped. In a flash, the warped area directly spread, enveloping the entire locust-infested region, and under this warping, a gravitational force appeared. As this gravitational force emerged, the speed of the flow of time was instantly altered. Countless locusts, although oblivious to the rules of the eternal immortal realm, were still affected by the flow of this gravitational force. Visibly, their speed immediately slowed down. The Holy Emperor's gaze focused. Knowing that the locusts couldn't be eliminated, there would be trouble later. Seeing their speed slow down, he immediately took action. With the Holy Emperor taking action, Bai Xiaochun didn't participate further. His body flicked, his speed instantly exploding, and he rushed straight towards the evil emperor in the sky. His speed increased rapidly, but the evil emperor remained undiminished. Seeing that there seemed to be no way to catch up in such a short time, Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly and swung his right hand forcefully. Instantly, the void in front of him twisted. A solitary boat suddenly materialized. Bai Xiaochun stepped onto this boat. As his divine consciousness spread out, this solitary boat unleashed a speed that surpassed the limits of the primordial era. It was that solitary boat on this storm. The boat's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, a roaring sound mixed with a deafening explosion echoed throughout the world, directly catching up to the evil emperor. The sheer speed generated a storm, causing the evil emperor's expression to change. Just as he was about to dodge, Bai Xiaochun let out a low growl. Bai Xiaochun leapt from the solitary boat, his right hand clenched. In an instant, a colossal illusion appeared behind him, wearing an imperial crown and imperial robes. This was Bai Xiaochun's immortal emperor fist shadow. However, the shadow's right hand was the arm of a lord. Therefore, this immortal emperor fist was the immortal lord fist. Without the slightest hesitation, with his cultivation and physical strength fully unleashed, Bai Xiaochun struck with a punch, like divine power. This single punch unleashed represents the ultimate combat power of Bai Xiaochun at his current level. It's irresistible, capable of destroying heaven and earth. With a deafening explosion, a massive vortex appeared directly in front of him, like a gaping maw, lunging forward to devour the evil emperor. The surging wind alone caused the evil emperor's entire body to tremble. Even though his cultivation was considerably stronger than before, he was still powerless against Bai Xiaochun's earth-shattering punch. Especially since this punch contained the aura of a lord, effectively blocking all of the evil emperor's escape routes. The trembling evil emperor let out a roaring scream, filled with unwillingness, madness, and despair. He uttered complex, incomprehensible incantations, and a large amount of black energy emanated from his body. This black energy suddenly condensed, finally forming a black nail. Bai Xiaochun, you're going to die. In the evil emperor's eyes, the hatred was incredibly intense. After this nail formed, his body naturally withered. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were instantly absorbed and devoured by the nail. In a short time, his entire body completely shriveled up and finally vanished. All his flesh and blood, all his life, all his cultivation, everything became nourishment for this nail. And after the nail absorbed everything, it was no longer illusory, but transformed into something truly real. A strange, eerie-killing intent emanated from it, rising and spreading. For Bai Xiaochun, this filled him with terror, giving him a strong sense of impending death. The nail didn't stop for a moment, transforming into a black shooting star, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun and exploding. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned grim. The appearance of this nail immediately reminded him of the black nail on the forehead of the immortal empress. Aside from the difference in aura, they looked identical. He didn't have time to think much. With a low roar, he powerfully raised his immortal sovereign fist. Even the illusion behind him, except for the sovereign's arm, had become illusory, seemingly following the same principle as this nail, merging and absorbing other parts to unleash even more sovereign aura, causing Bai Xiaochun's punch to unleash its most earth-shattering combat power ever. All these sudden changes and responses actually happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun's immortal sovereign fist directly collided with the roaring nail, the explosion echoing across the sky. The rumbling sound shook the world, making the heavens seem about to shatter, and the earth trembled. This was a peak-level primordial power attack. Whether it was Bai Xiaochun or the evil emperor's clone, amplified by Nifan, they were both at the peak of the primordial realm. Especially Bai Xiaochun, under these bursts of power, was like a true lord's fist, shaking everything around him. However, this nail was too domineering. The two sides clashed, and in an instant, both sides weakened and clashed. Bai Xiaochun's immortal lord's fist formed a gigantic figure, which, viewed from afar, quickly shattered. But the strange aura on this nail was also rapidly diminishing. Under the relentless attack, as Bai Xiaochun's lord's fist completely shattered, the nail was no longer black, but turned gray, seemingly having lost its remaining power. But at this moment, the ferocious face of the evil emperor suddenly appeared on the gray nail. This was his last remaining trace of consciousness, now erupting, causing the nail to fly at incredible speed, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun's forehead. This sudden attack startled all the onlookers around, causing them to cry out in surprise. But Bai Xiaochun was composed. Before even seeing the black nail, he had prepared for the worst. At the instant the gray nail arrived, a black light emanated from within Bai Xiaochun's body. The turtle-patterned cauldron instantly appeared in front of him, and with a resounding clang, it collided with the black nail. The cursed crane trembled, and although it once again transformed into black light and merged into Bai Xiaochun's body, it successfully blocked the momentum of the nail. On it, the last remaining trace of the evil emperor's consciousness, filled with unwillingness and a mournful wail, was trying to escape. But Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and grabbed the gray nail. Without the slightest hesitation, a ruthless glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. His divine consciousness suddenly spread out, instantly erasing the evil emperor's remaining consciousness from the gray nail. After erasing it, a mournful, heart-wrenching cry seemed to echo in his ears, gradually dissipating into thin air. As for the locusts below, after being slowed down by Bai Xiaochun's area of effect speed, they were all eliminated by the Holy Emperor. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's expression also turned serious. He glanced past Bai Xiaochun and looked at the gray nail in Bai Xiaochun's hand. This nail was entirely formed from condensed flesh and blood, radiating an astonishing vitality. This vitality was so powerful it could even rival that of an ancient being. The nail in Bai Xiaochun's hand seemed to struggle, but as Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness swept over it, all thoughts vanished, and it finally turned white and remained motionless. Bai Xiaochun retrieved the nail, his gaze fixed on the Holy Emperor. Both understood each other's thoughts. They simultaneously looked up at the enormous head in the sky that covered half the heavens. At the same time, the remaining members of the evil Emperor City were all silent and bewildered. Compared to them, the evil Emperor City heavenly venerables each took a deep breath and flew towards Bai Xiaochun, immediately bowing and bringing the giant Ghost King with them. Although the giant Ghost King was unconscious, there was nothing to worry about. Bai Xiaochun had known this beforehand. He had even arrived early, secretly releasing a wisp of divine consciousness to protect the giant Demon King. Greetings, Emperor Kui. Greetings, Holy Emperor. Their greetings clearly showed their attitude. The evil emperor had encountered problems, and the evil emperor dynasty no longer existed. If it were a different time, both Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor would have fought fiercely. But today, they were in no mood. Tongshan Taoist, Bai Xiaochun suddenly asked. Previously, his divine consciousness had swept through, but he hadn't seen Tongshan Taoist inside evil Emperor City. Now, as he spoke, the heavenly venerables fell silent for a moment. Yuan Yazi whispered, Emperor Kui Tongshan Taoist has been missing for a long time. No one knows where he went. Bai Xiaochun frowned, about to ask further questions. But at this moment, suddenly, a tremendous explosion, as if from the very beginning of creation, seemingly unprecedented in the eternal immortal realm, suddenly erupted from the sky, reverberating throughout the entire eternal immortal realm continent. Following the explosion, an extremely dense and malevolent aura imbued with boundless death and destruction, like the source of all darkness in the starry sky, suddenly descended. Bai Xiaochun, the Holy Emperor, and everyone in the entire eternal immortal realm all changed drastically. As they simultaneously looked up, they saw, high in the sky, the enormous head of DEFIED, its eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly twitching. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath, his hair standing on end in an instant. A trembling sensation, as if etched into his very soul, suddenly erupted in his mind. It was an instinctive sense of danger, like encountering a natural enemy. Almost everyone in the eternal immortal realm felt the same way at that moment. Every life born in this eternal immortal realm, in this instant, was uncontrollably overwhelmed by the most terrifying and panic-inducing feeling ever, as if the apocalypse had descended. A great enemy from outside is moving. The rumors are true. Once this giant awakens, it will want to destroy everything. Countless cries of astonishment echoed throughout the eternal immortal realm. The sounds of discussion and fear reverberated throughout the entire world. Even the eternal sea seemed to possess a spirit, surging with towering waves. Bai Xiaochun also saw the eyelids of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm twitch a few times. His body and mind were greatly shaken. He felt as if he had truly encountered a great enemy destined for his life. Because of Dao Chen's memories, his perception was more complex. At this moment, he breathed heavily. At the same time, the Lord of the Heavenly Realm, DEFIED, saw his eyelids twitch. In that instant, two lines appeared on his body. One line ran from his forehead to his dantian, and the other from his right shoulder to his dantian. However, the lines on his right shoulder were now dim, seemingly having lost their power. Only 8/10 remained to sustain his existence. But this was still considered good. What was startling was the line radiating from DEFIED's forehead to his dantian. The dimness of this line had naturally reached 8/10. Now, less than 2/10 remained, emitting a faint light. It seemed as if it could lose its brilliance at any moment. Bai Xiaochun did not understand the meaning of these two lines. Even among all the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm, those who understood their meaning were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But the Holy Emperor, upon seeing this, suddenly changed his expression drastically. Even his body trembled uncontrollably, and he cried out in astonishment, "A path severed!" As he exclaimed in surprise, Bai Xiaochun's mind also trembled. Along the path connecting his forehead to his dantian, he felt a wave of bloodline fluctuations. It seemed that path was deeply connected to their Kui Emperor dynasty bloodline. This feeling caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to narrow, vaguely guessing the answer. Before Bai Xiaochun could ask, the Holy Emperor quickly spoke, revealing the origin. It should be 3 paths. These are the 3 children of the Eternal Mother, created by the Eternal Mother herself during a battle against a great enemy, at the cost of her life. Even the Eternal Mother sacrificed a great deal to form 3 bloodline seals. The Holy Emperor quickly opened his mouth, revealing all the secrets he knew. In truth, the current upheaval in the eternal immortal realm under this Lord of the rebellious mortal realm meant a great catastrophe was about to descend. At this moment, the Holy Emperor disregarded personal power. He cared about the life and death of the entire eternal immortal realm. Once the great enemy awakened, no one could stop them. What awaited them was the collapse of the entire world. These 3 paths, any one of them is crucial. They represent the level of the Lord's magical world. And it is precisely because of the existence of these 3 bloodline seals that the extraterrestrial enemy has been dormant until now. The Holy Emperor's voice was filled with anxiety, and he spoke at an extremely rapid pace. From the left shoulder to the dantian is the seal of the evil ancestor. From the right is the holy ancestor. And in the middle is the puppet ancestor. That path of the evil ancestor has been broken. It's clear that the true evil emperor, after his death, lost his suppressive power and was further disrupted by the fake evil emperor's interference over the years. Although only one path is broken, it has caused a shock throughout the entire body. Now even the path of our holy emperor dynasty is only about 8/10 intact. As for the bloodline seal of your puppet emperor, it's likely because you returned too late, or rather, the primordial realm appeared too late, so the suppressive power wasn't enough. and now it's being eroded to the point of almost disappearing. Once these two bloodline seals are broken, then this great enemy from beyond the heavens will truly awaken. Just as the Holy Emperor spoke, the body of the Lord of the rebellious mortals in the heavens trembled violently several times. His eyelids twitched noticeably. It seemed he was struggling with all his might, trying to directly break free from the two bloodline seals. It was evident that these two seals were becoming increasingly dim under the Lord of the rebellious mortals' struggle. One could imagine that if this continued, it wouldn't take more than a few months for them to completely shatter. The true and false debts of the evil emperor had caused the Lord of the rebellious mortals to lose his patience. He didn't want to slowly wear down the seals and wait for resurrection, but intended to relentlessly strive until the very end to forcefully awaken. Is there any way to reinforce the seals? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Although he feared death, he understood that once the rebellious mortal awakened, the world would fall into darkness. At this point, no matter how powerful he was, unless he sat and waited for death, he could only try to resist. There's only one way. We'll approach this giant's body, step into the bloodline seal of each of us one by one, and use our own bloodline power to accept the seal and restore it if we fail. What awaits us is the day the eternal immortal realm is destroyed. This extraterrestrial enemy possesses the terrifying power of a supreme lord. We are simply no match for him. And this seal can only be activated by those whose cultivation has reached the primordial realm. Only the two of us can do that. A look of determination appeared in the Holy Emperor's eyes. Although he was usually very deceitful, at this moment he had set all his previous composure, his eyes revealing unwavering resolve. Hearing the Holy Emperor say he wanted to enter the body of the Inverse Mortal Lord and use his own bloodline to restore the seal, Bai Xiaochun also took a deep breath. The pressure emanating from this Inverse Mortal Lord was too great, but he simply didn't have time to think much. As the Inverse Mortal Lord struggled again, the path representing the ancestor of the underworld dimmed even more, naturally leaving only a little more than a fraction of its power. This cannot be delayed. The Holy Emperor worried, his body suddenly flying out, rushing straight towards the Inverse Mortal Lord high in the sky. His speed was extremely fast, clearly unleashing his full power. Even behind him, a trail of moonlight appeared. Bai Xiaochun also gritted his teeth fiercely, his body flying out, roaring as he chased after the Holy Emperor. The two transformed into rainbows, soaring straight into the sky. The closer they got, the more enormous the figure of the Lord of Rebellion appeared in their eyes. Eventually, they could barely see his head. All they could see was his chest, which resembled a continent. Especially as they approached, the Lord of Rebellion was struggling. Looking closely, this struggle resembled an earthquake, even more pronounced. There were also occasional loud explosions echoing. His oppressive aura spread throughout the starry sky, causing the Holy Emperor's face to turn even paler. Bai Xiaochun, thanks to his lord's aura, could still barely withstand it. Even so, both unleashed their full cultivation, closing the distance to the Lord of Rebellion. Finally, they separated. The Holy Emperor rushed towards the seal on the right side of the Lord. Bai Xiaochun unleashed even greater speed. Under the overwhelming pressure, like a storm crashing against his face, he charged straight towards the forehead of the Inverse Mortal Lord. That was the place where his bloodline seal still existed. But just as the two were rapidly approaching, the Holy Emperor's expression suddenly changed. Bai Xiaochun also immediately discovered that there was an invisible, thin barrier on the Inverse Mortal Lord's body. Facing this thin barrier, with a low roar, the traces of moonlight behind the Holy Emperor instantly burned away. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own life-bound treasure to gain a burst of power, causing the bloodline seal within this thin barrier to emit bloodline light, illuminating each other, before finally penetrating the barrier and disappearing into the bloodline seal itself. Bai Xiaochun's situation here was much simpler. His bloodline seal was dim and offered no illumination. Therefore, after making contact with this thin barrier, Bai Xiaochun simply deployed the immortal seal, using his primordial cultivation to directly penetrate the barrier surrounding the body of the Inverse Mortal Lord. When he emerged, he was also beside the bloodline seal of the ancestor. Standing there, Bai Xiaochun turned his head and glanced down at the ground. He could vaguely see that, at this moment, all the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm were anxiously worried. When they looked up, they didn't care whether they could see clearly or not. They were all staring intently at him and the Holy Emperor. Bai Xiaochun sighed. This change was too sudden, so Bai Xiaochun found it somewhat difficult to accept. But no matter what, he understood that he had no other choice. At this moment, his heart sank, and he gritted his teeth and directly stepped into the bloodline seal. After he and the Holy Emperor entered the bloodline seal, almost all the cultivators in the eternal immortal realm, facing this life-or-death crisis and fear, could do nothing else. The only thing they could do was silently pray in their hearts. The body of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm was enormous. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, the bloodline seal that appeared before him was as vast as more than 10 mountain ranges lined up together. If it weren't for the intense aura of the ancestral bloodline emanating from within, resonating with Bai Xiaochun even if he passed through the barrier, it would be difficult to approach this bloodline seal. Upon entering, Bai Xiaochun's vision blurred. When everything cleared, he found himself in a dark space. To be precise, this was the body of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm and the place where the bloodline was sealed. Or, to be more accurate, it was a meridian of the Lord of the rebellious mortal realm. This meridian was present from birth, but was forged by the power of the seal used by the three sons of the Eternal Emperor during their battle years ago. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was inside this meticulously crafted meridian. Although the surroundings were vast, it was eerily silent. However, the moment Bai Xiaochun entered, his body began to emit a blood-red light. As the light spread, Bai Xiaochun immediately felt as if he had become a vortex. Everything around him naturally revolved around him. This meridian was like a parched land. As Bai Xiaochun arrived, the blood-red light emanating from him diffused, instantly calming the 8 directions and causing the surrounding meridians to resonate even more strongly. It was as if he had become the source of this meridian. Feeling the bloodline spreading within his body, feeling the resonance of the surrounding meridians upon his arrival, Bai Xiaochun instantly understood how to heal the bloodline seal. I've become the source, so healing the seal means guiding the bloodline power from all sides, just like guiding that bloodline seal straight to the Lord's Stanchion. After connecting with it, it's essentially healing the seal. During this process, if I fall, the seal will fail. Similarly, if I give up and flee, the healing will also fail. Bai Xiaochun sighed. He understood he had no way out. At this moment, he gritted his teeth fiercely, his body radiating bloodline light, and directly rushed towards the end of this meridian. The faster he reached the Danshan, the faster he could heal the seal. Bai Xiaochun's speed completely exploded, without any hesitation, charging forward with a roar. At this moment, inside another meridian, the Holy Emperor was also present. His entire body emitted the light of the Holy Ancestor's bloodline, and he was also shooting forward like an arrow. Meanwhile, outside of the body of the rebellious mortal, in the eternal immortal realm, all those watching could see that the Lord of the rebellious mortal's colossal body, on his enormous form. The 2 previously dim lines were now radiating dazzling light, slowly moving. As the light moved, the Lord of the rebellious mortal's body struggled, seemingly affected, gradually slowing down. But this seal was not going to be so easy. At this moment, while everyone was tense in the meridian of Bai Xiaochun, as he was shooting forward like an arrow, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly narrowed. In front of him, the previously empty area instantly twisted, and finally, countless shadowy figures quickly materialized. Sometimes they were cultivators, sometimes they were strange beasts, densely packed together, numbering in the tens of thousands. But there were absolutely no exceptions. They lacked any vitality, radiating death energy. At the same time, even their bodies were illusory, yet their ferocity was incredibly intense. It was as if Bai Xiaochun, in their eyes, was their mortal enemy. After they appeared, each of these shadowy figures let out a howling scream, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Some had nascent soul cultivation, others had heavenly venerate cultivation, swarming forward, closing in an instant. Although numerous, they lacked the combat power of the ancient realm. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept across them, his body not pausing for a moment, directly unleashing the mountain-shattering charge. From afar, he resembled a shooting star, seemingly capable of destroying everything, striking directly. The thunderous roar shook the 8 directions. As Bai Xiaochun charged forward, the shadowy figures in front of him shattered one by one, instantly clearing a path for him. But even as their bodies crumbled and perished, they didn't dissipate. They immediately reformed and charged forward again, desperately trying to stop him. that would have been enough. But time and again, more shadowy figures materialized from all sides, joining the resistance. Eventually, their numbers became countless. Even with Bai Xiaochun's immense power, facing such a staggering number of shadowy figures, he couldn't kill them all, and his speed inevitably slowed down. Damn it! Bai Xiaochun was enraged. He suddenly raised his right hand and made a hand gesture. Instantly, a longevity lamp materialized. As Bai Xiaochun's cultivation spread, all the shadowy figures surrounding him instantly transformed into longevity lamps. As they burned, Bai Xiaochun's speed exploded, sweeping across the area as he charged forward. Naifan, you can't escape. Naifan, I want to kill you. Naifan, even if I die, I will make you pay a heavy price. As Bai Xiaochun charged, the shadowy figures surrounding him began to roar. Amidst these roars, another group of shadowy figures transformed, howling and charging towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun now saw the clue, knowing that these phantoms must be the Lord of the Inverse Realm, a lifelong bloodthirsty killer. He himself was sealed, unable to stop him, so he used his divine consciousness to conjure these phantoms. Although they lacked combat power, they possessed a certain degree of immortality and indestructibility. Seeing more and more of them, Bai Xiaochun became anxious. His primordial cultivation erupted, forming a storm around his body. Amidst the roaring explosions, he charged forward, shattering and crushing everything in his path. He relentlessly fought his way through the phantom-filled meridians, charging forward desperately. Sometimes it was the mountain-shattering technique, sometimes the longevity lamp. Finally, Bai Xiaochun simply chanted a spell, unleashing the path scripture on a large scale, forming countless runes, causing these shadowy figures to seal themselves. Looking around, the runes shone brightly, boundless, and infinite, like a sea of runes. These shadowy figures were trapped in the sea, unable to escape in a short time. This allowed Bai Xiaochun to finally break free. After a brief sigh of relief, Bai Xiaochun didn't look back, his speed erupting even faster. Even after he chanted the spell, lightning bolts gradually formed around him. These lightning bolts chased each other, converging around him in ever-increasing numbers. When he encountered the shadowy figures again, Bai Xiaochun would simply glance at them, and the lightning around him would suddenly erupt like a mountain-moving, sea-filling force, devouring them. Using this method, Bai Xiaochun directly forged a path. At the same time, the Holy Emperor encountered phantoms. As an ancient expert, although he couldn't compare to Bai Xiaochun, the Holy Emperor himself was very powerful. Even though his methods were completely different, in terms of speed, he was not much weaker. His entire body radiated moonlight. Wherever he went, streaks of moonlight flashed past, directly breaking through the passage in front of him, causing him to move with the light of his bloodline, constantly rushing forward like an arrow. From his body, illusory lotus flowers occasionally bloomed. Each time a lotus flower appeared, a large area around him would collapse, burying many phantoms with a rumbling sound. The Holy Emperor also risked his life, unleashing his full power. Ever since his true identity as the evil emperor was exposed, he felt an intense sense of danger emanating from the giant lord. In this life-or-death crisis, every word he spoke to Bai Xiaochun was especially sincere. At this moment, with a low roar, the Holy Emperor's entire body radiated light, his speed increasing. On the eternal immortal realm's ground, in the eyes of countless people, the two lines of light on the body of the inverse mortal lord were now more intense. However, compared to Bai Xiaochun's position, because the Holy Emperor's own bloodline seal wasn't as dim, it appeared more stable. Especially at this extreme speed, he now seemed to have traveled more than half the distance to his Danshan. As for Bai Xiaochun, the previously sealed ancestor's bloodline was 80% intact. Although he hadn't completely rebuilt it, the difference wasn't significant. With the current explosive speed, he had repaired the bloodline seal by more than 2/3 compared to before. But the more this happened, the more anxious and worried the people of the eternal immortal realm became. Especially the Grand Heavenly Masters. Their expressions were filled with worrying, mixed with a sense of utter helplessness. This event occurred too suddenly. But it was precisely because it was so sudden that it gave Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor a chance to repair it. Otherwise, if it weren't for this slaying of the evil emperor, it's likely that once all of the evil emperor's plans were complete, the eternal immortal realm would be facing an irreversible catastrophe. The people of the eternal immortal realm didn't sense the massive explosion within their meridians. Even when danger lurked inside, Those outside couldn't see it. They could only observe from afar the bright spots representing Bai Xiaochun and the Holy Emperor rapidly moving within the sealed path, slowly shifting. And once they stopped, it meant they were facing an opponent. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's body stopped for the first time. In front of him, a group of shadowy figures appeared, twisting and turning. There were 9 of them in total, all radiating ancient cultivation. Although their aura was weak, these 9 ancient shadowy figures still caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to change. Especially after their appearance, each shadowy figure looked ferocious and violent, seemingly treating Bai Xiaochun as a transcendent being. The feeling of killing was particularly intense. Damn it, I'm not a transcendent being. If you have hatred for a transcendent being, why vent it on me? Even though he knew the opponent was a manifestation of Ni fans' divine consciousness, intentionally left behind with their resentment from their lives, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel enraged. His right hand clenched tightly. To quickly repair the seal, after a brief pause, Bai Xiaochun charged forward again. He clenched his right hand, concentrating his physical strength. Although it wasn't the immortal sovereign fist, even the immortal emperor fist, with his current combat power, was still astonishing. A thunderous clash erupted between the two sides. Bai Xiaochun didn't dodge at all. Relying on his immortal scroll's recovery, he simply charged straight through. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A punch directly shattered an ancient shadow, causing it to explode. Then, Bai Xiaochun suddenly shook, reappearing beside another ancient shadow, and unleashed another punch. In just a few short breaths, Bai Xiaochun completely unleashed his power. Relying on his formidable physique, incredible speed, and the healing power of the immortal scroll, he traded wounds for wounds, slaying 9 shadowy figures. After swiftly and cleanly eliminating them all, without waiting for the 9 shadowy figures to recondense, Bai Xiaochun naturally shot away like an arrow, leaving the area. Then he briefly gasped for breath, and immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. Another loud bang followed. But very quickly, ancient shadowy figures appeared before him again. This time, the number exceeded the previous ones. There were 20 shadowy figures. This made Bai Xiaochun groan in distress. But today, he had no other choice. Blood vessels appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he let out a low growl. As he formed hand seals, he immediately unleashed the Beyond Future scripture. Following the scriptures and the intertwined destines, Bai Xiaochun roared and charged forward again. The throat-shattering lock, the mountain-shattering charge, the longevity lamp, none of these were special cultivation-consuming divine abilities or techniques. Bai Xiaochun unleashed them all. He knew this path was long and arduous, and the further he went, the more difficult it would become. He truly dared not expend his cultivation without restraint. Especially within these meridians, Bai Xiaochun noticed that there was no spiritual power in the surrounding area. Once his cultivation was depleted, it would be very difficult to replenish it. However, this place was filled with bloodline power, making Bai Xiaochun's body and recovery ability noticeably stronger than outside. At this moment, amidst the incessant thunderous roar, Bai Xiaochun charged forward recklessly, sweeping through everything in his path. Gradually, according to his estimation, he had been flying for a long time, and the number of shadowy figures approaching had decreased. But Bai Xiaochun became even more vigilant. The further he went, the more his divine sense naturally detected a very terrifying aura rapidly rising ahead. Not long after, Bai Xiaochun's footsteps suddenly halted. His pupils narrowed. In front of him, within his meridians, a red coffin slowly floated, twisting and turning. The aura emanating from this coffin terrified Bai Xiaochun. It didn't seem to belong to a cultivator, yet it exuded boundless ferocity and madness. Almost instantly upon seeing the coffin, it emitted a dazzling red light and hurtled straight towards him. Its speed was incredible. It was close in the blink of an eye. Grandpa Bai, you don't even fear ghosts, let alone a coffin like you. Bai Xiaochun glared, his right hand forming a hand seal. Immediately, the void around the coffin twisted. A gravitational force appeared, and the flow of time slowed down, causing the coffin's astonishing speed to momentarily cease. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun's body flashed, instantly closing in. He raised his right hand, unleashing the immortal sovereign fist for the first time. A punch descended, accompanied by a deafening explosion in all directions. Behind him, an illusion also struck, delivering a powerful blow. The coffin attempted to dodge, but was constrained by time, making it impossible to avoid Bai Xiaochun's full-force attack. In an instant, his fist, imbued with a whirlwind, directly struck the top of the coffin. The entire coffin trembled violently, shattering into pieces with a series of cracking sounds. But just as it shattered, a mournful scream suddenly erupted from within the broken coffin. A wave of blood-red light spread in all directions, forming a sea of blood. A gigantic, blood-red crocodile suddenly lunged out, heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun, opening its massive mouth as if ready to devour him. The ancient energy emanating from it terrified Bai Xiaochun. This energy was powerful, even comparable to that of the previous evil emperor. If it were outside, dealing with it would be somewhat easier. But here, in Bai Xiaochun's mind, the opponent was almost immortal and indestructible. With such cultivation and an immortal body, even if shattered, it could be reformed. Once entangled with it, not only would it waste time repairing the seal, but it could also create more phantom images all around. Quick victory, only one move, Bai Xiaochun suddenly retreated. He took a deep breath, and at the same time, his right hand formed a hand seal, suddenly pressing downwards. Water pool, a rumbling sound erupted. Even within the body of this supreme being, as Bai Xiaochun spoke, the surroundings were instantly filled with steam. Even the area below appeared illusory, as if it had transformed into a vast swamp. Country, Bai Xiaochun shouted. Since becoming a primordial being, this was the first time he had deployed the water swamp kingdom. Only by using this method could he directly destroy this damned crocodile, allowing Bai Xiaochun to quickly escape. Almost instantly after the word country was uttered, the swamp erupted. An aura far more ferocious than that of the crocodile spread out. The crocodile, which had been incredibly ferocious just moments before, now trembled violently. Its eyes, which had been filled with madness, now showed fear and panic. Before Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast within the water swamp kingdom could appear, the crocodile turned around and fled in the blink of an eye. This scene directly stunned Bai Xiaochun. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Actually, he had never encountered a similar situation before when he used the Water Marsh Kingdom. Moreover, in his judgment, this crocodile was likely formed from the divine consciousness of Nifan, yet it was still escaping. This greatly surprised Bai Xiaochun. Could it not be formed from Nifan's divine consciousness? Or perhaps, because this crocodile was so powerful when alive, it retained a trace of instinct after death if it were a different time. Bai Xiaochun might have even summoned his life-bound beast, but today he didn't have the time. He was also worried about his spiritual power, so he simply waved his hand. Inside the Water Marsh Kingdom, the mournful cries of his life-bound beast echoed. The Water Marsh Kingdom instantly vanished. Without time to think much, Bai Xiaochun immediately unleashed his speed, rushing forward like an arrow. It was at this very moment that, at the Holy Emperor's location, his bloodline seal had been repaired to 90%. As he neared the Lord's Dantian, he encountered the person he had never been able to defeat in his entire life, the one he had never been able to defeat who stopped him. In the Holy Emperor's passage, the Holy Emperor's body trembled as he looked ahead. The figure standing motionless in his passage had now opened his eyes. That figure had a handsome and refined appearance, with a flame mark on his forehead. As his eyes opened, a weathered light of years had naturally emerged from them. Holy Ancestor, the Holy Emperor's voice was bitter, a low murmur.